1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
the conditions are good as we welcome viewers across Lancs TV joining our coverage on the BBC Sport website and app and Sports Extra 3 for the second day. So 250 for 5, Dave Fletcher. I asked Luke Wells at the close of play who was on top. He reckoned about even.
Yes, I think, well, I spoke to Ben Aitchison, who took 3 wickets in his first-class match since July 2023, which was a remarkable effort from Aitchison, the former Lancashire man. And he said they would have perhaps liked another wicket to have been on top. He reckoned if they can get 2 or 3 early today, then you know, it might swing in Derbyshire's way a little bit, because Derbyshire still have to bat on this. And there is the James Anderson factor to take into account. It's 11 months since Jimmy played, but we all know
it's Jimmy.
Exactly, and just his name is I think striking terror into the Derbyshire ranks. May well be a reason why they decided that they'd bowl first yesterday rather than perhaps been slightly more aggressive and having a bat, which might have been the more aggressive approach. But in fairness to Wayne Madsen, the Derbyshire captain, each time he's won the toss, they have bowled. There have been some good tosses to lose, I think, so far this season, because it's not been a normal April, has it? So everybody goes, April, oh, we'll win the toss and we'll have a bowl. I'm not sure that's necessarily what you need to do in this particular campaign, because it's been so hot and so dry. But I'm just leaning towards Lancashire slightly. If they do what they did yesterday morning and get 2 wickets inside the first half an hour or so, then Derbyshire, and not allow runs to be scored, then Derbyshire will be more than happy with their position, I think.
Lancashire went along at a pretty steady pace. I mean, they didn't pull away from Derbyshire, and I think credit to Derbyshire for the way that they bowled. Certainly, the start of the afternoon session and the evening session, Lancashire looked to try and score quickly, and then it seemed to get dragged back in both occasions. But I just wonder whether it's not that easy a pitch to try and score quickly on. Luke, again, you're best people to ask the players, and Luke Wells said something along those lines. It's actually not that easy to score that quickly on.
A bit sticky is how Ben Aitchison described it to me, because I said, what's the pitch like then? Because it is difficult from this distance, isn't it? And I haven't been out to see it, because I wouldn't be able to tell you one end of a pitch from the other, in all honesty, but he said it was a bit sticky.
Well, he's going to get us going, Ben Aitchison. He's picked up 3 wickets in the match, and that's the first runs of the day from the very first delivery, which George Bell just clips out towards the mid-wicket boundary for a single. Yeah, he bowled very nicely, didn't he, Ben Aitchison? It's a lovely story, isn't it, the way he's come back to full fitness? Well,
his 2 spells that impressed yesterday. His first spell of 6 overs, 1 for 8, and his final spell of 6 overs, 2 for 16. Thought he did exceptionally well. And to come back for that 3rd spell as well, when you haven't played for so long. He's played second-team cricket. He's captained the 2s this year. It's still a big effort, isn't it? And I'm sure he'll probably sleep well on Tuesday.
Yes. Yeah, most bowlers do sleep well the day after a game here. As Aitchison from around the wicket in and bowls. Forward goes Balderson in defence. And there is no run. Well, it's terrific to see him back fit, and hearing that, I wasn't aware of the extent of his troubles and the way he's had to come back from the ankle problem, then the back injury, and basically he's not played for a couple of years. Well, you wouldn't know it on the evidence of yesterday. And as Dave was saying, to come back for a 3rd spell and to go again. As he's in to Balderson, that's full but wide and left, and through to Brooke Guest. It was a pretty stellar effort by Ben Aitchison. And for Lancashire, well, the whole thing was held together by Luke Wells with some support from Marcus Harris and from Matthew Hurst as well. It was back-to-back century partnerships. For the 3rd wicket, worth 103 runs. For the 4th wicket, worth 121 runs. The backbone so far of this 251 for 5. As Aitchison's in to Balderson, that's defended. And there is no run, and it was a tricky little spell at the back end of the day for Balderson and for Bell. Well, I mean, for viewers on Lancs TV, you'll see Balderson's faced 30 deliveries for his 1 and Bell's faced 34 for his 5, but it was not easy at the back end of yesterday. Derbyshire were bowling well, 2 batters that are just trying to get themselves going this season, really, and very much had kind of today in mind to make sure that they were in place to resume this morning, as that's worked down towards gully by Balderson, and there's no run, and that's exactly what they were able to do. So in that regard, it was a pretty good job, well done by the two Georges. See what they can do with the bat through the course of the day. The forecast not quite as well, the conditions not quite as warm and as sunny as they were this time yesterday, but the forecast is dry again. As Aitchison comes in to complete the first over of the morning, left alone by Balderson, taken by Brooke Guest, and there's no run, just a single coming off that first over of the day. But yeah, the forecast is dry, and we're going to be okay for a full day of cricket, and hopefully I'm sure some nice sunshine through the course of the day as well. And for the two Georges here, they'll be hoping it's a good batting day for Lancashire. It looks like what might be Blair Tickner. It will be. Who I thought Ben Aitchison got the wickets yesterday. Well, he got 3 of the wickets yesterday. 3 for 52. The other 2 were picked up by Blair Tickner, who I thought bowled really nicely. He had a terrific spell bowling to Harris and to Wells, and eventually got the wicket of Harris.
Here comes Blair Tickner, bowling down the leg side. He tries to flick it away there, George Bell, but it goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Just the 1 run off the first over of the day's play, picking up the theme that we saw for most of yesterday, where not too many runs were scored, 2.6 and over. As Scott said a little earlier, they've bowled pretty well, Derbyshire. Lot of dot balls. We love it. And Tickner prances in, bowls to Bell, who defends that one. Back towards the bowler, feels at the end of his follow through, and say a happy birthday to Mickey Arthur, the Derbyshire head of cricket, who is 57 years old today. I don't know if they're listening in the changing rooms. If they're not, hopefully I'll be able to say it in person, but if they are,
happy birthday, Mickey.
Happy birthday, Mickey.
What a place to spend it as well.
Yes.
Could you wish for anything better?
Who knows? It's Tickner in again, or again down the leg side. Bell has a real swing at that one, trying to connect, but can't do so. Just pointed to the man down at long leg, who is Zach Chappell, as Blair Tickner, saying that was yours. I think if he'd have connected with that one, it might have been ours, let alone Zach Chappell's, because he put everything into that. He's only a slight figure, is George Bell, but he put everything into it, just didn't quite connect. 2 slips, man at point. There's a catching mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket, backward square leg, a long leg mid-off and a mid-on, as Tickner is in and bowls. That is clipped nicely into the leg side, but good piece of fielding by Harry Kane, who had a moment yesterday as he tumbles away to his left-hand side. When he didn't shy at the stumps because it was nowhere near them. He threw in the vague direction of the stumps. Off the bowling of Jack Morley, bless him. It was the first boundary that Morley had conceded, and it came in about the 13th over that he'd bowled, as the ball raced away to the boundary and gave Luke Wells 5 runs. Tickner's in again. That's a short delivery and a sharp delivery as well from Tickner, who didn't bowl as quickly yesterday. I didn't think. It's taken by Brooke Guest, incidentally. He didn't bowl as quickly yesterday, I didn't think, as he had done in the previous 2 matches, because he's been bowling really, really quickly recently. That week off perhaps just upsetting his rhythm a little bit. Although I did go to, I don't know if I mentioned this or not yesterday, but if I did, I apologise, and if I didn't, well, you're going to hear a terrifically funny story. I know you'll be the judge of that after this next delivery from Blair Tickner, who bowls to Bell, who defends it straight back to when he lobs the ball, and that's the final ball of the over to Brooke Guest. So I went down to training to see Mickey Arthur, ostensibly, and I was just sitting there in the grandstand seats in front of the pavilion watching Blair Tickner bowl to Wayne Madsen. Tickner came screaming in, and then there's this because he hit him where it. Oh. Yes. And then 2 or 3 minutes later, Wayne Madsen walks off the field, brandishing a box which had split.
Ooh.
And it not only had it split, he said it just opened a touch and then closed again. And may have trapped a little bit. Very amusing story.
It's Aitchison from around the wicket. That comes back in towards Balderson. Cramps him for room as the ball just drops into the back down the pitch. Well, that's yeah. You're enjoying your
late breakfast.
Your late breakfast, yeah.
He also came out to bat a little bit later on, Blair Tickner, and obviously the players were coming down the steps and from behind where I was sitting. I'm just sitting there minding my own business. He said, "The entertainment's here," and off he strode. He is very entertaining.
Shame Bumble's not with us today, because he has a similar story
yes,
about.
Yes, I've heard that one. Yeah.
Driven to mid-on by Balderson. There's that Chapel as well, tumbling away to his right-hand side to stop the ball.
Bumbles was with one of those very old-fashioned pink boxes, though, wasn't it? That had all the holes in. This was a solid box.
Solid, right.
But yeah, very similar story. I have heard him tell that one before. It's not nice. It's not nice at all.
2:51 for 5 is Aitchison from the Statham end. 2 slips waiting. Balderson's on 1. He's in to Balderson. Just pops again on Balderson.
We've seen a couple of those, haven't we?
From this end on a just a kind of a decent length, really. And Balderson coming down the pitch and taking a little closer look. The wicket of Luke Wells is just really it was a delivery that came from nowhere, wasn't it? That reaction off the surface.
Yeah. Shoulder of the bat, off a good length and just looped to gully.
And the previous ball before that kept a bit low on him as well. Aitchison into Balderson. Well, there's runs, and his first of the day. Might be 4 of them to that shorter boundary. It is. Punched away off the back foot, and Balderson gets up and running for the day. He moves to 5. 255 for 5 now.
Talking downstairs in the written media room, how many do you think Lancashire will get? And the range was quite big, anywhere between 330 and 430. I know which one they would prefer, obviously.
There's Aitchison around the wicket to Balderson, plays forward and defends, takes his bottom hand off the bat as it comes off the inner half and deflects out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, well, I suppose most of that depends on these two, doesn't it, really? Tom Hartley obviously can bat. They can all bat, can't they? But
yes, well...
These two are the genuine last batting pair. I mean, Bailey's batting 6, Balderson at 7, and you are into the kind of the all-rounders. Oh, that's run off an edge by Balderson down to 3rd man. He'll take him. It's 4 more down towards the 3rd man boundary. He moves to 9, 259 for 5 at the end of the over. Actually 8 coming off that with those 2 boundaries. If the second was a little streaky, he'll count for Balderson and for Lancashire. 259 for 5.
I just had the glasses on. The slip coordinate, it's not much of a coordinate, it's only 2 slips, but the first slip, and I don't recall him ever fielding there, was Blair Tickner. I know there's nothing to preclude fast bowlers from fielding in the slips, and indeed Ben Aitchison fields in the slips routinely, as he is now for Tickner. So it's been Caleb Jewell, but it's not him today.
Because yesterday it was Madsen, it was Lloyd was in there, wasn't
Lloyd in there, Jewell in there, Aitchison in there. I've never seen Blair Tickner in the slips.
Right.
I mean, he may do that back home, who knows. David Lloyd is out there, incidentally. He did go off the field yesterday, didn't he, towards the end of play with what looked like a potential hand injury, but he looks okay. Tickner is in and bowls a short delivery, too short really, to Bell, who just sways out of the way of it.
Yeah, the David Lloyd one looked a bit... At first it looked really nasty yesterday, because the reaction from the Derbyshire lads, they were kind of waving over to the dressing room to get some medical staff on. And he wasn't... It didn't look like he was moving particularly much, but then he seemed... Well, he walked off the field, didn't he? So
Yeah, he's there at backward point.
Okay.
I think. It looks like him. Tickner is in again, and Bell this time just clips it nicely off his pads out into the square leg region where Dahl does the fielding. They go through for a single. Bell moves on to 6, 260 for 5. 10 runs added this morning so far. At a reasonable rate. The field swaps around. The left-handed Balderson, one of the many, many left-handers that Lancashire have in their lineup. There always seems to be a left-hander out there. Balderson just taps his bat. Tickner is in and he's driven for 4. That's a glorious shot from Balderson. Nothing wrong with that at all, and the crowd fully appreciative, and quite right too. As it raced to the cover boundary, Harry Kane has got a fair old track to go and get that ball back, because the rope on the side where the temporary stand or the staging is put is about 30 yards in from the advertising boards, and it went all the way. Nice shot, 264 for 5.
It was a good shot, wasn't it? He's quite got his season going, hasn't George Balderson with the bat just yet. There's 150 to his name so far.
Being asked a question, is Caleb Jewell off the field? Now he's at mid-off. As in comes Tickner and bowls another short, and that'll be the second for the over, surely. It is. So Jewell is just, I'm sure that's him. They said they're so far away.
Get the old...
yeah, I've got to get the binoculars out
Yeah.
again. You see, that's Harry Kane. I can't see a 12th man. Morley is at mid-off. If he is off the field, it means they haven't got a 12th man on, because I can't see the 12th man. Tickner's in again, and that one is guided to backward point by Balderson, and there's no run. I know, I was looking at the wrong one.
There we go. The Lancashire TV viewers want to watch this as well. Go on, there he is, with his binocs. There he is.
Thank you very much. Caleb Jewell is indeed at mid-off, as I said in the first place. It's such a faff, isn't it, when you've got to take your specs off to use your binoculars, but that's definitely Caleb there. I was looking at Harry Kane, who's at cover. There's a slight change to the field now. Martin Anderson's coming across from mid-wicket to gully, where he so often fields but wasn't when Caleb Jewell took the catch yesterday. Tickner's in, balls, that one is driven to Caleb Jewell. Bounces awkwardly actually and almost hits him in the chest. And now the field, I was going to say changes again, but it was only changed for the last ball of the over, because that was it. 264 for 5, 100 overs have been bowled now, so 10 more for bonus points. And you'd thought, you'd think that Lancashire, well, at the current rate, they do well to get to 300, but they will certainly get no more than that. And it's whether Derbyshire can pick up one more wicket for a second bonus point, or indeed 4, which again seems unlikely on the way the balance of the game so far.
Yes, won't be too many bonus points acquired. There's Bell. Well, he plays that so late, I think he was half thinking about leaving it. He just deflects it off the face of the bat, steering it down towards the slips. There's no run. 264 for 5. Lancashire seemed to get themselves in a bit of a puzzle last week in the last game here against Gloucestershire, when it came to batting bonus points, as they tried to. As Aitchison comes in and bowls to Bell, it's nudged out towards the leg side for a single, up towards square leg. 265 for 5. They're in hot pursuit of another batting bonus point. They're trying to get to 400, and they kind of didn't really look like they were going at it. And all of a sudden they had a go at it, and Luke Wells was the kind of chief instigator of it, and he got out trying to hit out and get to 400. And then Lancashire in the end, Aitchison around the wicket in and balls. That's worked down Oh, it's a lovely shot actually off the pads by Balderson's, clipped away behind square on the leg side for 4. Nicely worked for 4 runs. 269 for 5. And I was chatting to Keaton Jennings after that game about it, and he said, I think we got it a bit wrong. We're trying to go for that extra batting point. In the end, they kind of sacrificed a big first innings score because they lost Wells, and it all got wrapped up pretty quickly. So they sacrificed a bigger first innings score, looking to try and get, or the possibility of getting that bigger first innings score, trying to get that extra 1 batting point. Just, I just thought it quite interesting the insight to how you go about trying to add these extra additional bonus points. That's finding a way down the leg side. It's a terrific stop by Brooke Guest. Standing work away to his right. And every point, potentially could be important, but you just wonder, come the end of the season, these extra points or 2, how much of an impact they actually have.
They don't.
Oh, right.
That's the problem with bonus points at the moment. Leicestershire would, if you had 3 points for a win and 1 for a draw.
As Aitchison from the Brian Statham end comes in and bowls. It's a lovely shot, cracked away off the back foot by Balderson. And he moves to 18, 270 for 5 now. Brings Bell back on strike. So yeah, I was chatting to Keaton about it, I mean, they got 450 in the first innings in that match against Gloucestershire, but then Gloucestershire went and got 590 in reply and declared. So you wonder whether going for that extra 1 point in hindsight. Easy game with all that, isn't it? But just an over the wicket bowls to Bell, gets in behind it and defends. No run. End of the over. That 270 for 5.
Sorry, Scott. I didn't want to make it sound like I just said it doesn't make any difference and then not justify myself.
Right.
The current table would alter slightly, so Middlesex will be 2nd and Derbyshire will be 3rd, so they'd swap, and Lancashire would be 7th and Gloucestershire would be 8th, so they'd swap. Everybody else will be the same. If it was 3 for a win and 1 for a draw, it would be 11 points to Leicestershire, 8 to Middlesex, 7 to Derbyshire, 5 to Kent and Northamptonshire. Lancashire would have 4.
Right. Okay. Oh, so this is without bonus points.
Yeah,
it's just
they'd have 4 points from 4 draws.
Got you. Right.
And at the bottom of the table would be Gloucestershire, who've had 3 draws and 2 defeats, so they'd have 3 points. That's the only difference it would make. And yet, people do obsess about bonus points, and it can alter the whole way the game turns out. I've never really understood it. Here's Blair Tickner around the wicket, bowling to Balderson, who plays that really nicely, up on his toes, down, guiding it through to the vacant 3rd man area for 4 runs. That was nicely done, because it just did bounce on him a little bit. It was another short delivery, shortish delivery. He didn't have to get up that high, actually, looking at the replay side on. He's played it nicely with only 2 slips there. It's a relatively safe shot. This ball isn't that old. Only 16 overs old overnight. So it's about 21, 22 overs old. It's not like it was a soft old ball. And now, having seen the ball flash through that area, they've brought Martin Anderson across to field at gully. Not sure it would have gone to him either. It would have gone in that gap there between Manson and Anderson. As Tickner's in again, and he goes up on his toes once more and guides the ball out to backward point where Dahl does the fielding. Balderson moves on to 23, 275 for 5.
He got 2 wickets, the new ball, didn't he, yesterday? He got Hurst and he got Wells, didn't it, when they took that second new ball?
Yeah, and the first new ball got those 2 wickets after about half an hour's play, didn't it? Just either side of 11:30 yesterday morning. Around this time, he said, hopefully. There used to be a system in the county championship, not for long, but you got 1 point for a win, no points for a draw, and -1 for a defeat. This one is turned into the leg side by Bell. Fielded again by Dahl. Bell moves on to 8. I keep looking at the overs. 276 for 5.
It's brutal, isn't it? You lose and you get deducted a point.
Yeah, Derbyshire would have been minus points for the last 2 seasons, I think.
When did it move to 16 points for a win? When was that?
That's a terrific question.
And why 16?
Well, I think part of the, it's again a good question. I think part of the problem is 8 for a draw. It went down to 5 for a season, didn't it?
Did, yeah.
To try to make teams more aggressive. As Tickner is in a short delivery to Balderson over his head. Is that one for the over? No, he doesn't tap his shoulder this time, Paul Baldwin. Referee. Sorry, it's still very close to the end of the football season. Yep. Umpire Paul Baldwin and Simon Widdop, who's standing at square leg. He's at the Statham end, Baldwin at the Anderson end.
I can't make my mind about 8 points for a draw, whether I think it's a good thing or a bad thing.
It's a lot. This next one, that's really short. That's a wide. That was so short that I don't think, as Blair Tickner acknowledges the applause of the crowd there for the wide, I don't think even if Bell had stood on Balderson's shoulders he would have reached it. Or the other way around. I don't think Balderson could stand on Bell's shoulders. I think he'd crumble. I was doing it on a height basis. So I'll have to bowl that one again. Still 2 deliveries to go in the over. As Balderson waits and turns this down to... Oh, I thought he turned it down to long leg. He actually missed it. It went through to Brooke Guest. My apologies. As that Ben Aitchison would have been interested for a moment down at long leg. The man out at square leg on the boundary is poor old David Lloyd. There's a mid-on, who must be Jack Morley. Caleb Jewell at mid-off. Harry Kame at cover, and Anuj Dal out on the backward point boundary with... It's not Aitchison down there. He's in the slips. This one, oh, that really does rear on him, and he's dealt with that magnificently, Balderson. That could have been very nasty indeed. It almost like it was off the bat handle. That's a terrific delivery. That's the kind of short ball you want to see them bowling. Oh, he's dealt with that really well. Gloves, either way, that was a really nasty bouncer from the Kiwi, and he's managed to get it to ground as quickly as possible. It was Chappell down at long leg because Aitchison was in the slips, and we're going to see a change in bowling straight away here. Anuj Dal is coming on.
There's a bit in this pitch, isn't there?
Yeah.
You know, just...
You have to really bend your back, I think, and you have to put it in the right place. I mean, the one that was wide was quick, but pointless. Whereas the next one was bang on the money. That last ball of the over was a terrific delivery, I thought, from Blair Tickner, who is going to stay at first slip. And if Caleb Jewell's damaged it doesn't look like he's damaged a hand, and he has been at short leg, which suggests that there's nothing wrong with his hand. There isn't anything wrong with his hands. He's a very good catcher. Perhaps it's because they're hoping to run through Lancashire and they don't want Caleb Jewell to have to concentrate as a first slip and then go out to open the batting. I don't know.
It's taken you by surprise, hasn't it?
It really has surprised me seeing Blair Tickner at slip, and now he's coming out of slip.
He must have heard you.
Yeah, and absolutely correctly, Ben Aitchison is going in to slip because he is a very good slipper as well. I say as well, not as well as the good slippers. I don't know if Tickner's any good or not. Never seen him there.
First bowling change of the morning. Anuj Dal coming in for Ben Aitchison. First delivery sends down, just shapes away from Bell, and doesn't really carry any good height to Brooke Guest, who has to go scuttling across first slip to take the catch. 277 for 5. And David Lloyd was struggling yesterday. He had a kind of went to field the ball, and he didn't get up. So whether it caught him somewhere, he had to leave the field. But he's out there now. It's a nice ball by Dahl, just bringing Bell forward. And just nips away into the gloves of Brooke Guest, who might be deciding to stand up here. Yes, he is. Yeah, he's just removing his cap, and now wicketkeeper placing the helmet on. He's going to crouch up right up behind the stumps here. 277 for 5. Still got the 2 slips in place. He's at first, and then quite a gap to the second slip. Darlin. Heckled away off the pads by Bell, down to fine leg for a single. And Bell moves on to 9, 278 for 5. Brings Balderson back on strike. Keeper's still going to stand up here to George Balderson. I bet there's going to be
lose a slip.
Yeah, we are.
Well, we might gain a slip or a gully. Looks like we're gaining a gully and catching mid-wicket.
Yeah, Wayne Madsen's just positioned himself at mid-wicket.
Close at gully there, isn't he?
Slip in the gully. Round the wicket to the left-hander, driven firmly to mid-off. And there's no run. 278 for 5. It's a pretty firm, dry, barren outfield with not much rain around, and it's quite a heavy tumble there on the brown patches on the outfield. Again, nice drive by Balderson, but again to mid-off. There's no addition to the score.
A bit down in front of us, I know it's the drainage, but it looks like the old school playing field when they used to, in the summer term, they used to put a running track on it and burn it in with creosote.
Yeah, it just looked like running lanes, aren't they?
Yeah.
Do a little kind of 100-metre dash. Well, dash is a bit...
I guess I won't be dashing anywhere anytime soon.
It's a bit optimistic, that, isn't it? It is for me and you, anyway. This lot out there might do it, but...
I can think of one or two who don't dash.
278 for 5. And Darl around the wicket to Balderson. That's defended. And there's no run. So just a single coming off that first over from Darl. Our first bowling change of the day. 278 for 5. Plenty of bowlers used actually. In fact, I think there was 6 used in the morning session.
Yeah, 7 in total, I think. Once Martin Anderson had a go. What's coming out now? Another helmet, by the look of it, or is it a different helmet? He's not going to swap helmets, surely. I know the helmet's come out. The helmet's going back now. Clearly a message. Nope, the helmet stays out. Hold on, Mitch. Or is that? No, that might be Nick Potts actually. He was here yesterday as well. Blad Tickner's going to continue from the Sir James Anderson end. 21 overs, 2 for 71. He's into bowl to Bell, who clips that into the leg side where it's fielded by Kame. And there's no run. These two 4 and 1 overnight. Balderson has moved from 1 to 23. For 5 fours, he's hit all the boundaries so far today. All 5 of them. So Derbyshire will be pleased he's on at the non-striker's end. As Bell just flexes his knees a couple of times, in comes Tickner and he gets that off an edge. That was off an edge, a genuine edge as well, and it's going to be hauled in before it reaches the rope by Lloyd. He flicks it to Mads and they come back for 2 before the throw comes in. He moves into double figures. Bell moves on to 11. 280 for 5. It just felt like a proper edge. But of course, there are only 2 slips now. And if the slips move further apart, the ball will go in between them. We all know how it works. As Bell waits. Tick there with that prancing run of his is in, and that's beaten him. That's squared him right up. And I'm not sure how the ball ended up where it did actually, because he's taken it down the leg side, Brooke guessed, despite the fact that it went past the off stump. It was a decent delivery. That he's just played down the wrong line. Didn't do an awful lot, did it? Just came in with the arm. Bell just misjudged the perhaps playing for a bit of movement that wasn't there. Derbyshire's over rate is interesting. +3. We didn't finish at 6 o'clock last night.
Good effort.
Here is Tickner again. That's beaten Bell once more. That is a really good delivery this time. Again, squared up the diminutive Lancashire batter. Both batters now have faced 53 deliveries. It is tough going out there.
It's a good ball, that, wasn't it?
Really nice delivery.
I just wonder whether there might just be a little extra pace on this pitch compared to the ones that we've played on here in the 3 previous games. I want just looking at the way that the slip fielders and how deep they are
dancing
compared to the previous games here.
Tickner's next delivery gets bat on ball this time, does Bell, and pushes it back towards Tickner. There is no run. 280 for 5. Pivotal moment in the game. When is it not? But it is a pivotal moment in the game. It feels that Lancashire can get up towards that 400 mark. They will be in the box seat if they aren't already. Tickner, past umpire Baldwin, bowls a short delivery that's dealt with by Bell, who pulls it in front of square and picks up his first boundary. That was a really good shot there. 284 for 5 now. It didn't get up perhaps as much as Bell was expecting looking at that side on. It was sort of chest high, wasn't it, rather than any higher than that. But he's done well there. Bell moves on to 15. And that was the final ball of the over as well. Away Madsen having a lengthy chat there with Blair Tickner, and a standby for Zach Chappell to start warming up. He's going to be at mid-on for the left-handed Balderson.
When he first kind of broke onto the scene, Zach Chappell, he was genuinely kind of really quick, wasn't he? Is that just kind of tailed off a little bit?
I mean, yes, to my knowledge, he hasn't had any back injuries, which is often the curse of the quick bowler, isn't it? And he just struggles a bit with his side, so
right, okay.
Again, fast bowlers don't like that.
And here's Dahl to Balderson, whipped away through mid-wicket by Balderson, and that is timed to perfection. That's 4 runs for Balderson, who's played some nice shots in this 27 so far, and that's right up there with them. 4 runs through mid-wicket takes Balderson on to 27. It's now 288 for 5. So creeping up towards a second batting bonus point.
Yeah, they'll get that one.
Dahl in to Balderson, driven through the offside this time. And Lloyd comes up from the point boundary to field, single for Balderson, 28 to him now, 289 for 5. Brings Bell on strike.
Not been the first 35 minutes Derbyshire were hoping for. Too many boundaries, 6, 7 of them now. They have got a second slip in place though.
Oh, that's edged by Bell, but bouncing well in front of Aitchison at first slip. Take a look at back on
did it hit Guest?
replay. Oh yeah, I think it did, didn't it?
Just hit the end of his.
It did.
The end of his gloves. It felt like there'd been some pace taken off it. I couldn't work out whether it smacked into Bell's thigh pad or not.
So the back foot pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
He has started warming up as Zach Chappell, unsurprisingly. I think you'll find. He'll take over from Blair Tickner at the Anderson end.
Comes Dahl to Bell. He's just worked that away off the front foot, just drops it into the offside. He's right on top of the bounce, getting him forward and angling it into the ground and scampering through for a quick single. He moves to 16, 290 for 5 now. And
they've done that well throughout the innings, Lancashire, haven't they? The little drop and run, because scoring hasn't been easy, and if you can pick up a bonus single like that, they might not be scoring quickly enough for everybody's liking.
Dahl to Balderson. That's defended towards mid-wicket where Wayne Madsen fields, and there's no run. End of the over with 6 coming off it, 290 for 5.
It was either that or asking you whether he was pushed or jumped. If you weren't with us yesterday, I was going to say you can go back and listen, but you can't, so we've got away with it scot-free. There isn't going to be a change of bowling, actually. Blair Tickner's going to continue for the time being. Perhaps he's given Zach Chappell advanced warning of a change. But you're right. Brooke Guest is standing further back today than he was yesterday.
And I think compared to the 3 previous home games here as well, the slips and the keeper look further back than they have done. They were creeping pretty close on the first 3 games because nothing was carrying them. There's no real pace in the pitch. And maybe this one just offering a little bit more.
Good. Here is Tickner, whose first delivery is pushed by Bell into the offside. Harry Kane does the fielding and then gives the ball to Caleb Jewell, who finds himself at mid-off. He seems to have swapped with Morley, who's gone to mid-on. Martin Anderson at mid-wicket. They're finding themselves in some strange positions here, the Derbyshire fielders. It's really confusing me.
It is. It's blowing your mind, this, isn't it?
Yeah. I know there's Dals at deep backward square leg.
What's he doing there?
No idea. Tickner in and bowls, and that one is clipped up towards Morley by Bell, who moves on to 17 without single. 291 for 5, I beg your pardon. And now we're going to have a short something because Jewell has removed his sunglasses and Brooke Guest is moving towards him with the helmet.
It reminds me of the wonderful Phoebe Graham, the Lancashire women's player, when she was on commentary with us last year. Someone was putting the helmet on and going into a catching position, and she said, someone's going in at short, silly something under the helmet.
I wasn't sure which side of the pitch he was going to field. Ben Aitchison has left the field temporarily to bring Caleb Jewell's protection on for him. And Ben Aitchison, rather than being at slip, is going to field at very, very, well, he's a long stop. There's no 2 ways about it. He is a long stop. Very, 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 very fine third man, but he's a long stop. We have seen Derbyshire employ these tactics on a number of occasions this season. Right. They never work. It's a short delivery, ducked underneath by Balderson.
It's always worth trying, though.
Yeah. Martin Anderson has fielded. He fielded there, I remember, at Leicester in the 2nd game. That didn't work. And it happened on day 2 at Glamorgan, but I wasn't there, but I did get a message to say it was happening, and I don't think that worked either. Billy Godleman tried it a few years ago against Glamorgan, spectacularly badly. It comes, Tickner bowls a short delivery, and he ducks underneath it again, Balderson, and lets it go through to Brooke Guest. Of course, it all really needs the batsman to join in as well. If the batter doesn't join in, then it's almost entirely pointless and a waste of energy. If he's just going to keep ducking underneath them. What Derbyshire need is for Balderson to take it on. But at the moment he's showing no real inclination to do so. See if he does this time. It's a short leg that Jewell went in at. This one is a length ball, and it's away down to 3rd man for 4 runs off an edge. The fielders are so spread apart that they've got Anderson fielding almost at 4th slip, and he's the only slip there. Then they've got a backward pointing Anuj Dal, and the ball went in between the pair of them. And of course the 3rd man was so fine, Ben Aitchison, that he couldn't get around, and it's the 50 partnership between these two, Balderson and Bell. Of, I think, 105 balls. Is that what it said? Yeah, that's what it says on the board. Look, I didn't have to work it out from a computer because it already said it on the board. 295 for 5. Tickner in short. Balderson ducks underneath it. And another over. Passes without major incident. apart from the boundary. 295 for 5, 4 overs to get 5 runs. Surely they'll do that. Can Derbyshire pick up a second bowling bonus point? It's very rare that teams don't get more than 1 bowling bonus point in the county championship, in my experience. But as I said earlier, they're a waste of time anyway.
Yes, you talk yourself completely out of it.
Yeah, well, no, I don't like them. I don't like them. I don't like them, and I don't like the fact that it says +3 on the board. That shouldn't be there. It should be up to the captain to work it out, and then because they could go slow now. And
I see.
There's no real penalty, is there? Because they could grind it to a halt.
We don't want the overrate on the board.
No.
Right.
No. You can tell them by all means, but when it's there, it's a constant reminder that you can basically mess around.
Slow it down.
Yeah, mess about, can't you?
And who's Dahl into George Bell. Front foot defensive push. And there's no run, but I think they are on pretty much every scoreboard.
Oh, yes, they are. No, they're always there. No, they are always there. No, it wasn't a criticism of the board here. It was just
in general,
criticism of it being on scoreboards up and down the country.
Chappell's definitely due soon, isn't he?
It'll be next over, I'm predicting. Like I did last over.
Dahl in again to Bell. Just nips away from Bell. Ben Aitchison at first slip. Runs his fingers across his face. Is that,
through his lustrous hair.
Yes, lovely hair. Good reactions from the slip fielders.
I think Ben's just delighted to be out there.
I bet, yeah. Did he enjoy chatting last night?
Yes, he said there were times when he didn't think he would get back out there.
Dahl in to Bell. Again playing forward. The ball slides past the edge of the bat. Through to Brooke Guest.
And he also said his first wicket, which was the one caught down the leg side, wasn't it, yesterday morning? He said it was a bit lucky, to be fair. He said, but given the time that I've had with injuries, he said, I thought I probably deserved a bit of luck.
I think that's fair. I'm not sure anyone would begrudge him that.
No.
Yeah, it was the Josh Barnum wicket, wasn't it? Into Bell. Again, Bell playing. And ball sliding on past the edge of the bat.
He'll hit one in a minute. There's been 3 really good deliveries from Anish Dahl at the start of this over.
Just probing away.
He's one of those bowlers who, if he's on, he's very, very dangerous, and he's just edging towards being dangerous at the moment.
Oh, he's found a good length there, hasn't he, to Bell? 17, George Bell. Dahl in again, balls, Bell defending. Guides the ball away to cover. And there's no run.
I haven't seen clouds for a while. It's nice to see the odd cloud in there. It was completely overcast first thing this morning.
It was.
And a little bit chilly. Nearly put long trousers on.
I'm not sure if I've ever seen you in long trousers, actually.
No, I'm not as hardy as some.
Dahl in to Bell. That's defended calmly up towards Chappell, who is, if he's not due on now, he's not far away. He's been warming up for some time. It's the end of the over. 295 for 5. Balderson on 32. Bell on 17.
Yeah, there's no purpose in the Tickner walk there, so I think we can safely say as he removes his sweater, we're going to see Zach Chappell. Mitch Wagstaff's coming on to replace Martin Anderson. So he is still here on 12th man duties along with Nick Potts, who's just removing the fielding helmet for the time being. I could say Zach Chappell wicketless, so Anish Dahl. Only 5 wickets have fallen, and 2 have gone to Tickner and 3 have gone to Aitchison. So Chappell bowled 17 overs yesterday for 44. Beat the bat a couple of times, but it wasn't like it was going past the edge on a regular basis. We're hoping for a bit more good fortune this morning, and Derbyshire heading towards, 45 minutes in. As I said on a number of occasions yesterday, they could really do with a wicket here. The score edges towards 300. Around the wicket, Chappell, and that one is clipped out towards square leg by Balderson for a single to get the over underway. 296 for 5. Balderson moves on to 33.
There's something elsewhere where everyone's on the way on time across the 2 divisions. Kent have done well, haven't they? Because they were in
a lot of trouble. There was some remarkable batting. Was it Stewart? Has he gone?
Yeah, 182
off. 189 balls. Yeah, he absolutely went berserk yesterday. Griff mentioned that to me last night. As Chappell is in, and that one is driven for 4. Backward of square on the offside. Nice shot. Knew exactly where it was going, George Bell. And there is the 300 for Lancashire and the second batting bonus point, much to the delight of the Old Trafford crowd.
Well, they'd be hoping that the hard work of last night of sticking at it and getting through it and making sure that they were there tomorrow for the 2 Georges here will be paying off. And they've brought up a 50 partnership. Bell's kind of got himself going a little bit here. Balderson has gone on to 33. So for these 2, encouraging signs.
Bell waits, and this one is defended back to Zach Chappell. Yeah, well, yes, Bell 33 balls for his 4 last night, and Balderson 27 balls for his 1. So the thick end of 10 overs between them for 5 runs. And you could see what they were. We said it, didn't we? You could see what they were doing. And now they are starting to cash in with 52 runs to their end. There's a stifled appeal, more out of hope than expectation, from the Derbyshire slip cord there as the ball thuds into Bell's pad.
Just back to that Kent score, then 414 for 8, having been 74 for 5 and 140 for 6.
Yeah, that's a good recovery.
Up against Gloucestershire this week.
Gloucestershire are struggling a bit, aren't they? Chappell in, that one is driven, and that might go for 4 as well. Straight away, there's a chase on around the boundary for David Lloyd, and he won't get there. And Bell gets another boundary. That one was just a very ordinary delivery outside off stump, really. Bell moves to 25, 304 for 5. You just watch this, it's easy, isn't it? Nice height, driven away, and 3 fielders in pursuit at one point, but none of them really ever looked like getting there. And the score moves up again. It's moving up in increments of 4. They've got 10 boundaries so far this morning.
A lot of boundaries, haven't they? It's 10, sorry. 10.
Yeah, well, neither of them had any.
Of course, yeah, 7 and 3.
That's what makes it so easy.
Yeah, it's helpful, isn't it?
Chappell in and bowls. That one is driven straight just to the onside of the stumps at the non-strikers end. Everybody thought I was being really clever.
Yeah, I thought you were. I was quite impressed then.
No, and it's on the board. 7 and 3. Yeah. I could do 7 and 3 as well.
I can just about manage that, I think.
It's the only one I can do. I'm going to make way now for a man who looks like he's heading for the gym any moment now. It's Stephen Schemmel coming my place.
Cheers, Fletch. Middlesex 232 all out in their first innings against Leicestershire, who were 63 for 2 in reply at Lord's. And Glamorgan 143 for 3, replying to Northamptonshire's 185 all out, and the other Division 2 scores. You can find all the scores and the live text commentary via the BBC Sport website and app. So it's Anus Dahl from around the wicket to George Balderson, who drives to mid-on in Chapel Fields, and there's no run. So I mentioned at the top of the programme it would be me and Dave keeping you company on day 2 with the possibility of an extra voice or 2, and Stephen Schemmel from the BBC Sport website is with us. Good morning.
I have been to a gym this morning.
Oh,
a gym.
Don't rub it in.
Not the gym, a gym.
Right.
I'll tell you what.
There's Dahl. He's into Balderson. Speared away down the leg side. Brooke Guest as well to get some kind of glove on that. He's been worked a little bit this morning as Brooke Guest. Well, he does stop it from going for byes. 304 for 5 it remains.
Toddlers gymnastics. I was there 9 AM.
Toddlers gymnastics.
With my daughter.
Excellent work. And do you participate in this? Darley's into Balderson, forward in defence, and there's no run.
Mercifully, not.
Right, just watching.
It's a sitting and having a coffee sort of set up at 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning. Very busy in our house. Son has to be there by 8:30 for his gymnastics. Get home, get my daughter, go back for the 9 o'clock session. It's all happening.
That's quite a busy Saturday morning,
It
isn't it? Yeah. It's a lot of pressure, a lot of time deadlines to meet with that. Dahl in to Balderson. He wants a single hit. Bell agrees as he runs that through point for 1 and moves on to 34. Lancashire now 305 for 5.
It's busy if you're trying to get to Old Trafford for 11 o'clock, which I failed to do.
Yes. Well, are you here if you're here tomorrow, you need to be careful because there's a lot of road closures tomorrow.
Heard these rumours.
Yeah. Do you know about this, Dave? Yeah. Okay. Road closures around Emirates Old Trafford tomorrow. And Dahl is in and bowls to Bell. That's left. And through to Brooke Guest, and there's no run. 305 for 5.
But I was still here in time to see Blair Tickner again bowl with a bit of fire and brimstone. I thought he was excellent yesterday and again today. And yeah, he's got 2 for 82. I'd say he's bowled better than that.
Final ball of the over. Dahl in to Bell. That beats him. He's been probing away in and around off a good length to Bell, just outside off stump, and has got that ball again to nip away past the edge of the bat and through to Brooke Guest. End of the over. 305 for 5 after 109 overs. There's 1 over left. Lancashire have got to the second batting bonus point. Can Derbyshire pick up any more bowling bonus points? Well, 6 deliveries to do it. Yeah, I agree. I thought he did bowl well yesterday. And it was a good fiery spell, wasn't it, this morning?
Yeah, and you know he's bowled with hostility, pace. You looked how far Brooke Guest and the slips were standing back at one point this morning, hitting the gloves really hard. And Zach Chappell's taken over. He's bowling from the Anderson end, and it could be a catch. No, it's just driven straight back past the bowler by Balderson. It's one of those where it just hung in the air for a moment, and if Chappell, you thought, is he just going to stick a left hand out? But it's too far out of his reach. Just rolls up towards the screens for 4, 309 for 5, and Balderson's got 38.
Yeah, just for a second, wasn't it? He's a big lad, Chappell.
No, it's quite far out of the way.
Yeah.
It was more likely to hit Bell than it was to nestle in a paw of Chappell's. 2 slips. Was a fielder back at deep point and at deep square legs. Chappell bowls round the wicket to the left-hander, and that's guided down towards deep third man. That'll be 4 more. 313 for 5. Boundaries off each of the first 2 deliveries of this Chappell over.
Yeah, and there's been a flurry, haven't they, inside the first 55 minutes. And because Dave Fletcher very rightly pointed out the fact that neither have got a boundary overnight, you can quickly tottle them up because Balderson's now got 9 fours and Bell's got 3 this morning. So, yeah, there's been a flurry of boundaries scored by Lancashire in this first 55 minutes.
Platform laid, wasn't it, yesterday? Chappell's in and bowls. Another drive. This time it's gone past extra cover. It might be 4 more. It will. Boundary rope is not all the way out there towards the point. It's been brought in quite some distance. There's a fielder at shortish extra cover and a deep point. Neither of them cutting it off. 317 for 5. Balderson has 12 from the first 3 deliveries of the over.
I think I agree. I think the way that they battered yesterday, especially these 2 towards the back end of yesterday, it was very much kind of with this morning in mind and batting today in mind.
Balderson on 46 as Chappell bowls. Now there's a fielder behind square on the offside. Just dabbed by Balderson is Madsen, who's moving around to his left to ensure it was just a single. And Balderson's on to 47, 318 for 5. I thought the batting display yesterday was Lancashire batting like a team who knew they needed to dig themselves out of a bit of trouble. Now Bell's on strike. 2 slips again. That's on the pads from Chappell, and it's turned out towards Anuj Dell at deep square leg. His sun hat flies off as he does the fielding, moving around to his left. They scamper back for 2, so that's 15 off the over, 320 for 5.
Yeah, because of what had happened last Sunday in particular at Northamptonshire, and what then happened through the course of the week. At 11 for 2 yesterday, it could have unfolded and got a bit messy.
Chappell to complete this expensive over. Bouncer over the head of Bell. Left alone as it goes through to the white gloves of Brooke Guest. 320 for 5, and that is the 110 overs completed. Balderson 47, Bell 27.
And they've scored as many. They've scored now more runs in this first hour this morning than they did in the morning session yesterday. So they have been free scoring this morning.
It was interesting, wasn't it, yesterday morning, because there was something in the pitch, and obviously Derbyshire won the toss and chose to field in perfect actual overhead conditions. It was a hot day, blue sky. You looked to the surface and you wondered if that had been made to order for a certain Jay Anderson. It did do plenty.
Yep.
But Lancashire really did knuckle down.
Yeah, maybe an element of that from Derbyshire, perhaps. Batting first when the opposition has Jimmy Anderson in their squad for the first time. That's the end of the 110 overs. As Dahl is in, and that's a thick edge by Balderson down towards third man for 4 more. And that's going to bring him a 50. It is his second of the season for George Balderson, and his rewards for his hard work last night in getting through it last night have paid off this morning as he gets to a half century. 51 not out, 324 for 5.
Coming quickly now, aren't they? Real chance for Lancashire to kick on. Derbyshire have been out there for a long time. Would have wanted early breakthroughs, haven't come. It's a chance for Lancashire really to kick on.
There's Dahl around the wicket with the keeper standing up, bowls and plays forward and defends Balderson. And there's no run. Well, it's interesting what, until as ever, you see both sides bat, but 250 for 5 overnight looked pretty solid, and it felt reasonably even. Maybe Lancashire shading it because Derbyshire wanted to bowl first and Lancs running 5 down overnight. As Dahl's back into Balderson. As defended, there's no run. But the longer this goes on now, and the positive start to this first hour and this second day, makes 250 for 5 overnight look even better. And with first innings runs on the board and on the pitch, which still is offering a little something here for the Seamers. Pushing themselves into a stronger position. Defended again by Balderson. Out towards Jack Morley. He's at cover, and there is no run. 324 for 5. As we head towards the conclusion of the first hour of this second day. On the BBC Sport website and app, BBC Sounds, and across Lancs TV. As Anuj Dahl sets off again into Balderson off the front foot and defending off the inner half of the bat. Just bounces out towards the Derbyshire skipper Wayne Madsen, who's at mid wicket. There's no run. Well, 4 off that, the first ball of the over. That thick edge down to third man to bring Balderson his 50, and then 4 dot balls since. This is the final delivery of the over. Dahl in to Balderson. Tries to turn it out towards the leg side, hoping to try and find a gap to the left of Madsen at mid-wicket, but he's quickly across the ground. He's Wayne Madsen. Denies the chance of another run. There's Balderson's highlights on Lancs TV being played here. He had to fight it out last night, but it's this morning really where he's cashed in. He was 1 not out overnight and has hit 11 boundaries through the course of this first hour of play. And the last one, he managed to find a pretty thick edge down to third man, bringing him his second half century of the season. And his partnership with George Bell, having got past 50, continues to build nicely here for Lancashire. These two have added 80 runs now, 324 for 5.
Feels strange being here without the temporary stand.
It looks like it's just lacking a key element to the ground.
I mean, my take on this temporary stand is it feels semi-permanent. So when it's not here, it does feel odd.
Can't be too far away from it being from the construction work beginning.
Yeah, major matches coming up here.
Yeah,
over the summer.
The party stand.
Yeah,
I think it's still called the party stand.
Chappell's going to start a new over. He's got his shirt untucked. He's bowling to the right-handed Bell, who just flexes at the knee as the two slips go down. It's a full delivery, and Bell defends from the crease. Ball trickling up to the fielder at short mid-wicket. It's another lovely day. Sun shining, not quite as warm as it was yesterday. Yesterday was rocket hot. At one point I went out to sit in front of the older hotel in the stand. I had a few friends here. Half an hour, 45 minutes, had to come back inside.
Too much.
So warm. Chappell pumps his arms and bowls to Bell. It's another full delivery. It's pushed towards mid-off, going for a single. Throw comes at the non-striker's end and misses. Bell was okay anyway. 325 for 5. But this morning, it's a little bit more overcast in the northwest. Clouds have parted now, though. Mainly blue sky, just some fluffy white clouds overhead. Decent breeze as well. The flags on top of the pavilion opposite, well, they're standing at a right angle pretty much to their poles.
That's the Derbyshire flag, I think, isn't it? Flying high, top of the media centre.
Indeed it is. So yeah, whereas yesterday was really, really warm, it's pleasant today.
That breeze just taking a little bit of the heat out of it.
And again, when I woke up this morning and saw the clouds, sort of knowing the pitch is what it'd been like, I thought, what sort of bowling day it's going to be today? Right at the moment, looks ideal for batting. Field's change for Balderson, new plan, short leg in place, two fielders sort of in the ring behind square on the offside, and a very fine third man. So Chappell's plan, you think, is to go short. That's back of a length, really, that Balderson pushes into the offside to backward point. Dahl does the fielding, no run, 325 for 5. Deep square leg and a squarish long leg back on the boundary. It's quite short, that leg side boundary to the left-handed Balderson towards the new hotel. But no prizes for guessing what Chappell's plan will be, and that is a bouncer, and Balderson's not interested, ducks underneath. Called no ball, in fact. $327 for 5. There's a bit of bemusement out there as to why that was called no ball. In fact, it was because there was 3 fielders behind square on the leg side. I hadn't spotted a fine leg as well, and that deep square leg had just meandered behind square on the leg side. You don't see that very often in professional cricket as Chappell bowls. Again, it's a bouncer and Balderson ducks underneath it. It's the sort of thing you might catch on a Sunday afternoon, a team being no-balled of having 3 men behind square on the leg side. Not in the county championship. So we've got a fine leg, a long leg, a deep square leg, a short leg, and a man lurking at mid-wicket. 5 fielders on the leg side as Chappell bowls. It's short and Balderson just gets up on his toes and rides the bounce, and there's no run.
Ben Aitchison, who's a fine... Well, he's almost directly behind the wicketkeeper, isn't he? Down this on this boundary down here. The finest of third men. So it's a slightly unusual looking position, but then you've got your deep square leg and the fine leg, and then a couple of short catches on the leg side. So Balderson knows that there's going to be some short stuff here.
Chappell bowls to Balderson. Again, it's a bounce from Balderson, gets underneath it. Been hostility all the way, really, from the James Anderson end this morning. First Tickner, now Chappell. End of the over, 327 for 5. Balderson 51, Bell 28. Lancashire haven't lost a wicket this morning.
They got one that really reared up to him this morning from Tickner. Which
he played, wasn't it?
He was, yeah, and he played it really well. But that, I wonder whether that just kind of starts the mind going for Wayne Manson for Derbyshire to think that's not the worst ploy. There's a little bit of juice in the pitch here to try and stick with that plan, just maybe at least for the time being, where the bowlers are quite fresh.
On your fine third man, I think Ben Stokes has brought that back into fashion. Something you very often see the England Test team employ. Stokes, he's never shy in going to that plan, the short ball plan, men back on the leg side. And could you call it a fly slip? You used to call it long stop, didn't they? The fielder that was behind the wicketkeeper. It's almost that. But it's something that's come back into the game.
We see Jack Morley, he's going to come back into the game with his left arm spin. It's a change of pace. It's been a combination of Ben Aitchison and Anuj Dal so far from the Brian Statham end. Jack Morley's left arm spin for the first time today. Bowled 15 overs yesterday, 1 for 33. And he's got George Bell on strike. There's partnership worth 83 between Bell and Balderson. There's a slip in place, and Morley in the sunshine comes twirling in and bowls. Oh, it's a full toss, which Bell misses out on, really. He's trying to help it around the corner, but Zach Chappell's at short, fine leg.
I thought he was a bit under-bowled yesterday, Jack Morley.
Bowled nicely, didn't he? With a great deal of assistance. Maybe you wouldn't expect too much on the first day, as Bell's off the back foot and nudges away through square leg for a single. Takes him to 29, 328 for 5. He's got Balderson on strike now. Left hand, right hand combination here for Lancashire. So back with the left-hander George Balderson. It's a slip in place, short third, deep point, deep backward square leg, short mid wicket, cover mid off, mid on. Morley in flat to begin with for Balderson. Bowled quite flat and quick to Wells yesterday, did Jack Morley. It's defended to Harry Kane, but cover no run. 3-2-8 for 5. Morley over the wicket. Balderson playing forward and takes a single. Works the ball through point. Moves on to 52 not out. 329 for 5. Bringing the other George on strike, Bell. Morley from around the wicket in again and balls to Bell. Forward and defends. Scooped up by Jack Morley off his own bowling. And there's no run. Pulls his sleeves up beyond his elbow again, clutching the ball towards his chest and his arms flaying around as he's in and bowling now to Bell. There's a stifled appeal as that's just nudged away down towards short fine. No bat on it, just deflecting away off the pad. Bell stays on 29, but the score moves on to 330 for 5, and the first over from the left arm spinner is concluded. Lancashire advancing on to 330 for 5 with 50 minutes of the morning. It's been a good morning session so far for Bell and Balderson, and for Lancashire, Derbyshire still searching for their first breakthrough.
Was the case just more opportunities at Derbyshire for Jack Morley? Is that why the move came about?
Yeah. With Tom Hartley ahead of him.
And Nathan Lyon was here last year, wasn't he?
And Nathan Lyon, he actually would have worked a little bit at the start of last season with Lyon. I can't remember when the move to Derbyshire came on loan last season.
Chappell starts a new over from the far end, and Bell defends from the crease. It's more conventional stuff to Bell from Chappell. 2 slips, sweeper either side. I wonder if we'll see the chin music again when the left-handed Balderson's on strike.
But yeah, he would have had a chance, Jack Morley, to work with Nathan Lyon last winter on their kind of pre-season tours and during the course of pre-season as well.
Chappell turns with the pavilion behind him, pumps his arm towards us and to Bell, and again, defending from the crease, on the walk slightly. It's become a relatively well-trodden path, hasn't it, in recent years, the Lancashire to Derbyshire route?
Yeah, well, there's a couple in this team, aren't there? Yeah, Brooke Guest and Jack Morley. Lewis Rees, who's injured, hamstring injury. He's another one that's made that journey. There's quite a few over there, isn't there? Yeah. Aitchison as well.
Chappell bowls, lovely drive from Bell through the covers. That'll be 4. There's a fielder relatively close at short extra cover, diving to his right. But Bell just transferred his weight really nicely into the shot. 334 for 5.
Well, that felt good for Bell. He's got to start here, hasn't he? He's played the previous 2 games, and he's had the task of opening the batting when he's never done that before. Might feel life a little more comfortable batting at 6, and he's got a great chance here. He's best score of the summer.
Chappell's got his shadow behind him as he bowls to Bell. That's full once more. Edge down towards deep third man. That'll be another 4. Bell just, I think I'm probably being a bit unkind actually to say that was an edge. I think it was more of an open face. But Chappell again looking for a full length against Bell. And that slid away to a relatively short boundary. 338 for 5. Talk about Bell opening the batting and then being down at number 6. They're the vogue, aren't they, at the moment, batting rejigs, when you see what Somerset were up to yesterday.
What did they do?
Lewis Gregory and Josh Davey opened the batting for Somerset yesterday. Right. Chappell bowls to Bell. It's defended on the front foot. They were opening the batting at Taunton against Sussex, so Archie Vaughan slid down the order. He's been opening. I noticed Vaughan ended up, he got 80 batting at number 7. They've just been bowled out. He was on course for his maiden first-class 100, Archie Vaughan. I think it was a little bit of clatter of wickets this morning. I think it took everyone by surprise when it was Gregory and Davey marching down the pavilion steps yesterday morning.
What's that about?
338 for 5 as Chappell bowls, and Bell just leans on a fullish delivery out towards deep point. The front foot push, 339 for 5.
I shall leave you and bring Dave back in, but George Bell, having got to 34, reached 1,000 first-class runs.
Cheers, Scott. 114 overs gone then. Lancashire at Old Trafford, 339 for 5. Asked to bat by Derbyshire yesterday morning. Keaton Jennings 2, Bohannon 3. Marcus Harris and Luke Wells added 103 for the 3rd wicket. Harris 45. Matty Hurst 51. That was another century partnership between Hurst and Wells. And Wells, brilliant really for his 141. When Wells was out, that was 244 for 5 late last evening. He thought, game in the balance maybe. But since then, Bell 38 not out, Balderson 52. Lancashire 339 as Jack Morley starts a new over. It's another full toss, and that's swept for 4 by Bell. He hasn't started too well actually, Jack Morley. Both of his overs this morning have begun with full tosses drifting down the leg side. Bell missed out in the previous over, not this time. 343 for 5.
Stephen, how are you?
I'm very well.
Good.
I'm very pleased to see you.
Boy, am I pleased to see you. It gives everybody a break.
Not from me.
No, I didn't want a break from you. I just wanted a break.
Morley throws out his arms, bowling left arm round the wicket. This one's pushed into the offside. A tall figure of Tickner does the fielding at shortish cover.
We're on the brink of the 3rd century stand of the innings. This is worth 99 now.
Morley's got 18 on his back. It's just dabbed behind square on the offside, past point, and that will be the century stand. Bell single, and Lancashire going to 344.5. Listen to that applause. There's some spectators, and I suspect most of them are sitting in front of the pavilion, will know. You're all very well aware of what's been going on for Lancashire over the past couple of weeks. Very appreciative of their team's efforts over this first day and a bit at Old Trafford.
Yes.
Morley's back over the wicket to left-handed Balderson, slip in place. That's played with the spin up towards mid-on. Aitchison does the fielding, there's no run.
A terrifying prospect before this game had even started. Lancashire, they're the worst team in the country. Jimmy Anderson's playing. Oh no.
Morley bowls and Balderson crabs across his stumps and defends back to the bowler.
And we've got what we expected. Been rattling along today.
Morley waits, throws out his arms and skips into Balderson, who turns the ball again to Tickner, this time at short mid-wicket for the left-hander. And there's no run. End of the over, 344 for 5. Dave, has there been any, I don't know, rumination on that decision at the toss yesterday, or?
Well, we've talked about it a lot between us. I think that the Anderson factor has clearly preyed on their minds. Do you want to face Jimmy Anderson in his first game back?
You have to face him at some point.
Well, yes, and I think now they probably wish they'd faced him yesterday rather than today. They haven't bowled particularly well today. They certainly haven't bowled as well as they bowled yesterday. I thought they bowled okay yesterday. Kept the run rate down at 2.6. Ben Aitchison, who's coming back now for the first time from the Anderson end, hasn't played any first team cricket before yesterday since July 2023 because of injury. I mean, it's just great to see him playing again. For him to pick up 3 wickets, 3 for 51 yesterday, he's currently on 3 for 66, was great. Absolutely brilliant, and really pleased for him. But they miss Lewis Rees, leading wicket taker. Bats, obviously.
Well, I've been keen to ask you about another injured player as well. Bet you know who it is as well.
Is he tall?
He
Here's Aitchison bowling to Bell, who clips that one nicely to backward square leg. They're looking back for the second here, and the throw from Chappell, one that overshoots Brooke Guest by some considerable distance. And he's not the smallest wicketkeeper, Brooke Guest. 2 more to Bell. He moves on to 45.
Yeah, what's the situation with Harry Moore?
He's bowling again. He bowled, I mean, he may well be here at some point during this match. He went down to Glamorgan and bowled out in the middle. So he's clearly on his way back. We spoke to him when he sort of did the injury. He bowled 6 or 7 overs in a pre-season game, and then he didn't come out after that, and he was walking around the boundary. As Aitchison's next delivery is guided down into the sort of gully region along the floor. And the score moves on to 347 for 5. So he's on his way back. I don't know how much T20 cricket he'll play. And then, of course, there are the 2 championship matches in the middle, aren't they? Derbyshire have got a game at Chesterfield against Lancashire in there. So hopefully we might see him then. It's a real shame because there's a lot of chat about him, isn't there? He is quick. He played really nicely in the One Day Cup last season, had a couple of championship matches at the end of the season as well. He's just so young. So Aitchison bowls, and that one is defended by Balderson up towards Kame at mid-off. But yes, they have exceptionally high hopes for him, clearly. And quite right too, because he looks like the real deal. He played Somerset in a One Day Cup match last year, and he bowled really nicely, but then showed the presence of mind to come out and help Anuj Dal get them over the line in a victory down at Taunton. And it was just another day, an ordinary day for him. This next delivery is driven. Is that going to beat the man at mid-on? It is, and that's going to be 4 more runs to Balderson. His 12th boundary out towards a very straight mid-on. Dear oh dear, the 350's up for Lancashire. Derbyshire need to do something quickly here if they're not to be batted completely out of this game, if they haven't already been. He came, of course he was only 16, so we weren't allowed to speak to him without permission, quite rightly. And so the Derbyshire media boy said, "Oh, we'll send Anuj Dal down." And as Anuj Dal came down the steps, who did he have in tow? But Harry Moore. I said, "Harry, I'm not allowed to speak to you." "No, it'd be all right." I said, No, I'm not allowed. You're too young. Go back to school." This next delivery is cut away, this time out to backward point. But it's fielded by, that's Nick Potts out there as a 12th man. 352 for 5. He was doing his exams last week.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was doing his A-levels last week. He was at Repton, of course.
Well, I know how highly he's rated in the sort of England pathway. And last autumn time, I saw him bowling down at Loughborough. I can't remember exactly. Was he in the Lions or the under-19s? I can't remember which squad he went with.
Oh, that one has beaten the edge of Bell's bat. That hasn't happened too many times. It goes through to Brooke Guest, end of the over, 352 for 5.
Whichever tour he was preparing for, and I think both.
He went to South Africa, didn't he, with the 19s?
Yeah, both squads, the 19s and the Lions, were in South Africa at the same time, and they were all training in Loughborough beforehand. You know, one of the big tents where we could train outside, out of season, and there was so much excitement around him then through some of the coaches, particularly, and I wouldn't, if he is fit. There's a Lions tour to Australia later on this year. When the senior squad are obviously there for the Ashes, the Lions will be there shadowing the senior squad. The senior team are going to play the Lions as their Ashes warm-up game in Perth.
Right.
Harry Moore's obviously got a 100 deal as well with Birmingham Phoenix.
Yes.
Morley starts a new over, and he's defending his Balderson into the offside.
And not a rock bottom one either. He's a 40-yard count.
No, and what I would say about Harry Moore, and actually what feels like a growing pool of really young talent in the game at the moment, as Morley bowls and Balderson drives a full delivery out towards deep cover. Fielder in front of the new hotel, 353 for 5. You look at what Archie Vaughan's done today. Rocky Flintoff here, Farhan Ahmed, the Rue brothers.
The future's bright.
There's a very good generation of cricketers coming to, and I'm sure I've missed up. Sonny Baker is another one.
Yes.
Morley bowls. That's defended by Bell, who's on 46.
Too early with the golden generation, are we?
I almost said that, and I thought I'll leave that for now.
I could hear it hanging in the air.
Jacob Bethel, I guess, is a couple of years older than some of those players. Morley bowls, and it's turned around the corner to short mid-wicket by Bell. No run, 353 for 5. Is it Kai Smith at Warwickshire, the wicketkeeper, just broken into their team there? England have already got their eye on him as well. Morley bowls, it's defended by Bell off the back foot, and actually the England team as it is has regenerated actually in the past few years. You think that some of the players that have been moved on, no more than Jimmy Anderson, obviously. So there is a younger generation playing international cricket already. There's a generation below that coming through. Josh Hull, another one, swept by Bell. It's well stopped actually by Anderson at short fine leg on the 45, because that would have gone for 4 had he not got a hand on that. And they just ran a single. 117 overs gone, 354 for 5. But certainly Harry Moore is right in the mix, and the potential and the excitement that is around him. He's a player to watch for the next number of years.
Well, obviously, you speak to Mickey Arthur about him, and he's saying that he had never seen a 16-year-old as good, which is pretty high praise from a coach who's coached 4 different international sides. And cricket, as you know, Stefan, is a very small community, so word soon gets back that, well, Freddie likes him.
Yep.
Freddie really likes him. So, you hear all these whispers, don't you, whether you're there or whether you're not. And, yes, high hopes that he will become Derbyshire's first England producer. England product since Dominic Cork. It's been a while, shall we say. We can't quite claim Pat Brown as this next first ball of a new over from Ben Aitchison is pushed out into the offside. There's no run by Bell.
So, I mean, it's obviously, I don't know, pertinent to mention Dominic Cork when Derbyshire are playing Lancashire.
Indeed.
And at Old Trafford. Yeah. This is where he took his test hat-trick.
Yeah.
But I am also a man of Stoke-on-Trent.
As is Dom.
Yeah, so...
Yeah. Yes, we still see him regularly as this next delivery from Aitchison's turned nicely into the leg side off his pads by Bell. He's going to get a couple here. Aitchison immediately says, well, why isn't there a fielder there? Well, you can't have them everywhere. And Lancashire move on to 356 for 5. Bell on to 49 of 99 deliveries. And will not want to miss out on this first landmark. Half as many boundaries as Balderson, just the 6 compared to Balderson's 12, but no less important innings in the context. 112 the partnership as Aitchison bowls to Bell, who defends it into the onside, and there's no run. And it would be nice for me, because it's all about me ultimately, Stefan, as you know. Derbyshire have brought bowlers into the side. For the last 10 years while I've been covering Derbyshire, bowlers have come into the side and been moved on or just drifted out of the game. And Moore looks like, I mean, he may well move on. I did say something to him when he signed his contract, actually, as Aitchison bowls. Bell's going to go through for the single that will take him to his half century. There is a shy at the stumps at the end to which Balderson was running, but Bell gets to his half century. 101 deliveries with 6 fours. He's batted really nicely. 142 minutes as well. And he has helped add 113 so far in the 3rd century stand of the innings. As Lancashire move on to 357 for 5. I said, Harry, you're going to play for England one day, and you're almost certainly going to move from Derbyshire. But whatever you do, don't go to Trent Bridge. Here's Aitchison bowling, and that one is pushed out into the offside. That would be the absolute killer for me. I'd rather see him go to Edgbaston. That's how much I feel about him not going to Trent Bridge. I mean, he will move on. I don't think there's much doubt. He will have a very long and successful career, injury permitting, of course. And this isn't the serious injury that he's got at the moment, which is the good news, as Aitchison bowls a short delivery to Balderson, who ducks underneath it. They didn't have a long stop, which was surprising. Perhaps they're reserving that for Ben Aitchison and Zach Chappell. End of the over, 357 for 5. And these two have scored 107 runs already this morning.
30 years this year since Dominic Cork took his test hat-trick on this round.
Is it really? Blimey. Yeah, I've never really spoken to him about it. I've spoken to him a few times, Dom, and of course he was the T20 coach at Derbyshire for a couple of seasons as well, under very trying circumstances when he had no overseas players, and it was just he was bashing his head against the brick wall. Basically, managed to get them to finals day for the first and only time, which was nice.
Morley starts a new over, 357 for 5. So another sweep by Bell, which he's missed. Morley's drifted down the leg side quite often, actually, so far in this spell this morning. Derbyshire still looking for their first wicket of this sunny Saturday. And Morley's got his shirt untucked. He throws his arms out and Bell defends. And there's no run. He's on 50, Bell, from 103 deliveries. Balderson, 58. I was about to give you the scorecard, but I was reading the score from the 4th test between England versus the West Indies in 1995. Clipped by Bell through square leg past the umpire for a single, 358 for 5.
I think the Derbyshire listeners would prefer that scorecard to this one.
Well, I guess from a Lancashire-Derbyshire perspective,
that's what we're about.
Well, counties that were well represented in that game. Morley bowls, driven by Balderson, out towards the sweeper in front of the Grey Hotel. David Lloyd, single taken, 359 for 5. Because in the England side you had Atherton as captain, Crawley, when he would have still been a Lancastrian before he moved to Hampshire, and Mike Watkinson as well. That was the only summer he played Test cricket for England.
Man of Horwich.
Morley bowls, that's defended by Bell. And Cork as well, who was at the time Derbyshire, would later become Lancashire. So 4 out of the 11 from these two counties.
Strong Lancashire and Derbyshire, strong England, I always say.
Carl Hooper was playing for the West Indies
Yeah.
at time here. Morley bowls, defended by Bell off the back foot. And there's no run. Keith Arthurton, I think he had a spell here as well, didn't he? I think Keith Arthurton played for Lancashire.
Keith Arthurton play for Lancashire?
I think he did.
Yeah.
359 for 5. Scott's looking it up, is he?
Yeah,
at the 119 overs gone.
We all could have done that, but
Balderson's got 59 and Bell has got 51. Might have just made that up.
No, I like it though. I couldn't tell you definitively whether you were right or wrong. And if you say it in an authoritative way, people are bound to believe you. Ben Aitchison's going to continue. There's 2 overs in this spell, which will be his 5th of the match, and again, that's good for Aitchison. He's coming back and coming back. He's still got a big smile on his face as well, and pretty much last night said there were times when he didn't think he'd ever play again. So whatever he does play, and I hope it's many games, they're all bonuses really. Plates in his back and all sorts, and he's in and bowls. That was off the edge of Balderson's bat. It's racing away down to a very fine third man, and it's stopped down below us, so they're only going to get a couple. It's a nice piece of fielding actually by Zach Chappell, and 2 more to the total. 361 for 5, 61 now to Balderson. Thought he might for a moment there have got his 13th boundary, but Chappell got round quite nicely. Put the slide in down below us. Sort of. Aitchison, who has got a very fine head of hair actually, is in again, and that one is turned by Balderson into the leg side, where it's fielded by Martin Anderson, who we haven't seen bowl today. Yeah, I said that all morning yesterday. We never saw him bowl. He was used very sparingly by Wayne Madsen yesterday. Just the 8 overs. Martin Anderson, 8 overs for 14, so it wasn't as if he was getting carted around.
Keith Arthurton played in the Lancashire League.
That's close enough.
Jimmy Adams played for Lancashire.
Yes. Short delivery. Balderson ducks underneath it. Goes through to Brooke Guest. Although, if you were going to say played in the Lancashire, Wayne Madsen played in the Lancashire. Lots of people have played in the Lancashire League, haven't they? I think if we're going to try and claim them as for the strong Lancashire and Derbyshire, strong England argument, then we're laughing.
Well, the other thing I was going to ask you, when we were talking about, I was saying earlier on about the path between these two counties for the players that have moved between the two.
There is a connection, of course, as that one strikes the pad as an appeal that dies down for leg before wicket from Aitchison. He was trying to turn it into the leg side there. Balderson flooded into his pad.
Because the thing I was going to ask Scott was, what's the road? What's the quickest way to get from Old Trafford to the county ground? Because being from Stoke-on-Trent, I only know down the A50 and then that way, but there must be a quicker way.
That's the way I go.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought there must be a quicker way.
No, there's a straighter way, there's a shorter way across the tops through Macclesfield. You can go that way, go to Stockport, go down past Buxton. There are a lot of ways to get there. There's another short delivery, takes it on this time, but misses it. Balderson almost came off the back of his bat through to Brooke Guest, who took it nicely down the leg side, but there was no contact. The actual connection, I'm certain, is a word in Carl Cricken's ear. He's the connection. I think he recommended Brooke Guest, I'm fairly certain. And it's a sort of, if you don't want to go to Yorkshire, and quite frankly, who does? As Aitchison is in again, that one is defended by Balderson into the onside. Then you go to Derbyshire, I suppose. You don't really have to move house, do you? If you don't want to. So I suppose that's the way. 25 minutes of the session remaining, so I thought he'd suddenly start shouting at me then. Scott. Balderson has 61, Bell has 51, 361 for 5. So we had a little discussion downstairs before the start of play, a few of us, how many do you think Lancashire will get? Well, I'm afraid the optimistic person who said 330 is way off. I said 420, and I'd settle for that right now. This is starting to get out of hand for Derbyshire.
Well, it won't surprise you to know that my brief for this game was James Anderson.
Yes.
And it's been pushed further and further. I might have to be writing about his batting at some point today, maybe, rather than his bowling.
There was a few snappers here yesterday who were very disappointed at the toss.
Morley starts new over, bowling to Bell. It's turned into the leg side, trotted after by Harry Kane at mid-wicket. Single taken, 362 for 5. And it has to be said at the moment, Derbyshire don't look like taking a wicket.
No, they haven't all morning. They didn't for long spells yesterday, but at least they were keeping a lid on it. They haven't really kept a lid on it today either, which is the most disappointing aspect for me.
It's Blair Tickner who's actually just trotted over to have a word with Morley. Now he's at short mid-wicket to left-handed Balderson, who defends. And there's no run. I said to Scott before, I was so impressed with Tickner. And the pace and the hostility, and I think the story of what he went through last summer is well known. As Morley bowls and defended by Balderson, 362 for 5. My first encounter with him was in New Zealand 2022, I think, when England toured there. Maybe it was 2023. And Morley is in over the wicket and is forced off the back foot into the leg side by Balderson for a single, 363 for 5. I don't know if you remember that England played 2 test matches in February time, and the first one was under threat because of a tropical storm that hit part of the North Island. And it actually wiped out Tickner's family home. And he gave a really emotional interview before the second. He was in the squad for the second test. He was basically saying how his father's home had been ruined by the storm. As Morley defends, Bell defends back to the bowler, Morley. And I hadn't seen him bowl lots and lots until yesterday, really.
Great action, isn't it?
Morley in round the wicket, and Bell defends. And yeah, I thought it was excellent. End of the over, 363 for 5. And you're wondering, why is he not playing more for New Zealand? Well, they've got Will O'Rourke, who is, very similar bowler, hostile, young, sort of a Mornay Morkel clone. And, if you're trying to get past him, I think Tickner, Tim Sowley's obviously just retired. He's about to join the England coaching staff. Well, he has joined the England coaching staff, so you wonder if there's going to be a few more opportunities. I think it's mainly white ball cricket for New Zealand so far.
Yeah, and he almost certainly won't play much T20 cricket for Derbyshire because they've got Ghazanfar coming, the young Afghan mystery spinner. I keep saying that. I've no idea what he bowls.
And there are some people who know a lot more about the franchise game and the global game than I do. Say that is an incredible coup for Derbyshire. Actually,
well, Mickey kept telling me, and I kept saying, "Okay, how do you spell it?" his H is that one is guided very nicely out towards the cover boundary. Hannes Dahl won't get there, and if he won't get there, nobody will. And Balderson moves on to 66, 367 for 5 now, and it feels relentless from a Derbyshire perspective. This Lancashire batting, they have piled on the runs today. They started at 250 for 5. 117 runs so far today, with still 20 minutes to go in the session. Frightened him off. As H is in, he doesn't want to talk to me anymore. That's 2 people I've upset now. I don't know how doing it. That one is pushed to Martin Anderson at a very straight mid-off in that. It's an unorthodox position. He's sort of 2/3 of the way back towards the bowler on the onside, very straight. Not quite feet on the cut strip, but not far off. Martin Anderson. Derbyshire are trying all sorts here, but nothing seems to be working at the moment. 367 for 5 as Aitchison is in, and he goes back and forces it back to Aitchison does Balderson, and there's no run. I remember the story that Stefan was talking about there, the cyclone, or whatever it was, the weather event that destroyed Blair Tickner's father's house. The New Zealand team went to help rebuild the area and clear the area. It was remarkable. What a community that is. There's Aitchison bowls and he strikes Balderson amidships as he goes for the pull shot. Ball dribbles down into the leg side, just behind the stumps, and there's no run. I didn't get a chance to tell him that he had 15 catches dropped off him last season. Must have been 15. It was a lot. Not so many this season. Derbyshire's fielding has been, in the catching department, certainly has been a lot better this year than it was last year. As Aitchison bowls short delivery and he takes it on again. Balderson misses it, almost feathers it through to Brooke Guest. Somebody in the stands suggesting it should be a wide. It couldn't have been further from being a wide. A gentleman who is either wearing a beige t-shirt or has got his top off just below the point. There are one or two tops off today.
Oh dear me. Is it that one?
Not in here, it is.
No, no. That's true.
Aitchison bowls a short ball. That might be a wide. Yeah, it is. That was a long way over Balderson's head. No reaction from the gentleman with his top off. There is a reaction from mid-off where Blair Tickner's standing. You can't quite believe it, but it looked wide. It looked wide. It would have been almost impossible to have hit that. I don't know what all the issues with Lancashire have been, Scott. They look pretty good to me. Aitchison over the wicket. In. Oh, and he lifts that into the leg side. A short leg would have just stood where he was and caught it. He could have caught it one-handed. It was gently popped into the leg side by Balderson, who moves on to 67 and pinches the strike. 369 for 5.
I mean, there's been quite a lot of commotion, but as Bumble pointed out yesterday, they're 24 points away from Derbyshire.
There's nothing in it.
There's nothing. There's nothing in it. Yeah, they've had a.
Well, the good thing is they can't catch Derbyshire after this game because they only got 2 batting bonus points. Derbyshire will still be in front of Lancashire at the end of this match. No matter what happens.
That's a good thing for Derbyshire.
I'm looking for all the positives.
Absolutely, yeah. But it just goes to reinforce what we were saying yesterday about how competitive Division 2 Division 2 is, and there's not a lot between the sides. Down the pitch comes Balderson trying to force the ball away. On the bounce to mid-wicket, there's no run. I mean, Lancashire could win the next 2 games and finish this first block of championship fixtures second.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. All of a sudden, it's like, well, what's all the...
Yeah, problems, what problems?
Yeah. In comes Morley, balls again. Played up off the back foot by Balderson to cover. No run, 369 for 5. Balderson 67, Bell on 52. Jack Morley's left arm spin in and bowling forward goes Balderson in defence. And there is no run. Both these players in this innings putting together their highest scores of the season.
Of course they are.
Morley to Balderson. That's off the inner half of the bat. Ball just squirts off a slightly reluctant forward push by Balderson down towards deep backward square leg for a single. Moves to 68, 370 for 5.
Past 2 seasons, Derbyshire played a lot of players into form, but not so much this season. This is why this is slightly concerning. Their bad sessions haven't been really, really bad, which they were last year and the year before.
Bell defending, just dropping the ball away to the offside. No run.
120 runs scored already in this session with 15 minutes to go without getting a wicket. This is not a good session for Derbyshire. There have been worse over the last 2 seasons. I mean, much worse.
Morley to Bell. Bell drives on the up through cover. Well, he's gone through the first and turns quickly to wanting 2, but the throw comes in pretty sharply from the cover boundary to deny a second. It's the end of the over. 371 for 5. Bell now 53, and Balderson on 68.
You were talking about Jack Morley before, and when he came to
Yeah.
Derbyshire last season, he came right at the start of the season on what we believe to be a season-long loan deal, and then was called back. And I think it was around the time that Australia decided that Nathan Lyon couldn't play as many matches as they said he was, you know, all that business.
Yeah.
So Lancashire called him back. So you're right, he would have had time, not only in pre-season but during the season with Nathan Lyon, and then he came back, Jack, towards the end of last season on loan when it was announced that he was going to sign for 2025. So valuable experience, you would suggest, to work with the great man. There's Aitchison, he's in and bowls to Bell, who pushes this out into the offside. And it's fielded by Martin, the unused Martin Anderson.
I don't know if he would have played last season for Lancashire. I cannot remember. Maybe in the One Day Cup, or had he rejoined Derbyshire by that point?
That's a terrific question. I can't remember
No,
that.
I can't either.
No,
I don't think he'd.
it's
played the
months and months
Championship
ago.
yet.
Months
It
ago.
is. It is some time ago.
It is. Aitchison in, Bell gets a little squared up by that one, but comes off a leading edge along the floor into the offside. Anderson again doing the fielding, and Bell picks up a single to move to 54, 372 for 5.
Let's have a look, see if he played last year for Lancashire in the Championship. Certainly he did. Oh, he played what he did. He played one game.
Played a game,
Played one
excellent.
game.
Who was that against?
Absolutely no idea.
No, good answer. That would have been mine. Aitchison just being asked by Wayne Manson if he wants to change the field. He says he's all right with how it is at the moment. Comes in and bowls to Balderson, who pushes this out into the offside. They go through for a comfortable single. 69 to Balderson. That one was on really quickly. 373 for 5. But I mean, Mickey Arthur has always, since he arrived, spoken about love a left arm spinner, and of course those kind of words get around, don't they? So when the opportunity to come to a club where the coach loves a left arm spinner comes up, Aitchison is it, and Bell defends. You're going to take it.
Lancashire love a left arm spinner, don't they? You look at the last decade or so, 15 years or so, the amount of left arm spinners that Lancashire have produced. Going back to a title kind of winning season. Keedy and Kerrigan.
Oh, you can remember that, can you?
Just about. You're going to try and have some
last
fond
season,
memories.
that's gone. Can't remember a thing.
What happened last season?
Aitchison bowls to Bell, who pushes it out into the offside.
Keedy, Kerrigan, Parry, Hartley, Morley, Barnard. He's in the seconds at the minute.
Yes.
I've missed somebody out. I missed somebody out.
Derbyshire are a very right-handed team. Caleb Jules left-handed at the top of the order. Morley at the bottom. Aitchison bowls, and that one is defended by Bell. Straight back to him to end the over at 373 for 569 to Balderson, 54 to Bell. 10 to go till lunch, and David Lloyd warms up out on the boundary in front of the new part of the hotel. The Grey Hotel, as Stefan called it. We all know why it's grey.
Oh yes, Bumble explained
Yeah, he
it.
explained it to me yesterday. It makes perfect sense. He explains a lot of things, Bumble. Some of them you think, yeah, no, I respect your opinion. Some of them you think, what on earth is he talking about?
I think the architect told him that, though.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not so sure he's made that up.
The things on top, I assume they're air conditioning or heating or something on the two grey bits. But anyway, I like it, even if it's not red.
Here's Jack Morley in balls. And Balderson turns it out towards the leg side. There's no run. And it's the red seats in front of the Grey Hotel. That's a good viewing position. There's the member seats there, I think. So Morley's in, flat and quick to Balderson. Forward, defends, no run. With the restaurant and the bar right behind as well. So
That's a restaurant and bar, is it?
It is, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Yeah. I can't quite work out why the seats are red. Is that just to make people feel special?
I think they're kind of padded seats. I think they're extra comfy. Balderson off the front foot defending, and there's no run. So in the pavilion,
like the red seats in the pavilion.
Yeah,
yes,
they're fancy seats. Yeah. They're comfy seats. So I think there's something similar for members to enjoy, to relax. Morley in quicker. It's in the air as it's whipped off the back foot by Balderson. And he gets 4. Flashed away through square leg. Moves on to 73 not out. 377 for 5. 4 more to Balderson.
It was in the air for a bit, wasn't it? But it was safe enough. Safe enough. We've never seen Caleb Jewell bowl. I'd like to see that at some point today. Assuming that Derbyshire are going to bowl all day again. I don't know what he does, but I don't even know if he. I don't think he ever has bowled.
Here's Morley to Balderson. That's driven. Fielded by Chappell. He's at mid-off, and there's no run. 377 for 5. Edging towards the lunch break. Not many sessions Lancashire have won this season, but Balderson is bowled. I think of an inside edge back onto his stumps. Floated up by Morley. And Balderson looking to try and drive the ball away. May have just got a thin inside edge back onto the stumps. And George Balderson's innings comes to an end. They've been flirting with the idea of a first century here at Emirates Old Trafford, but it's not to be on this occasion. He's 73 and out. Morley picks up his first wicket. 377 for 6, but he's played his part in a very good partnership worth 133 runs with George Bell. As Balderson heads back towards the dressing rooms.
Each of the century stands have got progressively larger, which is slightly disturbing for Derbyshire. We're going to see a replay now, and it was oh yes, if he hasn't dragged it on, it's turned a mile, which is equally worrying.
Yes, it's come off the
off the inside edge as he went for the drive. It's actually hit the leg stump, hasn't it? And that isn't necessarily going to prompt another spin option to come on, because I think we'd established that David Lloyd was going to come on, and he is going to come on at the Anderson end, but a much needed wicket for Derbyshire. It might be too little too late, but you never know. Derbyshire haven't batted on this yet. The one thing that Derbyshire will do, and that Lancashire didn't do yesterday, although the pitch, Bumble was saying, will almost certainly flatten out a bit. I've just looked up Caleb Jewell, incidentally. He has never bowled in 54 first-class matches, 45 List A matches and 60 T20s. So I don't think we're going to see him bowl. If it flattens out, that's good news for the Derbyshire stroke makers, because apart from Brooke Guest, Anuj Dal to a degree, they've got a lot of batters who will go. Oh no, Harry Kame, of course, not Anuj Dal. Anuj Dal can hit the ball a long way. Harry Kame, I knew there were a couple. Although Harry can also hit the ball. They've got a lot of players who like to get on with it, which is a potential concern if they go too hard and fall in a big heap.
Unless it comes off.
Unless it comes off, in which case it's very exciting.
Be fireworks aplenty. Yeah.
So Hartley's the new batter, but it's Bell who's facing the first delivery from Lloyd, and he turns it into the leg side. Jewell fields no run.
So that century partnership, Bell and
Lloyd bowls again. Bell turns it into the leg side. This time it's fielded by Kame.
Put on 133, that partnership, and it's the first time in a Lancashire first-class game that they've had partnerships worth 100 for the 3rd, 4th and 6th wickets. Never happened before.
History. Next one is, it's up in the air, and Brooke Guest scrambled to his left and then slipped. I don't think he would have got there anyway, but he gave it his best shot. Bell survives. That one turns a little bit. I'm not sure what it came off. Now, if it came off the edge, it's been dropped by Guest, because it seemed to go through to him and smack into his gloves. David Lloyd's looking very quizzically at umpire Baldwin, and we're going to have a short leg as a result, just after that particular horse has bolted. 377 for 6. I was going to ask David Griffin about 3 century stands. I mean, it clearly will have happened elsewhere, but it's relatively unusual, isn't it? In an innings, I think. Oh, that's a full toss from Lloyd, and it goes straight through him. The ball is punched back down the pitch by Bell.
I don't know how many times it's happened by Lancashire, but it's the first time the 3rd, 4th and 6th wicket in the same innings.
Next delivery is turned to the leg side by Bell. That wants him to keep a bit low. Well, Martin Anderson's on for something special if he bats at 6, which he almost certainly will. He's already got centuries at 7 and 8 this season. So if he gets centuries at 6, 7 and 8, I think that would be the first time it had happened. I'd have to double check with the
Oracle.
With the Oracle downstairs. There's Lloyd bowls, Bell defends, and that's a maiden over to start David Lloyd's spell today. I say spell, he probably won't get another over. He's now bowled 9 overs for 27, and Lancashire remain after that maiden, 377 for 6. And Tom Hartley, we've seen the Georges, entering the Toms.
Well, we are definitely with Bailey due next, and then it's the Andersons.
And then the 2 Andersons, yes, yes.
We're dealing Georges, Toms, and Andersons here.
I want to see either Anderson bowl to Anderson. See if you can tell the difference. See if you can hear the extra S in Derbyshire's Anderson's name. We always say it, but sometimes you can't quite hear it. I reckon this could be, if they're careful, the last ball, the last over before lunch. There might be another one. There might be another one.
Yeah, 12:57 the clock on the scoreboard. Morley to Hartley. It's defended down into the onside. Caleb Jewell under the helmet at short leg. He's there to stop the ball.
They still know each other well, won't they, Hartley and Morley?
That's very true. Yep. Into Hartley. The front foot and defending.
And he certainly won't want to get out to him.
As that shot probably would indicate.
It just.
Yep. Slipping place as well. 2 short catches on the leg side. Again, Hartley's a tall man getting forward right on top of the bounce. Smothered away towards David Lloyd rather, who's at cover. No run. There's a backward point, mid-off and a mid-on, and the deep backward square leg. Morley to Hartley, going back and working it to the leg side. Harry Kames scampering away to his left from mid-wicket to field. He's going on the walk, is Tom Hartley, just trying to eke out a few extra seconds. 2 balls left of the over, and potentially the morning session. Morley to Hartley. That's run off the edge of the bat through gully for a single. Gets his first run, Tom Hartley. And it's 378 for 6.
George Bell, a bit of gardening.
Good effort.
Well done, son.
Yep,
well done.
Yep, good effort. So, a little bit of gardening, comes down the pitch and has a little shuffle around in the crease.
Has he done enough gardening? That's the question.
He's tapping his gloves and he's looking over his shoulder and he's ready for Morley. He's around the wicket. He's going back and defending. And can they get one more in? There's lots of running around here, collecting caps and sprinting around, and the wicket-keeper's jogging up. And Morley's so eager to get into position, he's forgotten his cap and his jumper.
Yeah, gotta get one.
But I think we're all right for one more. Yeah.
That's bad news for you. As we approach the 1 o'clock bulletins. My last timed bulletin today is always a momentous occasion, the last timed one. I can relax a bit.
On edge until that moment.
Rambling for 15 seconds, then thinking, right, I've got to wrap this up now.
So, you've got 15 seconds?
20.
Oh.
Yeah. So I rambled for 15 and then the last 15, yeah. David Lloyd from the Anderson end, bowls to Hartley, strikes the pad, inquiry, polite in nature.
It wasn't.
But lacking any kind of conviction, unfortunately. It didn't look like it was going to be answered in the affirmative by the umpire from here. As he bowls again, that's a full toss down the leg side and turned away for a single by Hartley. comfortably enough. 300, I keep looking at the overs, 379 for 6, which it was 127.
4 balls to go then. So Lloyd is into Bell. Can't find the gap through the offside. There's no run. Lloyd again balls, goes back this time, and he's run away through point. Nicely played by George Bell. Be hoping that his work's done for the morning session. He's enjoyed a good morning as George Bell. Be nice to get to lunch for him, unbeaten on 55. 380 for 6, but there's still 2 balls to go. In and bowling and left by Hartley. And gathered by Brooke Guest. They've managed to squeeze out 1 wicket in the morning session, but Lancashire have progressed their overnight score. Hartley drives to mid-off for no run. From 251 for 5 this morning to 380 for 6. And that represents a very good morning session for Lancashire. That will feel a lot better. Lunch will be an enjoyable feast today for the Lanky boys. Not happened too many times this season, but that's a good session. Derbyshire have toiled away. They managed to find 1 wicket, an inside edge off Bollerson's bat. And the ball ricocheting onto his stumps. George Bollerson batting very nicely through the course of the morning, making 73, and in the partnership worth 133 with George Bell. He'll resume on 55, Hartley on 2. Wicket this morning for Jack Morley, the left-arm spinner. Aitchison and Tickner's wickets coming on the opening day. And at lunch on this second day, Lancashire 380 for 6. As the players head off for a break, we'll do something similar and catch you in about 40 minutes.
I know, yeah. Let's not wait too long.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
How are I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. You just got back from holiday, haven't you?
I've been training camp that
Training
was
camp.
turning into a rehab camp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 weeks now since I
Well,
broke
they're
my
talking.
ankle.
I can't interrupt them while they're talking.
Come on, you can come in the middle.
Well, you've interrupted
Hi,
them now.
I'm here. Who was right here?
Okay. Hello, Kate Cross.
How are you both?
Yeah, 2 rehabs. How are we?
Two rehabs, yeah.
It's age, isn't it?
I know.
Have I?
I've tried to avoid that word, but it is.
No.
I have more.
sure
I have
not.
more of that than you do. You have years ahead of you.
Okay, girls. So I've been taking some questions from Lancashire cricket, and are we good to chat about it?
Course
Ask
we
you
are.
some. Okay. So first question for the both of you: what's the moment in both your careers where you went, "I've fully achieved my goals"?
Don't know. Because I think that's the point before you decide you're not going to go anymore.
I was going to say, I don't think I've got there yet.
I'm not sure I've decided I've got there yet. I think that's all part of what I've got to find out. Hopefully, well, I don't know if it's hopefully soon, because that means like, oh yeah, I've done everything now. I'm going to kick back and not do anything else. So no, I think, and I've spoken to other athletes, I don't know about you, they say you're a long time retired, and knowing that you could still do more or achieve more or be better in yourself. Personal best performance is always the thing that you focus on, or certainly I have. Being better than you were yesterday as an athlete, and achieving your own personal best, being the best version of yourself. So yeah, when you find that out, maybe that's the time you start thinking about the end.
I feel like there's definitely things I've wanted to achieve that I have achieved.
Like mini goals.
Yeah.
Would you say like you have mini goals as an athlete?
Yeah, I think you have to, because otherwise the picture's too big. I think you have to break things down. And especially I think for me, having a bit of a split career, like kind of with Lancashire and then also with England, then there's things that I still want to achieve with England. There's still things I want to achieve with Lancashire. So I think that motivation is what keeps you going as an athlete, and probably what makes it really difficult to retire, because there's always something around the corner. There's always something that you want to or think you can achieve. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't say that I've achieved probably half the things I want to, though.
That's exciting though. The dial can always keep on moving for the both of you.
Yeah, I think there's things I've achieved and never anticipated. Like I never imagined I'd ever be a cyclist when I was a little girl. So I think you go into different parts of your career and new opportunities, and you take them with, you know, 2 hands, or in my case 1, and just try and do the very best that you can. What the other things in cycling, that every cycle race, every road race is on a different course. So knowing what the course is going to be, for example, like last year at the Worlds, it was a really hilly, it was the hilliest course we'd had with the longest climb in the road race. It was the longest time trial we'd had. And that was the sort of race I'd always waited for and was living for. And it makes you think, oh, well, if they're going to give us that sort of course, what might they do next time? And it makes you excited to see what the opportunities might be. So yeah, there's loads of things that I've achieved that I never anticipated or never dreamed of. I feel really fortunate for those. And then there are other things you're waiting to see. Oh, but where might we race next time?
It's like a loads of time left.
Hopefully.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that the first question you've asked, we've both gone, I don't know. That's a good start.
That's all right. That's fine.
But
We've
I
got a lot
also
of time.
think a lot of people think that athletes have got it all worked out, that they know exactly what they're doing. And we know what we're doing day to day. We know the foundations that you need to be a strong athlete, to look after yourself as best you can, or you have mishaps, as we've both had in the last winter. But you have a kind of a way of working, kind of a operational principles, if you like, of being the best athlete you can be, of getting enough sleep, eating the right things, planning your logistics around recovery training from travel days, and all the different things that you have to do. We have certain things worked out, but we don't have everything worked out, and I think that's okay.
What are the biggest changes that you've both found since being in women's sport?
Well, for me, it's definitely going from an analog age into a digital age. My first international call-up was in 1992, so were you born?
Just, yeah.
Just.
I was 91.
I was like, hang on a minute, I've got to do the maths here.
I wasn't there yet, but that's okay.
No,
Come back. Only by a year. Only by a year.
And so, learning how to promote yourself twice, if you like, because when you were trying to promote yourself, get sponsorship, you know, move up in the world outside of your sporting achievements, you had to write letters, like snail mail letters. The internet hadn't been invented. You had to put pen to paper. Not everyone had a computer at home. Not everyone had a printer at home. That might sound daft. You couldn't print something directly from your phone. There was no such thing as wireless. Everything was cabled. So having to learn how to promote yourself twice, and then learning how to utilize the digital age as an older athlete, those have been the biggest changes for me, apart from the sort of sporting things. But you have to be able to get that to be able to settle on the sports field, I think.
So do you feel like you've had to promote yourself? You really feel like you have to promote yourself twice?
Well, you've had to learn how to promote, learn how to do that, learn how to move forward with a career. Because in sport, you never know how long your career is going to last. So knowing that you've got something to fall back on is always really important. Doing something alongside your sporting career, I think Kate and I both do that and always have, so that you aren't just reliant on one thing. Because if it gets taken away from you because you're injured or ill or something happens, you need to be able to continue to live and work. So for me, that's been the biggest difference, apart from obviously the crowds and the way that you can watch sport, obviously streaming platforms and those sorts of things. But as personally, having to, obviously very grateful that things like Facebook weren't around when I was at uni. But equally, you've kind of like gone through that learning process twice.
I think on that, I think women's sport in particular in the last 10 years, or I've certainly been told that a lot of it is on us to promote ourselves, to have a following on social media so that we can promote games. I mean, this isn't now, obviously, this is where it has changed now, but certainly when I was early 20s, I was being told to make sure I had an Instagram page so that people could follow women's cricket, because the big bodies weren't necessarily doing it for us. So I feel like it, from a female athlete point of view, is kind of on us to be the voice. And that's something that's changed massively now. The visibility is huge, and in my opinion, rightly so, because you see day to day what female athletes are going through and working hard at, and you know, you want to put that on a stage so that people can watch it. But from my point of view, it's professionalisation. Like when I was a kid, you couldn't be a professional female cricketer. It wasn't an option. I would watch the Olympics and see women on the telly, and that would be the only time I'd see really women doing sport, other than maybe Wimbledon for 2 weeks of the year. So yeah, the professionalisation and the visibility of it has been what's changed drastically from my point of view. Even starting my career here a long time ago now. I actually debuted when I was 13, which is frightening. It was 20 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
But that was a amateur sport then, and I didn't know that I could have this as my job, and it changed whilst I was still having cricket as a hobby. So it all sort of shifted whilst I was in it, like on the journey, if you understand what I mean. So but yeah, they're probably the two things that have changed the most in my time.
Okay, so it's kind of similar, if you kind of rolling off that question. So England are coming to Emirates Old Trafford for the first time in 13 years? Yeah, 13 years, okay. So we've just been speaking about this, but where were you in your career at that time? I suppose 13 years
Trying to do some maths. Well, we're approaching the home games for me.
Yeah.
Right. London 2012. So that was just a huge moment, I think, for Olympic and Paralympic sport. And it started that opportunity for parasport to be better promoted.
Sure.
Still not a professional sport. I think tennis. So probably tennis was first, like it was for women. Tennis is the only professional sport you can do if you're a para-athlete. And so I feel really fortunate that home games gave me that chance to work in women's cycling as well, as part of the team pursuit squad. That helped me to sort of springboard, the qualification for the games helped me springboard my professional cycling career on the road. So yeah, London was just huge, and it's insane to think how much has happened in that time, and that we haven't had a women's international here, because I have an 11-year-old daughter who was born the year after that, and so yeah, it's mad. I'm so excited to see what comes, and the crowds, and that partisan crowd is what you live for as an athlete. So England are going to be goosebumps here, and that's similar to how we felt in London in 2012.
Yeah. I'm excited. Kate Cross,
what was I doing? So it was around 2012. So I made my debut in 2013, the winter of 2013. So I would have been aspiring to be in that team. And I remember I was really close friends with Sarah Taylor when she was in the squad. And she was up in Manchester, so I came and met her for a coffee before they played the game the next day. And I remember thinking how cool it was that the England girls got to play at Old Trafford, because at that point I'd not even represented Lancashire at Old Trafford. So this was like the holy grail. I'd not even
dream.
Yeah, not been out on the grass. It was like a bit forbidden. And I just, in my head, I just thought that that's the norm, that you get to play at your home ground, your home county ground, when you're representing your country. And I've still not been able to do that. And realistically, probably still not going to be able to do that either, because I'm not aligned with T20 cricket. So it's probably unlikely that I'll be able to get to play in that game. But for the likes of Sophie, Lammy, Ellie, all the young girls aspiring to play for England, obviously Sophie's a dead set in that team. But, you know, for all those young girls now, I hope that kind of shifts the narrative, and that we do get more cricket up here, and that this does become a hub for women's cricket, because I've had so many great memories here, and I'm reliant on Lancashire really for the career that I've had. So I want other girls to have that experience, but also be able to then almost take that into their England careers as well, and make sure that this is a place that England women come and play cricket and have success at.
It feels really exciting for women's sport. It's like proper exciting. It feels like it's now the focus has shifted onto women's sport finally.
Well,
and
really
it just feels
has.
this real big excitement and buzz around it.
And it's the depth of that is being felt. So my daughter plays in an under-13 side, and
what's your daughter do?
She's a cricketer.
Oh my God, I didn't
She's
realise.
playing,
That's amazing.
Well, she's a dancer, but she's cricket, and she's playing in an under-13 side where they've had to split the league into two, because there's too many to do just one. And it was one league last year, and now it's two pools of teams, with like Stockport Georgians and Woodford and Langley and all of the local clubs coming, Marple I think, with Hayfield. So, and they've split it. I don't know who's in the other pool, but literally you're starting to feel that come all the way down. And you know, it gives me goosebumps to think that this is what wasn't possible when Kate started.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to come as a group, as a league even. They could all come together. I'm going to be making sure as a mum on the sideline, be like, we're not going to play that. You know, it's obviously not going to play that night. You're coming straight from school. You're coming to Old Trafford because, like you say, this is what they should be able to aspire to be able to do on a regular basis, regardless of who's touring.
Well, by comparison, when I was 11, I was the only girl playing at a boys' club, and my local team was in Sheffield, the closest women's team that I could play for. So even in that short, I mean, it is a long amount of time, but in the grand scheme of things, and yeah, it's a short amount of time, and things have changed so quickly. And that's just so exciting that those girls can come and watch female athletes. Because again, I was watching Andrew Flintoff down here and Jimmy Anderson and people bowl. Like I was never able to watch females do what we do now. So I think it's going to be so great. And the tagline with women's sport is always that you can't be what you can't see. And if you're not exposing young girls to cricket or to netball or to whatever sport it might be, then they're never going to have the opportunity to know if they even want to give it a go. So, you know, this stadium is here to have people in it. It shouldn't matter whether it's men, women, disabilities, whoever should, you know, you should be able to get people watching sport here. And that's what, hopefully, when we break that record, come whatever date it is, I don't know, I should have probably checked that. But
what's the date?
July the 9th.
July the 9th. Come July the 9th. Then
10,000 people we want to get, right?
We want more than that.
We want more than 10,000.
Yeah, because we want to break the record. I think the record's just around 10,000. So, but this stadium holds 20,000 people, so we shouldn't just limit ourselves to 10,000 people because that's the record.
So
we want to sell it out. Yeah, completely sell it out.
Yeah, and set the standard for what women's sport should look like.
Exactly.
And this goes back to 13 years ago. We'd never had sold out crowds. Like I'd never competed in front of a sold out crowd at home until the games in London. So we do sport over here. Like we used to talk about the Australians, and I competed in front of 17,000 people in a swimming pool in the games in Sydney, and that was like a goosebump moment. I was really glad I'd gone to the pool the day before my first race because I needed to see it, because I could never have imagined it. I was 22 or 23, I think, and it was just like, wow, this many people in a swimming pool, that's insane. And that's what we need to become the norm, that those full houses are not seen as something that you might or you might not get. It's just something that's there because people enjoy watching great sport, enjoy watching great cricket.
I know we spoke about this a little bit earlier about women's sport finally getting the recognition it deserves. And with it getting the recognition it deserves, do you think there's still a long way to go with where we're at now?
Well, unfortunately, we still don't get the level of coverage. So globally, sport is worth X trillion, but the percentage of that's allocated to women's sport is still the same percentage. So it's all grown, and women's sport's got more, but percentage-wise, it's not any different. And that's the problem. And some sports have moved on further than others, but when you put them all together, it's not increased sufficiently. So there's a lot of work to do. That's why we are promoting the way we are for the Lancashire team here now, the Tier 1 system that we have in England, now that we have the international game here on the 9th of July. That's why it's so important that in cricket we do what we do. That's why it's so important that we do what we do in an Olympic and Paralympic sport. That's what's happening over at the other side of Old Trafford with the women's team. That's why each of us who own a little part of it, it's our role to make sure that we continue to lift, because column inches still isn't there and the amount of airtime still isn't there. And this is a pivotal moment, like every opportunity that we get to promote women's sport, especially in cricket, because it's going to be in the Olympics in 2028. That's so crucial. And I think Paris was the first time the Olympic Games had a 50-50 male-female split, which was crazy to think it got to 2024 before that was the case, but that's one of the measures that shows us that we're still not quite there. And also, there were no females in the top 100 earners in the world last year, which is another example of why we're not quite where we need to be. So it has improved and the opportunities are absolutely there, but when you zoom out and look at it from a global perspective, we still need to keep doing what we're doing and keep working really hard. And we need those male allies as well. And we know the names of them, and we need to have way more of them to be able to help bring our daughters and our nieces with us on this journey.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really add much more to that, to be fair, but I also think that it's people's perceptions of women's sport that's changing. So I think 20 years ago, you probably wouldn't have got people watching women's cricket or women's rugby or whatever it might have been. But now, I mean, I'm saying this on the back of actually just hearing what happened in Australia with the guy on the radio. I don't know if you heard it, but there was a really misogynistic comment about one of the guys on Triple M talking about the Matildas and saying that it was like watching year 10 girls play football and stuff like that. It was just, it almost felt like you'd gone back 30 years. And Yeah,
You'll always get those one or two people.
Yeah, and you will, and it is thankfully now becoming the minority. But what happens is those comments are still getting people feeding them. So there's still perceptions there that, in my opinion, need to change quite drastically. But you're only going to get that by having the right visibility, having the right columns, having the right split at Olympics, etc. So there is still a long way to go. But if you look at how far it has shifted in the last 15 years, then it has shifted significantly. So it's almost knowing what fires to fight. And I think that's something that I've learned as well throughout my career, is knowing what you can change and what small part of your corner of the world you can change. But actually, some bigger pictures are really difficult to make.
It's a marginal
efforts on.
gains approach,
Yeah.
isn't it? If we all do our little bit, when we add it together, it'll make that significant difference. And sometimes when you're at the coalface, as we are, you don't notice the changes year to year. But then, like Kate says, when you zoom out, you do notice that we have made significant strides. We just need to keep that momentum up. I think it's too easy for people to say, oh, haven't we done a great job? And we're doing a great job. I think that's the difference. We haven't done it yet. We're doing it, and we're all still committed to keep, pushing that dial and making it, more possible, so that more girls can be following in our footsteps and in an even easier way.
I think when we get to a point where we've got a women's game here and we don't have to have this conversation about how do we break a record, that's when you know you've nailed it. But we're still having those conversations, and things are happening for the first time, or for the first time in 13 years, or whatever it might be. So there's still, things that you kind of want to push it along and boot it down the road quicker. But like I said, you have to know which fires to fight and when to do it.
So both your careers, very successful women in sport. If you could relive one of your moments in your career again, one of the moments that you would deem to be like, that was just such a success, what moment would it be?
Can I pick it all?
All right,
That's a great career. If you're picking it all, that's great.
I'd love to pick. So as a swimmer, I really enjoyed, I think back to being 14-year-old in Barcelona. I'd probably redo the jump onto the podium so I didn't nearly knock over the Queen of Spain. That would be a good day to redo, but kind of edit. I'd love to be able to do something before I had kids and relive that opportunity in London in a home crowd. But then Paris, where Louisa and Charlie were both there together, and I beat a 19-year-old, that final sprint in the road race, I do relive that regularly, because I just still pinch myself to think that last year went the way it went. So I've chosen 3 because I'm greedy.
Right, let's do 3. Go on.
Oh, I'm not
1 to 3. 1 to 3, Kate Cross.
I've not got kids, so I don't need to take any kids back or bring my age up or whatever. I think one of them would be my Test debut, which was back in 2014. And I only say that because it wasn't really covered. It was on a live stream, so it wasn't really televised. I don't really have much footage from it. There's a couple of photos, but I wish I could kind of relive those 4 days, because I at that time was pretty much an amateur athlete. We'd just gone into professionalisation, I think, a month or 2 after that series. So how I got through 4 days of cricket, having never played more than 1 day of cricket before, was quite interesting. My body was quite sore after it.
I can imagine.
But then I'm probably going to say the Ashes in 2023 as well, and when I batted at Bristol. So it's very, very, very rare that I get to win a game of cricket for my country with a bat in hand. And I wish I could just bottle up how I felt that day, because it was just unbelievable. I've had a lot of scars from Australian games in the past, and to be able to walk off that pitch triumphant with bat in hand was pretty cool. So I wish I could relive that.
Okay, so what would you say is, in sport and women's sport, is a common misconception that you wish could be dispelled?
There's a sense that women need to do less. And so if it's based on time, so the reason the distance is less is because you're going to take about the same amount of time. But in the swimming pool, the women don't do 90 metres front crawl because it's roughly the same amount of time as when the men do 100. So I really struggle with why other races have to be different. And we've started to address this in cycling. They're still addressing this. So they finally moved the time trial on the track up to 1 kilometre to be the same as the men. But up until I stopped racing the track 3 years ago, we were still doing a 500-metre time trial to the men's kilometre. At the Paralympics last year, my time trial was 14 kilometres, the men was 28 kilometres. So we still have that issue that the women need to be doing less. And it isn't based on time, because some of the men that were doing 28 kilometres were riding half as quickly as me. So that isn't a reason. That isn't the reason. So for me, it's that idea that women need to be doing less for some reason. We're not capable of doing the same.
Who's making those decisions there?
It's just
men.
Yeah. It's archaic. It's just been there. That's what it's been like. If you think that women weren't allowed to do the marathon till, was it 1984? They weren't doing the steeplechase on the track and field track until 1992. There's other events. I mean, they still do the heptathlon instead of the decathlon. Don't know whether that needs to change. That's something for the track and field athletes to kind of dig into. I know the women in tennis attempted to increase their sets to 5. They play 3 sets. But it's a regular issue that the women's race or the women's event is less. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed, because it's not because we're not capable of racing at the same amount of time. And I was part of a campaign to bring back the women's Tour de France. It's still at 8 days. The women used to race alongside the men for 3 weeks back until 1986, I think it was. So in lots of different sports, it's been dialed back at the convenience of men's sport, and we haven't quite shifted the dial to reclaim our space.
And the argument with that is now there's money in the women's side of sport that they can fully concentrate on being an athlete, can't they? I imagine 20, 30 years ago, you're juggling a job, you're juggling motherhood, you're juggling all sorts and still trying to perform as an athlete. Whereas now you can have a job that is a professional sports person. So I feel like we had a few arguments like that, you know, women were having to take time off work to go and do an Ashes series. So that's why it could never be a 5-test match series like the men's is. But now we're fully professional athletes all the time. So we have that time in the calendar to go and do that. So I think tradition often is a really wonderful thing, but you still need to move with the sport. And I think that's sometimes what doesn't happen, especially with how quickly the women's game has moved. I think sometimes you don't we're playing catch up, rather than actually being proactive with everything. And the other misconception that I think is spoken about a lot and used against us quite a lot is the whole, they're asking for equal pay. I don't think I've ever met a female athlete who has ever asked for equal pay to a man, but all I've ever asked for is an equal opportunity to what a male counterpart would get. So if that is training here at Old Trafford the same amount of hours that the men get, then why shouldn't the women have that? And I think we are very lucky here that we've promoted that brilliantly. And, you know, Lancashire worked really hard to make sure that women's cricket is at the forefront here. So that's just always been my argument, is that it's never been about equal pay, but it's all about the opportunity. And just because you're born male versus female shouldn't mean that you get more opportunities than who you sit next to in class who's a female. So that's always been one of my big arguments.
And I think part of that opportunity is the resource. So resource then takes care of all of the other parts, which salary is part of, prize money is another part, and then the other opportunities that come with the role of being a professional athlete. And it's not about one thing. And I think one of the dangers is that organisers of events have focused on, we've provided equal prize money, and therefore we're providing the same event or opportunity to the women as we are to the men. But that it's not just about the finance, it's about everything else behind it. So if the race is less safe, it's over fewer days, it's over a shorter distance, then the money side of it it's just one small thing.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have the opportunity, you can't prove yourself to be, you shouldn't have to prove yourself, but you can't promote yourself in the same way, because you're not getting that chance to, with eyeballs on you in the stadium like this.
It's not just one tick box. There's a lot of things you've got to do. It's not just the money. So what are some of the challenges that you faced as a woman in sport that might be surprising to people listening to this or watching this today?
I don't think mine would surprise anyone, but it's just the fact that I've had to wear male clothes for a lot of my career in cricket. Male
clothes?
Yeah, like everything was male fit kit. It's only probably been in the last 5 or 6 years that our sponsor brands have started making female fit kit. Even like cricket pads, gloves, they're small men's sizes.
Boots
like
as well,
boots, yeah. There's not really any female specifically.
Some of them are not small enough.
Not small, yeah, because
there
our
are girls
feet are
sticking
naturally
tissues in cricket boots to make them smaller.
And it's 2025, and you think cricket is big enough and sports are big enough that you would think that we had our own. I know of a few companies that are in the market now, but yeah, for a lot of my career, I've worn men's clothes, and like I look back to some of my debut outfits and the training kit I wore, and I was like drowned, and I'm representing my country, and I was like, gosh, I look a shambles. So yeah, I don't know whether that would surprise anyone actually, but that's, I mean,
it is surprising.
It's
I didn't
kind of
realise.
still going on now.
Well, I think the other thing that kind of follows on from that is that we got women's fit in cycling, but I opted for men's fit because women's fit meant it was shorter shorts, it was a shorter jersey, it didn't account for what an athlete body was, like it was just one shape. So I wanted something that was narrower, that was longer in the leg because it's more aero, didn't need it to be super short. I wanted the jersey not to ride up to above my belly button because I have a long body. So for us in cycling, whilst it was an attempt to create a women's fit, for me just going for the extra small men's was the better way of doing it. And I think it goes to show that all shapes and sizes do sport. So what we need is to have that breadth of range. We don't need to have just this sort of fit. Like if jeans can do it, you can have different, you can go into a shop and be completely confused by the different styles of jeans. Yes. The short, the boyfriend, the this, the that, the skinny, the not skinny, the bell bottom, whatever they are. Why can't we do that in sports kit? And I've tried to go female fit, but it's not for this female. Yeah. One of the things I didn't anticipate when I became a mum was just how often babies would need feeding.
Even I know that.
No, but like literally, you finish feeding them, you'll get one effort in, you'll need to feed them again. Like that effort was less than a minute. You're hungry again. So I basically had either of them in the other end of the track centre away from the GB pet area where Barney was with them playing. And I'd go and breastfeed in between efforts to make sure that A, there was not anyone screaming the velodrome down, but B, to make sure that then I could concentrate on what I was going to do. So having a settled and fed baby, however frequent that feeding was the best way for me to handle that early few months of motherhood before they went on to solids and mixed feeding. But yeah, it's just like, okay, so we're going to have you in the track centre and I'm just going to feed you after every effort. That'll be the way we do it. And that surprised me. I didn't expect. Yeah. But I also didn't expect how it was possible to juggle. And obviously I was lucky that Barney was able to come with me and do everything, or my mum was able to come with me and help support that. And it certainly meant that I came back quicker from each of my pregnancies. But yeah, it was the lengths that you go to, and you can turn anything into a breastfeeding sports bra if you need to.
Absolutely.
One thing that's not necessarily been a challenge for myself personally, but I think something that still surprises me in 2025 is how little research is done around women and periods and athletes and sport and stuff like that. Because I feel like a lot of our blueprints are taken from the men's side of sport, and actually, it happens once a month to every single female around the world. So there should be so much more research and a lot more training that is tailored towards women, I think, than
there is actually a lot of opportunity. But the challenge we have, so I work with Manchester Met Uni, is that a lot of athletes don't want to contribute their data. And so we have a role as older athletes. I'm working with MMU on studies into perimenopause and menopause, so that athletes, as they get older, there's still opportunity. Because if you look at the female population in age group sport, then there's a huge field for the men, and then there's a very small number of women competing. If you look at triathlons or cycling, or even in running as well. Running's perhaps closer to being 50-50, but we still have a challenge. Ultra running is where female athletes seem to go really well because they do get better with age, and the gap between male and female in ultra distance is actually a lot less. But they really struggle to get the cohorts together to be able to do the studies. And I think it's really important that if there are women out there who are struggling, the young athletes that are struggling, that they are willing to contribute their data and what they're finding. Because there are a lot of myths as well around cycles and training to your cycle, but you've got to manage your symptoms and train like everyone else, because not everyone has those problems. So what we need to do is try and give them that confidence that it's not going to compromise them as an athlete. If they let out those secrets, it's not going to make them judged. Because I think a lot of women feel, or a lot of young athletes say, if I admit this feels like it's a weakness, and if I admit that I'm struggling with cramps or pain or debilitating symptoms, then I'll be judged, and that'll be part of my selection for something. And that's absolutely not the case, but I think that's one of the reasons why we have fewer athletes contributing to the studies that are out there. And most of the studies are done on sub-elite, and that obviously doesn't necessarily work when you've got athletes who are full-time. So amateurs. Right. So they're sort of regional and national aspiring athletes, or they are older in a sense that they are in their 30s, they're not in their teens and 20s. And there's lots of reasons for wanting to study at all ages of the menstrual age, sort of child rearing age, because you need to see where bone density usually peaks at around 19, 20, 21 years of age. And the menstrual cycle has an impact. So a healthy menstrual cycle and laying down good bone density will help mean that it tails off less as you get older. When you lose estrogen and progesterone, then in your 40s, that's where bone density can really plummet. So all of those things are kind of interlinked, and trying to make sure that we have enough for those younger athletes. But it goes back to that challenge, is if you can't see it, you can't be it. Yeah. They're not coming into the sport in the first place. There isn't enough of them to be able to study either. And then they have that, oh gosh, what if I'm judged kind of feeling. So there's lots of challenges.
Yeah, it's the taboo though, isn't it? It's still the taboo within the country of that periods are just things to be quiet about and not have to, talk about.
And if you're having trouble, there's absolutely lots of support that can be provided to make sure those symptoms don't impact your ability to train, because there's lots of people who have no symptoms at all and are being really successful, and that shouldn't be the case. And I've got friends in cycling who have, and also in canoeing, who have come back from really debilitating endometriosis and won gold medals. And they were told, oh, you'd never be able to do this, you'll never be able to do that. And I think there's a difference between kind of primary care medicine through the NHS route and then sports medicine, and the support that we can give people with more challenging conditions around the menstrual cycle to mean that that doesn't impact on their ability to perform as an athlete.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working, self-belief.
A county championship fixture, and Lancashire enjoyed a good morning, putting on 129 runs for the loss of the one George Balderson wicket. Derbyshire have toiled away on a warm day. 380 for 6 is what Lancashire are resuming on. Scott Reid and Dave Fletcher with you for the afternoon, with some Stefan Tremont through the course of the day as well. I'm sure he'll be with us. And lunch potentially coming at a good time for Derbyshire, Dave, just to have a break for 40 minutes or so.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yes, I think so. Just a one wicket in the morning session, that of George Balderson. Jack Morley, who's going to open the bowling in the afternoon session, taking that wicket. But he had made 73 and they had scored 133 for the 6th wicket. He and George Bell, and Bell is still out there on 55. Tom Hartley has a couple of runs already to his name. The talk downstairs is, when will the declaration come? I think in another 120 runs, personally. I've got no inside information, of course. I've never had it.
Well, we shall see how it all unfolds. Here is Morley to get us going back underway after lunch, as Bell plays forward in defence and there's no run. 4 more wickets for Derbyshire to wrap up the innings, or, as you say, Lancashire will potentially look to declare at some stage today.
Stop the snappers from getting pictures of Jimmy Anderson batting.
Bell off the back foot in defence, and there's no run. Yeah, I did quite enjoy the BBC headline last night on how do we get Anderson's name into the day's play where he's not been involved, as Morley's in to Bell, and that's the first run after lunch as he cuts that out through the offside for a single. So the headline was Anderson waits as well stars with the bat for Lancs.
It's a shame we couldn't have shown him that headline, Luke Wells, before he did the interview. That would have cheered him right up, wouldn't it? Even when I scored 140 odd. I'm not the first name in the headline.
I'm still not the first name.
Some people like it like that, then.
Hartley's on strike with a slip and a forward short leg. There's 2 short mid wickets, mid on, mid off as well. It's chipped back towards him on the bounce by Tom Hartley. Cover and backward point set up for Jack Morley. What an absolutely stunning day it's turned into again.
It looks like yesterday. There's one look at that cloud up there. What's that doing?
That's outrageous. Doesn't belong there. Morley into Hartley. Quicker, pushed through a fraction quicker by Morley. Hartley off the back foot in defence to Harry Kane at mid wicket, and there's no run. There's just one little thin white cloud above us. Blue sky all around. Hartley again defending. And there's no run, just a single coming off the first over after lunch. 381 for 6. Bell on 56 and Hartley on 2.
130 runs scored this morning for the loss of 1 wicket. It's a decent effort, given what we saw yesterday and how difficult it appeared to be to score. What the Derbyshire batters, when they eventually get their chance, and believe me they will at some point today, what they have to do is just think back to the morning and think, well, yeah, there were some good deliveries, but was it that tricky? Was it that? And it probably wasn't. Now the bowling might be better, the Lancashire bowling, that is. We're going to see spin from both ends. We're going to rattle through a few overs here because the over 8's only +4. Should get extra points for that, shouldn't you?
You save them up for later in the season.
Yeah. You know those 5 extra overs that we bowled the other week? We'll have them today and we'll go off now. There's Lloyd bowling to Bell, who clips this one into the leg side for a single. No, that's the overs. 382 for 6.
It's done you a few times,
it's
hasn't
done
it?
me about a dozen times in 2 hours this morning. I need to concentrate. I do tend to drift a bit.
Don't we all?
Hartley waits and defends this next delivery from Lloyd into the offside, where Harry Kane does the fielding in the 130th over of the innings. We have had that many. Oh, hello. Hartley's just danced down the track and smashed David Lloyd back over his head, down to long on for 4 runs. He's not going to hang about, and why should he? Tom Hartley takes his score up to 6. Trebles his score. You don't often see that, do you? Somebody trebling their score. Well, he's just done that. If he trebles it again now, I'd be astounded. 386 for 6. Lloyd, unperturbed, comes in again. Hartley this time goes back and forces the ball out towards the cover boundary. Darley's out there. Hartley settles for a single, moves to 7. 387 for 6. So it's all very exciting this afternoon. We'll both be disappearing at various points. It's the land of the update. Saturday afternoon. You can tell the football's finished. As Lloyd bowls to Bell.
They want some cricket.
Yeah, they want anything. What have you got? That was turned into the leg side, fielded by Kame again.
I saw Harry Kane this morning.
Yeah?
And it appeared to be going the long route around the ground.
He might have got lost.
I think I got the impression he may have been.
Lloyd bowls to Bell. Oh no. Defended back to Lloyd, end of the over. 387 for 6. Hartley 7. Bell 57.
I mean, apologies if it wasn't Harry Kane, but he's wearing a full Derbyshire tracksuit, and he had HC initials on his rucksack.
I don't think it's anybody else, unless it's somebody stealing Harry Kane's rucksack.
So I'm assuming, but he was wandering over by the car park, over by the outdoor net.
All right.
So he's gone the long way round. I should have put all the window down, actually, mate, because they're in the hotel here, aren't they? On the ground. So there's a much quicker route to the Derbyshire dressing rooms and heading out by the car park. Most of them
just come straight across the field.
Yeah. Maybe he just fancied a bit of a wander.
Yeah. Well, that's one of his teammates the quickest way there, and somebody's had him on. Well, what you do is you go all the way around there. It's a lot quicker.
All the way to Stretford. There is Morley in bowling as Hartley plays forward in defence, and there's no run. I'm going to say it's the scenic route, but it's through the car park.
It's not that scenic,
no, it's not, is it really? No. 387 for 6. Morley in. Down the pitch comes Hartley again and hit firmly along the ground and all the way for 4 down past the bowler. He's come out post-lunch. Looking to try and play the odd shot or two here, Tom Hartley.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I don't think, in truth, the spinners will mind it either, but I think it's the way forward for Lancashire here. Get to 500 as quickly as possible now and let the bowlers do their bit.
Morley to Hartley. Play back to the Derbyshire spinner. There's no run. Well, time is a pretty important factor when it comes to trying to take 20 wickets here. Hartley's forward and defending. There's no run, even with time on your side. It's still pretty tricky.
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson in the team.
Well, this is that's the thing, I suppose, isn't it? Yeah. Jimmy's about. Watch out. Hartley in. Sorry, Hartley off the back foot as Morley comes in. It's a good stop at mid-wicket, because without that from Harry Kame, low to his right, it's probably going to trickle through mid-on. Be worth at least a single for Tom Hartley. Stops the ball. 391 for 6. Morley to Hartley. Oh, he's gone for a big hit. It's in the air. Harry Kame is chasing after it. Be an awkward catch if he can get to it, but he just couldn't quite make up the ground. Even had he got there, it'd have been tricky. The ball dropping over his shoulder, but couldn't quite get across the ground quick enough to be in a position to take a catch. In the end, just the single for Tom Hartley. 392 for 6. He got more height than distance on this shot. Chipped up high. Just couldn't quite make up the ground. It landed safe.
The perfect example of the spinners not minding if Hartley carries on like this, really. He'll score some runs if he connects, but he may also give the opportunity of a catch somewhere if he miscues, as he did there. Plus it's entertaining. But we don't mind it either. There is a slip and a short leg. There are catches on either side of the pitch as Lloyd begins a new over and Hartley just pushes it up towards long on for a single. I think that's Martin Anderson down there. 393 for 6. Hartley very quickly on to 13. We can no longer tell you how many fours have been hit today. Well, I can't. As Lloyd bowls, and Bell plays a drive at that one. It bounces up off Brooke Guest and is caught by Wayne Madsen, the slip fielder. Didn't actually hit anything on the way through apart from Brooke Guest's gloves, I don't think. He crouches down. Lloyd bowls. That one is edged and caught by Wayne Madsen. He went for the expansive drive there, George Bell, and he'll be disappointed because there was a big score out there for him, I think, today. But he's perished for 57, and a third catch of the innings for Wayne Madsen. Another sharp one. They're never easy, those, when the wicketkeeper's standing up. You see it late quite often, but he clutched it about shoulder height. And actually would have seen quite a lot of it because it was a very wide delivery that really he shouldn't have played that shot at, in all honesty. And Wayne Madsen takes the catch, and it's 393 for 7. We might not need a declaration. Who knows?
Well, I'm sure he'll be disappointed, as you say, because there's potentially plenty of runs for him this afternoon still there for George Bell. But in terms of small steps in the right direction, that's an important, potentially important innings for him. Needed a score, George Bell, and in a more familiar position in Lancashire's middle order rather than opening the batting as he has in the previous 2 games. He's rewarded his captain and his coach with 57 runs, and hopefully from George Bell's point of view that's a nice step in the right direction to regain a bit of form and just settle. I'm sure there would have been some anxieties and some nerves. You're kind of wondering whether or not you're going to keep your place in the side, aren't you, with some low scores, and he was dropped from the team last season in the end. So maybe start, hopefully, of a return to form for George Bell.
And almost an indication with the way Hartley's been playing as well, that they've been told, look, go out there, play a few shots, get some runs with it. We've got plenty, which they have at 393. And see where we go, because we're going to declare at some point this afternoon anyway, so you might as well go out and have a bit of fun. And he's just not quite got to that ball because it was too wide, really. Another non-wicket taking ball takes a wicket. So Lloyd to Tom Bailey, and he goes for the reverse sweep first delivery. Excellent news. Misses it, goes through to Brooke Guest. We've had the Georges, now we've got the Toms.
We have, yep.
The old Tom out there.
The Andersons to come.
Banging the drum for Lancashire. Yes. Lloyd bowls. This is a slightly more conventional sort of defensive shot with a bat that comes down at a very strange angle, and the ball just goes to backward point when it's fielded by Aitchison. Final ball of the Lloyd over is defended by Bailey. That's more like it. And it's a dot ball. 1 run and 1 wicket from that David Lloyd over. 1 for 36 from his 12 overs. 393 for 7. Lancashire with Hartley on 13 and Bailey yet to get off the mark. And they're going to persist with spin. They're not going to run the quicks into the ground.
Yeah. Probably not the worst idea, though, is it?
No, I think it's absolutely right. He's had 5 spells, if not 6, 5 spells, definitely. Ben Aitchison on his return to action. Tickner will have had the same. Zach Chappell hasn't really been effective in this match so far. Anasdal bowled a few really nice deliveries in one particular over, beat the bat 2 or 3 times, but not picked up a wicket.
Yep, spinners for the time being at least doing the bulk of the work this afternoon. Especially if Lancashire are going to come out and play a few shots after lunch.
This could be quite exciting. Stand by for a catch in the outfield. It's David Lloyd out there. I don't think he's going to get one necessarily at backward point, but on the boundary.
Here's Morley, left arm spin to Tom Hartley. Turned into the onside where Harry Kane fields for Derbyshire. There's no run. Morley into Hartley, down the pitch he comes, and Bailey gets out the way at the non-striker's end. As Ben Hitchison comes up from the long on boundary to field. Single for Hartley, takes him to 14. 394 for 7. Gets Bailey on stride. So he's got his catches in, Jack Morley, but also some couple of guys out on the boundary. 3 for Hartley, just 2 positioned towards the boundary for the new batter, Tom Bailey. There's a deep backward square leg and deep point. Still a short leg and a slip. Left arm round the wicket to Bailey off the back foot, and that's played up to Anderson, mid-wicket, and there's no run. 394 for 7. And again, and balls. Hopping back is Bailey. Just taps the ball back down the ground. Zach Chappell is at mid-on to field. And again, there's no addition to the score. In comes Morley, balls, Bailey plays forward, and that's just pushed away into the onside. Anderson again for Derbyshire. He's there to field, and again there's no run, so single off the second ball of the over. It'll just be the one. Yeah, Bailey defending back to Morley. And that completes the over. 394 for 7. We will I'll keep an eye on how Lancashire's women are getting on, because they're playing in the T20 Women's County Cup. They're at Glamorgan, taking on Glamorgan this week, or today. And they are 123 for 1. 14 overs into that T20 knockout fixture, with Emma Lamb, who's had a great start to the season. She's wicket to 4, she's out for 50.
David Lloyd around the wicket, bowling to Hartley, who just guides that very nicely out towards the point boundary. Tumbling stop by Dal, keeps them down to a single. 15 to Hartley, 395 for 7. I was just looking back at Glamorgan in their first innings after being put into bat down at Sophia Gardens in the last game. Made 431, and Derbyshire almost won the game in the last hour, so don't give up hope yet. Lloyd in bowls to Bailey. He sets off for a single that's not there, and is sent back by Hartley. I thought they'd scored 400 plus. And it was only the last game, but I couldn't really remember. I wasn't there on the Saturday. I was at the Valley. So here comes Lloyd. That one is played back to him by Bailey.
This is
a boisterous Valley.
Was it? Right.
Yeah, very boisterous.
What happened?
Charlton won 3-1.
Oh, right.
It didn't matter.
Right.
It didn't matter. Nobody cared. This one is pushed into the offside by Bailey. Well, they'd already secured a place in the playoffs, and Burton Albion were already safe. So nobody,
on the beach, really.
Yeah, nobody cared. Lloyd in. Oh, and that's gone through Bailey, who tried an expansive drive, and then some really nice football skills from Brooke Guest. Kept it up with his right foot, and then his left, and caught it with his right hand. Rattling through these overs. Here's Lloyd again in and bowls, and Bailey pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. I'm not sure. I think I might have to be there bang on 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Apologies.
That's all right. I mean, again, the balls to Bailey's playing and missing. And there's no run. End of the over. 39747. Hartley on 15. Bailey on 0. Yeah, spin from both ends for Derbyshire. Morley's got through 26 overs. 1 for 60. Lloyd just completed his 13th over. 1 for 39. So we've had 20 minutes of the afternoon session. We've got Morley to set off again with Hartley on strike. Oh, that's off the back foot and slapped back down the ground. Quite where Hartley's aiming for, I don't think. When he's picked out Chappell at mid-off, who's trying to clear his leg, I think, and work it through mid-wicket. Let's just turn away across his pads out towards the leg side. Harry Kame's quite a busy fielder for Derbyshire. He's buzzing around at short mid-wicket. Quickly onto that, no run. Morley again. Forward goes Hartley. And again there is no run. 397 for 7. Morley over the wicket, in and balls. Off the back foot play back to Morley. Again for no run. He's over the wicket, Morley to Hartley and slapped away, but Chappell again called into action at mid-off. Doing his best here, Hartley, to play positive. He's trying to force away some shots. He's hit a couple of boundaries since lunch. Defends this next delivery. And there's no addition to the score. 397 for 7. With 20 minutes or so into the afternoon session. Lancashire try and push up to and then beyond that 400, try and get to 450, see if they can get there and then push a little further on. First innings runs for Lancashire haven't been easy to come by in truth. In a position here where they can try and get themselves a very healthy looking first inning score. It will be David Lloyd who's in and bowling. It's left alone by Bailey. Taken by Brooke Guest. And there's no run. So there's a slip and a forward short leg for Tom Bailey. David Lloyd's off spin to Bailey. That sneaks through. Taken by Guest. And he's got a deep square leg on the rope. And everybody else would be inside a fielded circle if we were playing in a one-day match. Ben Hitchinson, who's at a deep gully position fields, and there's no run. 397 for 7. Lloyd in, balls, full of ball to Bailey. He digs out, brings the bat down and jams it away towards the offside. Again, there's no addition to the score. It's going to push Aitchison back to the backward point boundary, and Bailey does take the single. Jogs through for 1 and gets his first run. Tom Bailey, 398 for 7, bringing Hartley on strike. The field changes for Hartley. Got a few more catches on the rope. He's looked to try and play a few more shots here. So there's a long on, long off. There's a deep point. Deep backward square leg. Doesn't play any shots on that occasion. Just leans gently forward and defends towards mid-wicket where Morley fields. And he'll probably keep the ball, Jack Morley, because he's almost certain to continue from this Brian Statham end. End of the over. 398 for 7. Wickets today of the two overnight not-out batters, George Bell and George Balderson. Bell just after lunch and Balderson just a fraction before. Jack Morley and David Lloyd with the wickets for Derbyshire on this second day. Tom Bailey's on strike. Here's Jack Morley's left arm spin from around the wicket. And he sets off again. Bailey going back, trying to whip it away towards the leg side. Just deflects off the pad. Thud as it drops down towards forward short leg. No run. Here's Morley. In again, oh, that's off the bottom edge from Bailey. He's gone back, trying to force the ball away. Thin inside edge, the ball just goes beyond the reach of Ben Aitchison, who's at slip. And again comes Morley, pushed away off the front foot by Bailey. Square of the wicket. Actually, that is Aitchison, who's at backward point. Maybe it's Tickner who's at slip. He's played that late as Bailey off the back foot, just nudged away behind square on the leg side. Gets through for a single, moves on to 2. 399 for 7. Brings Tom Hartley on strike. 1 ball left of the over. Morley in to Hartley. He's allowing that one to go through. Well, maybe we just overcounted a little on the scoreboard. Looks like there's another one. There is. Down the pitch comes Hartley. That's hit back beyond Morley. And down towards the boundary for 4 runs. That brings up the 400 for Lancashire at the end of the over. And Hartley moves on to 19 with that. So 403 for 7 at the end of the 137th over. Looking at what's happening elsewhere in Division 2 as we get into the afternoon session here. Kent eventually out for 424 in their first innings. Taking on Gloucestershire this week in Bristol. And Gloucestershire 61 for 1 in reply to Kent's 424 all out. Glamorgan 248 for 4, replying to Northamptonshire's 185. Back here it's David Lloyd who's in, and Bailey plays forward and defends. And there's no runs, so Glamorgan in front by 63 runs with 6 wickets remaining against Northamptonshire. Gloucestershire still trail by a whopping 383. Defended by Bailey back to the bowler, and there's no run. And Leicestershire 118 for 4 in their first innings in reply to that Middlesex score of 232 at Lords. In comes David Lloyd, bowls, forward goes Bailey. And they've gone through for a quick single. It's 404 for 7. Brings Hartley back on strike. David Lloyd in and bowls. Hartley turns the ball through the leg side, just a little in front of square, and through they go for 1. Hartley moves on to 20, 405 for 7.
I've been away for what technically in the BBC is known as the length of time as a Rod Stewart track.
Lloyd to Bailey. Well, that'll be 4. It's a full ball to Bailey, and he's punched it away firmly through the covers. And moves to 7, and Lancashire to 409 for 7.
And in addition to the cricket, I bet you can't guess what else the presenter asked me.
What you had for lunch?
Oh, yes. How many times have we answered that question? 1 million. I don't mind. It's very nice.
409 for 7. There's Lloyd to complete the over into Bailey. And let's play back in the general direction of the Derbyshire bowler. There's no run. I've just gone through the Division 2 scores. I might as well just rattle through the Division 1 scores at the end of the over. And catching my eye is the Essex score. They're 75 for 4, replying to Worcestershire's 358 all out. Warwickshire 143 for 7, in reply to Hampshire's 300 all out. Surrey 173 for 2, replying to Yorkshire's 255. Sussex 80 for 4, in reply to Somerset's 338. Durham 142 for 1, replying to Nottinghamshire's 407. All out.
Alex Lee's still in though. That means big scores are possible, doesn't he? He's a good player, that boy. He should have played for England. He might have done, but not enough. I don't think he did. Here is Jack Morley in bowls to Hartley, who plays it straight back to him.
I think he had, like, didn't he have just, he's in that...
In a one-day game or something.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I thought he might have played Test match cricket.
No, he couldn't have.
He's in that period where they were chopping and changing at the top, I think.
He certainly should do, or should have done. This one is pulled into the leg side by Hartley, but he mistimes it and it goes straight to Kame. Oh, yeah. 19 tests. 10, no, 10.
10
I didn't realise he played 10 tests. Good effort. Did he score any runs? Next delivery is played one-handed out into the offside by Hartley for a single. He moves on to 21, 410 for 7.
453 runs, average of 23, top score of 67. I think he batted pretty slowly, didn't he? I remember he was at the start of the Baz ball, wasn't it?
He did then. He doesn't now, though, does he? That's the remarkable thing. Halifax boy, I believe.
He is, yeah.
I should know that. That's where I worked for 15 years. This next delivery from Morley is pushed out into the offside by Bailey. Harry Kane wants his sleeveless sweater. Just signalled such to the dressing room down below us. As Morley in around the wicket again, bowls, and Bailey goes back and defends this one back to towards the bowl. Harry Kane actually comes in and picks up. He's got the long sleeve sweater. Disappointingly, early in his Derbyshire career, he wore sweaters that were far, far too big for him. They look like netball dresses, but he seems to have sorted that out now, which is always a shame. Morley bowls, back goes Bailey, pushes it towards Kame, and the over comes to an end. Just one run from it. 400, no fireworks at all in that. 410 for 7, 21 to Hartley, 7 to Bailey. Only 10 extras out of 410 runs. That's pretty impressive, really, I think. How many of those? There's been at least 2 wides, 3 wides, a couple of no balls. I don't remember seeing any no balls. I must have missed those. 2 leg byes and a bye. I do not remember the no balls at all. They were bowled by Zach Chappell and David Lloyd, of all people, according to my scorecard. Not that you can trust the scorers, of course, who are listening.
Definitely not Lancashire scorer, no.
No, no.
There's David Lloyd in bowling to Tom Hartley.
I assume the Lancashire supporters know that the Lancashire scorers are Yorkshiremen. I'm sure he's contactable.
It's dug out by Tom Hartley.
Afternoon, Gary.
410 for 7. Lloyd to Hartley. Goes down the pitch and strikes the ball firmly away through the offside for a single towards long off.
Gary used to be a regular at Derby, but obviously the bright lights attracted him up here.
Must have done,
yeah. He was always at Derby. Couldn't get rid of him at one point.
Sorry about that. 411 for 7. Lloyd in to Bailey. Playing a miss. Through to Brooke Guest. Yeah, Chris Rimmer, the legendary Lancashire scorer, retiring at the end of last season.
Great when Chris was here, wasn't it?
Bailey shuffling forward, defending into the offside, no run.
Proper character. Solid.
He was here, wasn't he?
Dependable. He was, yeah. Said hello to him. It was good to see him.
411 for 7. And there's Lloyd to Bailey. Slapping away, but...
Bit of right to left fade on that particular drive there.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah. As he stood there and watched it just trickle its way past the bowler at the end of the over. 411 for 7. Hartley on 22 and Bailey is 7 not out.
We've got to the time in this innings where 12 men are coming on and going off and staying on and all the rest of it. So Anuj Dal and Zach Chappell have left the field temporarily. Nick Potts and Mitch Wagstaff are on. Harry Kame has his sleeveless sweater, I'm delighted to report. He's just put it on. How long's this? Come on, be a long one. He's tucking his shirt in. Come on, Harry. Oh, not bad. Not bad. Not quite as long as they used to be. I did tease him a couple of times about it. But he's quite long, in fairness. Here is Morley in and bowls to Harley, who clips this one into the leg side. The sleeveless sweater gets a little bit of an early workout there as Kane moves around to his left to do the fielding. Still got his long sleeve Derbyshire top on though underneath it, so he's not gone full short sleeves as Morley bowls. That's pulled into the leg side by Hartley, fielded by Kame, and there is no run. It's cup final today, isn't it? I forgot about that. 3:30, 4, sometime around that. As Morley's in again, back goes Hartley, turns it into the leg side. Harry Kame does the fielding for the umpteenth time since lunch. He's in the fielding hotspot there, Harry Kame. Caleb Jewell on the offside, not seen the ball. And this one's played into the leg side and fielded by Harry Kame. Not an awful lot happening out there at the moment, which is good from the Derbyshire bowling perspective because they've started to keep a lid on it again, but bad in the fact that runs aren't easy to come by. This one's pushed into the offside square, fielded by Anderson, and there's no run. Morley has the ball back already, 411 for 7. Hartley plays this one back down the ground. He's going to get a run here because it beat Morley as he tried to bend down to his left to pick the ball up. It's actually fielded by Ben Aitchison. And Morley, his over comes to an end. Just the one run from it. It was from the final ball of the over as well, which means that Tom Hartley, who defended the first 4, pinches the strike, and the batters get together and have a little punch of gloves. Only 14 runs from the last 5 overs, but only 2 from the last 2. And David Lloyd slowly makes his way in. They are +4 on the over 8. Extras into double figures now, that's 10. Wayne Manson is going to have a word with his off spinner Lloyd, Derbyshire skipper. Fancy any attacking fielders, Lloydie? Not so as you'd notice. Long on, long off, deep backward square leg, man on the point boundary, and he's got a man at a sort of deepish gully, and there's a mid-wicket and an extra cover in catching positions. There is a slip and a short leg, and Lloyd is on his way into bowl to Hartley, who drives, and this is into the offside. He goes straight to Harry Kame. No run. Kame dries his hands in one of the old used footmarks that he's fielding on. Lloyd is in. That's pushed out into the offside. It beats Harry Kame on this occasion. Goes all the way down to Blair Tickner, who's fielding down at long off. Single take, and Hartley moves to 24, 413 for 7. Just told on the radio as Lloyd is in. Back goes Bailey to defend it out into the offside. What a cold and relatively miserable day it was in Derby. Couldn't quite believe me when I said there wasn't a cloud in the sky here. As Lloyd bowls, and that strikes the pad of Bailey. There's a half-hearted appeal from the bowler. Stuart pointing out a while ago now, and apologies Stuart for not spotting this, that the bonus points and alternative league table business we were talking about as Bailey defends this one into the offside after taking 2 steps towards David Lloyd. the table would see Middlesex promoted rather than Derbyshire at this point, absolutely. So I guess they do make some difference, a little difference, but not so dramatic that every game has to be interrupted as teams get towards bonus points at the end of 110 overs. Bailey's driven this one square on the offside out towards Aitchison. He picks up a single and moves to 8, 414 for 7. He's also pinched the strike because that was the last ball of the over. So he's done to Hartley what Hartley did to him. Dahl is back, which Wagstaff makes way. Dahl just make sure that umpire Widdop knows he's back on the field. Might be called on to bowl, seems unlikely. Wayne Madsen persisting with the double spin option of the off spin of David Lloyd and the left arm off spin of Jack Morley. We're looking to take the ball away from the right-handed Bailey. He's been out there for 37 deliveries now for his 8. Came out when George Bell was caught by Wayne Madsen after bowling of David Lloyd for 57 when the score was 393. And even Ben Aitchison is practicing his off-spin now. So there is a slip, there's a backward point, a short leg, then catching on either side of the pitch. Mid on and mid off a deep-ish as Bailey defends the first delivery of the new over. David Lloyd's down at deep backward square leg. And there is Dahl sweeping on the cover boundary as well. It's almost in a holding pattern this game with Lancashire 414 for 7. Morley bowls, back goes Bailey, punches it out into the offside. Kane fields and throws it back to Brooke Guest. Caleb Jules spent a lot of time in England with those fielding pads on at short leg. Bailey defends the next ball back to Morley. He's got a long sleeved Derbyshire top on with the sleeves pulled up over his elbows. And he's in again and bowls. That was turning to the leg side, just to the right of Jewell. Bailey will pick up a single. Lloyd fields out in the deep. 415 for 7. Bailey on to 9. Aitchison and Chappell go back at long on and long off. Short leg disappears. Morley over the wicket, bowls to Hartley, who turns this one into the leg side. He wants a single. Bailey's not interested. There might have been a very sharp one there, but better to be safe than sorry, I suppose. Single turned down, or as Bob Hunt, like great Bob Hunt, would have said, eschewed. I think that's what he said. Still missed. Morley bowls, driven handsomely by Hartley, and that's going to go all the way for 4. It beat the dive of Caleb Jewell at close in at extra cover, and the long off. Zach Chappell couldn't get around the boundary to complete the fielding. That's a glorious shot. Hartley moves to 28, 419 for 7 at the end of the over. I don't think David Lloyd could actually walk in any slower from the boundaries when he to bowl his overs. Just a gentle amble in.
Well, it's kind of a leisurely Saturday afternoon feel to it.
It has got that feel, yes. Yes. Sure, which one of us will be first to drop off?
I reckon the Lancs TV crew can probably find someone who's having a little post-lunch sunshine snooze in the crowd somewhere.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
It's bound to be a little.
All the talent they possess. Put you in it. Go on then.
There's Lloyd into Bailey. That's off the front foot in defence, and there's no run.
Sorry, I've talked all over you.
That's all right.
So Wimbledon against Charlton. Been a lose one of them. No, we're not, because Wimbledon play in the division below.
In comes Lloyd, balls us on the back foot by Bailey. Played away through the offside. He might want two. He does. He comes and able to force a couple there. Moves on to 11, 421 for 7. Is this the playoff final?
Yeah, Wimbledon will play Walsall in the League Two playoff final. Charlton are going to play...
Is that today?
No, they just won the playoff semi-final.
Oh, I see, right. Bailey drives. That'll be 4, actually. Through the offside. Over the rope. There is Ben Aitchison, who's behind square on the boundary on the offside, but he's timed that very nicely for 4. 425 for 7 now.
Charlton will play Leyton Orient.
Oh, okay.
So we lose one of them,
right?
Which is good news, but we might gain Wimbledon. I'd rather gain Walsall, if I'm honest, in League One.
This is just pure geography.
Oh, yeah.
Lloyd in to Bailey, forward and defends. And there's no run, 425 for 7. You don't fancy a Tuesday night trip to Wimbledon then?
This is such a difficult place to find anywhere to park.
Lloyd to Bailey. Hitchinson and the two backward point boundaries there to field. Bailey moves to 16, 426 for 7. One delivery left of the over. 7 off it so far, but there's a change to the field. The captain for Derbyshire, Wayne Madson's pointing here, there and everywhere.
He had a little over off the field, didn't he? I wonder if he was just asking Mickey Arthur for a little bit of advice. Trying to get a chant going out there. Not quite working.
Lloyd to Hartley. That's driven on the bounce into the offside, and Harry came. He's tumbling away to his left to stop the ball. It's the end of the over. 426 for 7, with Bailey on 16 and Tom Hartley on 28. We've got 48 overs remaining in the day. We've had 50 minutes since the lunch break. Lancashire have lost 1 wicket, which is
there we are.
Bell.
Yeah.
Someone's having a snooze.
Just a little 40 winks.
It's definitely a day for some sun cream, though, isn't it? Or,
yes.
Or a makeshift hat.
That looks like one of those tea towels, doesn't it? I think I've got that tea towel at home. He's got it on his head.
Keeping the
shorts on.
Hot day in the sun, then.
No. Anthony's in his back garden in Hena, enjoying a half snooze in the garden while the sunshine lasts.
Oh, lovely.
The only thing preventing him from a full sleep, he says, full slumber, he calls it, is the nagging question of why we keep putting the opposition into bat first. Any ideas? Jack Morley was just about to start that over, and then he's aborted. I definitely think the Jimmy Anderson factor was a factor here. As back goes Bailey into his stumps and pushes the ball up to mid-on. Anderson fields, and now it looks like Martin Anderson might be coming on for a bowl. Either that, or he's just trying to lose any of the stiffness. That one bounces off the pad into the grateful hands of Caleb Jewell. They've even stopped appealing for those now. Bailey waits. Morley's next delivery comes off an inside edge, goes down towards long leg. In off the boundary comes David Lloyd. And they take a single, and Bailey moves to 17, 4-2-7 for 7. I think Anderson is coming on.
Yeah, well, it's not the worst idea, because it has become a little samey, hasn't it, with that gentle pace, so maybe just mix it up a little bit.
Do something. They did three wickets here, and they're not entirely, well, they're not in the game, but they're not entirely out of it. It would certainly make reaching the follow-on target a lot easier. Which could be crucial.
Yeah, that could be the game, couldn't it?
Been there before. On both sides this season. Next delivery comes off an inside edge as the expansive drive comes out from Hartley, but the ball just dribbles along the floor to Kame, really. He'll be exhausted, Harry Kame.
He's been busy, hasn't he?
He's touched, I reckon, 50% of the fielding has been done by him since lunch. Walks in now. Ball is defended by Hartley. Morley just turns around, takes his cap off the umpire and leaves the ball where it is. End of the over. 1 run from it. 4:27 for 7. So the real chance for Derbyshire with the spinners on was that the lower order batters will have a go. Now that they've stopped having a go, there's no point in having them on unless you're just trying to take time out of the game, which again would help Derbyshire to a degree. But yeah, do something different, for goodness sake. And they are going to do something different, because here is one of the many Andersons taking part in today's game. This is the one with the 2 S's.
Yes, it's the greedy one. The additional S. Change in the commentary box here. Fletcher's going to have a break. We'll bring Stefan Schemmel in to join us. So a bowling change as well. Martin Anderson. A 4-2-7 for 7. Bailey on 17, Hartley on 28. So change of pace here. Well, we've got spin since lunch from both ends, Morley and Lloyd, but go back to some seam from Martin Anderson. Derbyshire could do with something happening here. And the 1 wicket since the lunch break, which was George Bell. And then slow and steady by Tom Hartley and Tom Bailey. Here comes Anderson then into Bailey. Flicked off his pads in towards square leg for a single. He moves on to 18, 428 for 7. What do you reckon, Stefan?
Well, it's been a slog for Derbyshire. That is what I reckon. And they can't have imagined, when Wayne Madsen won the toss a day and a half ago, that they would still be in the field some 145 overs later. And at some point today, they are going to have to face the greatest seam bowler this country has ever produced, with, well, goodness knows what to reply to.
Yes. Yeah. They don't paint a particularly cheerful picture for Derbyshire listeners and viewers, but it's a picture I agree with.
And what you would say about, you know,
there's Anderson from around the wicket to Tom Hartley. It's just eased away off his hip. He's gone bolting through for the first, and with clear intentions of coming back for the second. In the end, it's a very comfortable 2.
Yeah, and everything that's gone on with Lancashire, well documented over the past week. Obviously, that defeat last weekend and being bottom of the 2nd division, and a change in captain, and even being 11 for 2 yesterday. For the way that they have come together, battled, put this score together. Okay, Jennings 2, Bohannon 3. That happens.
Anderson in balls too Hartley driven into the offside, no run.
But the rest: Harris 45, Hurst 51, Bell 57, Balderson 73, Hartley 28 not out, Bailey 17 not out, and of course all underpinned by Luke Wells's 141. That is a real collective effort of coming together to put something on the board. And actually, yesterday there were some difficult conditions early doors.
Anderson to Hartley, full ball driven off the toe end of the bat, I think, by the looks of it. It just squirts beyond Anderson's reach and picked up at mid-off, and there's no run.
And the context of this total will reveal itself, you know, later today, into tomorrow, who knows, maybe even into Monday as well, because Lancashire are going to have to take 20 wickets to win this game, and Derbyshire might bat just as well. We don't know. But
Martin Anderson's in again too, Hartley. That's defender back towards him, and there's no run.
But you look at the makeup of the Lancashire attack, and obviously, you know, we can talk about James Anderson. We don't know how he's going to go. He is the best fast bowler England have ever produced, but he's also nearly 43 and hasn't bowled a ball competitively since last July, I think. So it's 11 months since he's had a bowl. But what you would say, the Lancashire attack, they've got lots of options, they've got variety.
Anderson to Hartley. Oh, that's gone through Brooke Guest and down towards the boundary. It won't reach the rope. Picked up by Chappell. It's gone for Byes. It's missed everything. Oh, somehow it's shot through and somehow gone past his off stump. Just and beyond the reach of Brooke Guest. One leg by. End of the over. 4:31 for 7.
The only thing you would say Lancashire possibly missing, given how well Tickner has bowled from the far end, maybe a bit of hostility, maybe, because it's looked flat actually today.
They probably hope that would come from the other Anderson, Philip. That is,
yeah.
That might be. He might be the one that could
possibly
generate something like that,
but
probably not to that extent.
No, you'd say no. So we'll see, but I think Derbyshire have maybe. Well, certainly not today. Morley's had a good long ball, but I think he could have bowled more yesterday. I'm pretty keen to see what Tom Hartley gets out of this pitch as well. Morley starting a new over. This is 33rd. It's a full toss to Hartley. Tall man drives out towards deep extra cover. Shortest side of the ground for this game. Single taken 4:32 for 7. I find it funny that the pitch is so far to the right hand side of the square that we look at it that the sight screens had to be extended at the pavilion end. They've had to wheel out the 3 screens. I wonder where they've come from. Dish out the extra screens because the white screens on the runners don't go far enough across the pavilion windows. Morley 18 on his back, ball into Bailey, who defends, and there's no run. And again, just from that sort of point of view of how long Derbyshire have had to field, how well Lancashire have ground this out for 146 and a bit overs as Morley bowls to Bailey, and that's defended. You know, we know Hartley can bat. We know Tom Bailey's far from a mug with the bat. 31 not out, 18 not out. Anderson Phillip can bat as well. So there's more work to do for Derbyshire. But still a short leg in place, and Madsen at slip is just directing the fielders with his left hand. Morley skips in round the wicket. Bailey, big old stride from the fast bowler, defends. 4:32 for 7. Morley just waits. He's got a shadow cast to his right. Skips in. Bailey's hit on the pad. Ball trickles towards short leg. No run. One delivery of the over remaining. Morley's got 1 for 74. And Bailey on 18. Just crouches ever so slightly. I think mid-on's just come in a few paces. Bailey turns this one fine. There's a fielder behind square on the leg side, but he's quite square. And there's one taken. That's the end of the over. 433 for 7. And I was just thinking, Scott, normally this time of a year, cricket on a Saturday, they're just taking drinks actually. The players were an hour into midway through the afternoon session. Lancs 433 for 7. Normally this sort of Maytime Saturday afternoon, you might start thinking about what sort of activity is across the road at the other Old Trafford. Obviously there's none today because it's a big sporting occasion, big sporting day in Manchester for the football side on the other side of this football team on the other side of the
final, isn't it?
Of course, yeah. In fact, big week of finals for Manchester football clubs. City today, Europa League for United on Wednesday.
So do United play there tomorrow? Are they at home tomorrow?
They played last night.
Oh, did
they? Played at Chelsea last night.
Oh, right. They completely missed that.
They lost 1-0. And as a footballing spectacle on a Friday evening...
It wasn't good, was it?
It was awful.
Well, that's a good job I missed it, isn't it? Paid absolutely zero attention to that last night.
Yeah, players have stopped to take a drink. Derbyshire bowlers, I mean, they are getting slow roasted, aren't they now? It was hot yesterday, warming up again today.
Oh, it's someone's birthday. Those balloons say happy birthday on them. Someone's come to the cricket on there. Well, it could be Mickey Arthur. It's his birthday today, isn't it?
Is that right?
Apparently. So maybe those balloons are for Mickey Arthur.
I'd like to think that...
it's a little birthday party, that.
Well, I'd like to think that Fletcher's organising a cake or something like that. I might have a little sing-song later on.
Have you sorted the cake out for Mickey Arthur? No, he hasn't. No. That was it. I don't know if we can see that again on Manx TV. The little bench there was some balloons, and there was a little birthday party taking place. That was lovely. That.
It's a good spot, isn't it?
It's lovely.
Over there.
Yeah.
It's like a little hospitality section, isn't it? Underneath the new hotel.
Yeah.
Picnic benches.
Perfect.
But yeah, there are some balloons there.
Happy birthday.
We're going to need some more information, aren't we, as to what's going on.
See what they're tucking into. No, there's not much lunch.
Well, also you'll make it might not be those three chaps there either who are associated with the balloons.
The balloons are tied to empty chairs.
Yeah. There's also a pink and blue balloon. Just gives us no clue as to whose birthday it could be.
No. It's covering all bases, that, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
I've had a bit of a drinks break. 433 for 7. There's a lengthy conversation here between Wayne Madsen and Brooke Guest.
As someone who watches Tom Hartley more often than I do, does he always play cricket in yellow socks?
He did the other week, because we noticed it the other week. Yeah, his socks matched the grip on his bat. And it was a yellow. Is that a yellow grip again? I know it's blue today, but I'm pretty sure it was a yellow grip the other day. And we noticed, it was obviously a riveting passage of play, we noticed his socks, the same colour as his grip, but not today. We did have yellow socks on before, yeah. Stand the leg side as Anderson sets off again from the Anderson end. There's too many Andersons in this game. Through to Brooke Guest. There's no run. 433 for 7. Down to the one slip, which is Wayne Madsen next to Brooke Guest. And the third man, there's a deep backward square leg. 2 mid-wickets, cover, mid-off, and the mid-on. Martin Anderson for Derbyshire. Shuffles in again, bowls and beats Bailey. Through to Guest. No addition to the score.
Big few weeks, isn't it, for Tom Hartley? Back in the England white ball setup, just for the one days, I think, against the West Indies. But that'd be his first time in an England senior squad since the T20 World Cup.
Did he play
last June? He didn't play in the T20 World Cup, no.
So he played, his last England appearance would have been the Test series,
yeah.
Then. Right. Anderson in 2. Bailey fallen, whipped away through the leg side. He's done well to kind of pierce a gap in that leg side field. And he's come back for 2 by the time the throw comes in. Bailey moves on to 21, 435 for 7.
A bit of a curious sort of time for Tom Hartley, if you think that he was the only spinner who played every test on that tour of India and was a match winner, really, in England's only victory. That amazing win in Hyderabad where he took 7 wickets in the second innings. I think it was the best figures by a spinner on debut for many a year.
Anderson to Bailey, going back and working the ball to the leg side. Fielded at mid-wicket, there's no run.
given the nature of the series and the tour and the conditions, he was essentially England's attack leader, the lead spinner by the time the tour finished. Leach obviously only played one test, and then he was supported by Bashir and Rayan Ahmed. He did the bulk of the bowling. And when England made their decision to move on from Jack Leach, might have felt that he was in the conversation to take over as the #1 spinner, but the nod went to Shoaib Bashir. Hartley might have thought that his case was supported by his batting, but England went in the other direction. Still around a bit, the white ball squad went to that T20 World Cup, like you say, but didn't play.
Anderson into Bailey, tumbles over, and he's followed through the ball as Bailey tucks the ball away to the leg side, and there's no run.
Probably should have done, given the conditions in the West Indies and some of the decisions that England made and the way that they went out of that tournament. And then was nowhere to be seen for a little while. Should have gone on the Lions tour to Australia in the winter. I think he suffered a broken wrist, was it, in the run-up to that?
Yeah, hand injury. Yeah.
So that's what ruled him out of that trip to Australia. And there's all that chatter also around last year that he'd done so well for England, and then Nathan Lyon was coming in, and was he going to play for Lancashire? Was he not going to play for Lancashire?
As Anderson comes in to complete the over, down the leg side. Guest goes cartwheeling after it. And 4 runs for Bailey, that little glance off his pads. It's been great, Brooke Guest, but didn't have much chance in getting something on that. And 4 runs down to fine leg, pushes the score to 439 for 7.
But yeah, now he's back in the squad for the one-dayers against the West Indies. 3 one-dayers beginning at the back end of this month. And obviously England have got the same head coach now in all formats, so that's a chance for him to get back around McCullum and the staff and to impress in that format. And so much to come, really, from an international point of view. You know, are England definitely set on Shoaib Bashir as their #1 spinner? Well, probably, but there's a backup place on that Ashes tour. There's, again, like we was talking with Dave before, there's an England Lions tour to Australia this winter again, and there's a T20 World Cup in Sri Lanka early next year, and obviously Hartley's, I think that's where he was first discovered the right word, I don't know, that's where he first rose to prominence in domestic cricket, certainly in the
white ball.
Yeah, in white ball cricket. So England have gone with Liam Dawson in T20 cricket for now, but that tournament's in India and Sri Lanka, so will they need more spin options? It's Morley bowling to Hartley. It's almost chipped back to the bowl, just one bounce back to Morley, who's on one knee, almost level with the non-striker Bailey. 439 for 7. Obviously these two will know each other well too, Morley and Hartley. Morley's in, Hartley's back and defending back to the bowler, and there's no run. I can't remember a time when Morley wasn't bowling from this end.
He's been bowling for about 3.5 months from the Brian Statham end, yeah.
This is his 34th over, and Hartley defends. He bowled 15 overnight, Morley. I'm relatively certain this has been an unbroken spell. So yeah, this is the 19th over of his spell. Throws out his arms and bowls to Hartley. It's on the leg side. It's turned to the fielder at short mid-wicket, Harry Kane, and there's no run.
Spinners this season bowling here at Old Trafford. Calvin Harrison for Northamptonshire in the second innings bowled 57 overs, 7 for 119, as well as 19 overs in the first innings. Hartley got through 35 in the first innings of that match as well.
Morley's in, Hartley's driving, bump ball to the fielder at short extra cover, Caleb Jewell.
Against Leicestershire, Hartley got through 44 overs in the Leicestershire first innings. Against Gloucestershire, spinners aplenty in that game as well. Hartley 44 in the first innings of that match.
Morley to complete the over, bowls to Hartley, who's driving. I think again that was a bump ball as Jewell dived to his left. End of the 149th over. Lancashire 439 for 7, Hartley 31 not out, Bailey 25 not out, Morley's got 1 for 75, and whereas runs came quickly this morning when Balderson and Bell were together, Lancashire resumed on 250 for 5. Balderson and Bell pushed their partnership to 133 before Balderson was bowled by Morley for 73. Bell out for 50 for 7, caught by Madsen off the bowling of David Lloyd. Those are the 2 wickets to fall today, and it has to be said, Dave Fletcher, it feels like a bit of a stalemate at the moment. The game isn't really advancing.
I just said next door when I did my update that the game is going nowhere because the batters aren't really pushing on, and when they do try to push on, they get out, which suggests that Derbyshire are going to have to make sure that they rein it in a bit because they have got very attacking batters. These are the most overs, or this is that Morley has bowled in an innings, single innings this season. 31.5 down at Glamorgan, I think. Martin Anderson is in and bowls to Bailey, who turns that one up to mid-on. And there is no run.
It's a tricksy little leg slip position, isn't it, that Wayne Madsen has put himself in.
Perhaps he's just forgotten his right-handed bat. Could be.
They have bowled very straight, or Anderson is looking to bowl very straight to Bailey, isn't he? Not sure if there's a little bit of...
I'm only here for 5 minutes incidentally, just a flying visit.
I'm not sure if there's a little bit of movement in towards the right-handed Bailey from Anderson. It's hard to tell from our angle.
It's hard to tell anything from our angle, really. The pitch is so far across to the right, and the media centre covers that far. Anderson bowls to Bailey, who pushes this out into the offside. Morley leaves it, and it's picked up by David Lloyd, who's at a wideish mid-off.
That one definitely didn't move inwards. If anything, it moved the other way.
Yeah, did it? Okay. I believe I'm very excited because for the first time ever, unnecessary in that sentence, of course, for the first time, in the next home game, we're going to have real-time screens in our commentary box at Derby. Very exciting.
So you won't even need to look out the window?
No, I'll just turn the other way. Here comes Anderson, bowls to Bailey down the leg side, and that's why Madsen is there for the little flick, but he didn't flick it. It went through to Brooke Guest. Yes, and we're losing our ISDNs and getting IP, which is slightly unnerving, but it's the way of the world these days, isn't it? We're all internet-based. I've got the headache of trying to work out how on earth that's going to work. We'll get there, though. Henry and Stephen will sort me out back at base in Derby. What's happening here? I thought Anderson was trying to move Wayne Madsen from leg slip to orthodox slip, but he hasn't moved. Perhaps there's somebody down below us who's moving. In comes Anderson. He bowls on the leg stump, and it's turned into the leg side by Bailey for a single. Anuj Dal does the fielding. Score moves on to 440 for 7. 26 to Bailey, 31 to Hartley. The Toms go serenely about their business.
The only thing I would say about the game, the progress of the game, and when we're talking about the game moving forwards or not, is there are only, and I say only sort of almost inverted commas, 42 and a bit overs left in the day. And so Derbyshire have actually made pretty good progress in taking some time out, if you will.
Yes, yes. I've just suggested to somebody, as Anderson is in around the wicket and driven for 4 runs out towards the cover boundary. Nice shot from Hartley. His 5th boundary moves to 35. 444. Quadruple Nelson for 7. And a 50 partnership, another one. There's been 10 a penny in this game. You need to get 100 partnership to impress me, I'm afraid, boys. 444 for 7. Joe Shakic, who does our At the Crease segment on Radio Derby with me, I've just suggested to him, I think Derbyshire will, if they're batting in their first innings at the close of play tomorrow, they'll be okay. Regardless of when either they bowl Lancashire out, which seems unlikely, or Lancashire declare, but that weight of runs on the scoreboard, their attacking nature of the vast majority of the Derbyshire batters just might work against them here.
Well, the other question, assuming Lancashire don't bat the remainder of today,
well, that would be great.
That they would. Let's take a good guess that Lancashire would like to have a bowl today.
Let's 10 overs to go until tea now, as Anderson is in, and that one is played off the back foot, forcing shot up towards mid-off by Hartley.
We are getting to the stage. It's the end of the over.
It is the end of the over, you're right, 444%.
We're getting to the stage where maybe, just maybe, James Anderson's only going to bowl one spell today.
Yes.
There might only be time for him to bowl one chunky spell.
Yeah, no, that's a good shout. Whereas if they thought, well, 450's enough, is it? I'm not sure, but they might think that, and he could bowl 3 or 4 overs before tea and then bowl 5 or 6 overs after tea. So, we've got 10 overs until tea. We'd lose 2, of course. So if he's going to bowl 4 overs before tea, they're going to have to pull out reasonably quickly.
Yeah.
It's funny, isn't it? The whole game revolves around a player who nobody's seen for 11 months.
No.
We've heard fantastic reports about all the work that he's done, and we've seen him bowling out in the middle, and we've seen him bowl out in the middle at various other away games in recent times, down at Northampton in particular. Good reports from there. He won't feel the pressure though, will he?
Well, I wonder if I might have seen him bowl more than most, actually, in the past 11 months.
Okay.
On England overseas tours.
Yeah.
When he's been doing a bit in the nets.
Just to keep his hand in.
Yeah. Morley starts a new over, bowling to Bailey, who's off the back foot and squirting the ball behind square to point. There's no run, 444 for 7. But he certainly, in Pakistan in October, put the yards in. And I'm trying to remember, he must have bowled in New Zealand, must have done.
It's incredible dedication though, isn't it? I mean, he was out there this morning and he looks young.
Morley bowls and Bailey's on the back foot, pushing the ball to shortish mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And most people look young to me, but he genuinely, he didn't stand out as, look, as the old boy in the middle. He was very much just part of it.
Morley's into Bailey, defends on the front foot. Yeah, occasionally during those net sessions he switched the ball in some left arm spin. Just because he can. Why not?
Why not, indeed. Must be irritating for the spinners.
Morley bowls, Bailey forces off the back foot, and Anuj Dal is out there away to our left, patrolling the boundaries. It feels like he has done all day. Yeah. Single taken, 445 for 7. It sort of goes without saying that Anderson is supremely fit. I would have to check this statistic because I don't know if it's still true, but he will say it anyway. Yeah, it's certainly comparable, and it was around about the end of his England career. He was approaching the end of his England career, but he's obviously a product of central contracts, so he's been well looked after from that point of view, and so miles on the clock, lower than they might be as Morley bowls to left-handed Hartley and defended. And it was true for a very long time that he, even into his 40s, he'd bowled fewer deliveries in his professional career than Angus Fraser, as an example.
Yeah.
So it shows how he's been looked after into his 40s, and obviously how he's looked after himself as well.
Yeah, well, yes, quite.
Slip in place, flatter from Morley, punched by Hartley. Morley just parries it around the post, but it goes straight to a fielder, Harry Kame at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. 151 overs done. Lancashire 445 for 7, Hartley 35, Bailey 27, Morley's bowled 35 overs. 3 maidens, 1 for 76. Thank you, Dave. And Lancashire grind onwards in the sunshine at Old Trafford. Good smattering of spectators in. New grey hotel to our right. Blue crane peering over the top. Some building work in between the two hotels. There's lots going on in this part of Manchester at the moment.
Always tends to be something going on, doesn't it? Far away from a bit of building work. Here comes Anderson, 445 for 7 into Bailey. He's take a single here, down towards backward square leg. He's brought up the 50 partnership, haven't they, Bailey and Hartley? Yeah, 53 now they've added together. 446 for 7. Bringing Tom Hartley back on strike. Thick sunscreen across the across his cheeks. There's Martin Anderson required today. Leg side field being set here. There is a deep backwards square leg, 2 mid wickets, mid on. Third man just drops down, deep point, cover mid off. He strikes the ball away. One bounce out towards cover. There's no addition to the score. So it'll be 8 overs until tea at the conclusion of this over from Martin Anderson.
See, when you say about needing the sun cream today, this is a really dangerous day because it's sunny and windy.
Oh, you don't quite feel the
you wouldn't.
heat.
So
Yeah.
yesterday you knew you were getting burnt because it was red hot. Whereas today, with that breeze, oh, it's quite cool. Then you're looking like a lobster.
Around the wicket comes Anderson. That's worked into the offside by Hartley for 1. He moves to 36. 447 for 7. Well, it's a perfect day to top up the tan.
You've seen that Bruce Springsteen's been sunbathing in Manchester.
I went to watch him on Wednesday.
So did I.
Did you?
It was fantastic, wasn't it?
Brilliant, yeah. Barely defends into the onside. There's no run. Where's he been catching the sun?
Outside his hotel, apparently.
Just been sat outside the hotel. He's not gone far then.
No, on his balcony. I think on his hotel balcony.
Oh,
just
lovely.
Catching the sun.
Very nice.
I'd not seen him before.
Right.
It was the first time I'd seen him at the co-op
Hmm.
on Wednesday. And Rory Dollard, who is the cricket correspondent for the Press Association, is a Bruce Springsteen badger.
Okay.
Super fan. And he said to me, it's typical Bruce Springsteen behaviour. After you've seen him for the first time, you'll want to see him again. And I have been looking for tickets for either tonight or Tuesday.
Bailey looking to try and whip the ball away into the onside. There's a appeal for an LBW there. That's arrowed in towards his pads. It's gone forward straight. And have you successfully found some tickets?
Not
for
yet.
No.
Do you want me to say why I haven't found any tickets for tonight?
Go on.
Because I'm here and I'm working.
Well, he's not on till 8 o'clock.
True. Wait, earlier than that though. 7:30 for the boss. Does his 3 hours by the
Was
time.
he 7:30 on
He
Wednesday? Was he?
yeah.
Oh. He was a good 3 hours ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Pushed away by Bailey into the offside, but there's no run. End of the over. 447 for 7. Yeah, it's a good night on Wednesday. Enjoyed that.
And
It's brilliant because you've got such a range of ages, haven't you? You've got watching Bruce with some young kids there, and then right up to guys that were my age and even same age as my grandparents would be, you know.
Well, the other thing is, obviously, if he's playing in Manchester tonight, he's playing in Manchester on Tuesday. He's here for another couple of days. So if he needs anything to do tomorrow or Monday, perhaps he could extend an invitation. Would you like to come watch some cricket, Mr. Springsteen?
See, wouldn't it have been great had he picked the hotel here and just sat on his balcony over there watching some cricket? Could do his little turn, couldn't he? You know, when Wimbledon when he used to get
Cliff Richards.
Cliff Richards, yeah, doing a song,
singing in the rain, yeah.
Yeah, you could get Brucey just doing a little bit of something on the balcony. Yeah, he was great on Wednesday. That's the second time I've seen him. I saw him in Rome a couple of years ago.
Oh wow!
I think Rory was at that one. I think I remember seeing something that he was there.
Morley's bowling left arm over to Hartley, who skips down the pitch and defends.
He had a few points to make, didn't he, on Wednesday?
He did. Had some things to get off his
He
chest.
did. He had a few things to say.
Hartley bends at the knee and Morley bowls. That's a full delivery that Hartley drives. They want a single because Morley's only half stopped in his follow-through. It's a good hand, actually, from Morley, because otherwise there'd have been work for Zach Chappell to do at long off. Single taken, 448 for 7. Hartley 37.
It's quite a good arena, isn't it? That's the first time I've been to the Co-op live as well. It's Albeit they ran out of beer.
What, where you were?
Yeah.
How much did you drink?
Yeah, went down kind of about an hour and a half into the gig to get another round in. That's it, no beer left.
Morley round the wicket to Bailey, shorter. Bailey always gets himself into a tangle, but pushes the ball into the offside, and there's no run. No beer shortage where I was.
Oh, good. Maybe just that my side of the arena then that was dry.
Morley bowls, Bailey defends on the front foot into the offside.
Was those machines where you do it yourself?
Oh, was it?
Yeah, well, they were closed when he started, but before the gig started, you go and you put your plastic pint cups in there, and then you press the button and it fills up in front of you, and you tap and pay. But when he was underway, they closed that off, so you had to go to the bar. And yeah, they got to the bar, and the guy said, "I'm sorry, but we're out of beer, all sold out."
Madson's walked from slip to have a chat with Morley. He put a hand on his shoulder. I don't know if that was tactical or supportive, possibly a bit of both. Rolls up his sleeve, does Morley. He's got his shirt untucked, a bit of dirt at the bottom of his shirt, and Bailey reaches out to drive a wide one, and away at deep cover point, Anuj Dell's sun hat flies off as he does the fielding. One added to the score, 449 for 7, and a flock of pigeons just vacate Old Trafford as the ball comes hurtling towards them. Morley to complete the over to Hartley, shorter and flatter, and Hartley punches with a straight bat up towards mid-on. Aitchison rather, beneath us, does the fielding. That brings up the Lancashire 450. 450 for 7 at the end of 153 overs. Hartley 38 and Bailey 28. And the fact that Scott Reed has started to talk about whether or not he could get a beer on Wednesday night would tell you a little bit about how, I don't want to use the word exciting, eventful the cricket has been in the last half an hour or so.
I tell you what, on Wednesday night though, he's 75, Bruce Springsteen. 3 hours performing, and he just kind of bounces, doesn't he, from one song to the next. There's no break. Just goes from one song to the next. No shortage of beer here. You can see there at in the bar below the new hotel. That looks quite nice, doesn't it? A little pint of nice chilled cider.
Don't have to serve yourself either.
I was quite excited about serving myself. As Anderson comes around the wicket and bowls, driven up and towards mid-off, and there's no run.
You see those things pop up from time to time, don't you? Self-service. I think you can do it in, what's the big place called by Piccadilly Station? Freight Island?
Okay. I don't think I've been there.
You must have been.
I don't think I have. Okay. I don't loiter around Piccadilly too often.
It's one of those things, that self-service thing. It seems like quite a good idea, and you do it once, and that's quite good fun. Then the novelty wears off quite quickly.
I was excited.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I went down to do it again.
Okay.
But I said they were shut. 450 for 7. Martin Anderson around the wicket, in and bowls, driven away by Hartley, and there's no run. 450 for 7 it remains. No, I quite enjoyed it. Albeit the person in the queue next to me had a bit of an issue because it stopped halfway up the pint. And in a self-service thing, what do you do?
What do you do then?
Yeah.
Already paid as well.
Already paid.
Fuming.
Yeah, not ideal. You can only get one type of beer. You could get a cherry cider or the Peroni. They were the only options you could get from your self-service.
You're not selling this to me. Sounded like they weren't selling it to you either.
No, defended again by Hartley to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But no, it was some effort on Wednesday. Very. He was different to in Rome. It was outdoor, it was sunny. He was a bit more positive.
bit more of a party.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he was. He he was a bit angry on Wednesday. But it was a good effort, 3 hours. Fall from Anderson, driven by Hartley to mid-off.
I'd like to know if there's anyone going straight from here today. Anyone in the crowd who's going to watch the Boss later at the Co-op, or even any of the players. And I say that because during the last Ashes series in this country in 2023, Pat Cummins wandered off Edgbaston and went straight to Villa Park
to
watch Bruce Springsteen.
Brilliant. Anderson in bowls. Hartley drives out through the offside, and there's 4 runs for Tom Hartley. Takes him to 42. Score moves on to 454 for 7.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Jimmy Anderson's clocked Bruce Springsteen, because he's a big music fan, isn't he?
Okay.
Dabbles in a bit of guitar playing.
Maybe.
There'll be someone.
Is anybody in the ground today, player, supporter, who's...
Perhaps we need to get just a question to the dressing rooms.
Who's basically going straight into town, go and watch Bruce tonight.
And do they want to take us with them?
4-5-4 for 7. There's Martin Anderson in, ball short, and Hartley goes back and pulls and top edges, and it's caught by Martin Anderson off his own bowling. He spun himself onto the ground, did Tom Hartley, and the thick top edge ballooned up into the sky. And Anderson takes a catch off his own bowling and breaks the partnership. 42 Tom Hartley's gone for. Lancashire lose their 8th wicket at 454 for 8.
It's a particularly ungraceful way to get out, isn't it? Because Hartley has been caught by the bowler while he was lying on the floor or picking himself back up off the floor. Short delivery that he went to hook. He was trying to fetch it really from outside his eye line. Completely lost his balance, spooned the ball straight up in the air, and it was the simplest catch for Anderson. And we have been talking about, haven't we, that there's been absolutely nothing happening. The scoreboard not moving on a particular pace, no sign really of a wicket being taken. So for such an unusual piece of cricket to take place is very much out of the blue.
It was. We see the first of the 2 Andersons that are due in next. Anderson Phillip. Yeah, it's come from nowhere, really.
But what you would say is it's another short delivery from the Anderson end. So if you think, go all the way back to this morning and even spells yesterday, the pace and the hostility that Tickner bowled with, and I think, was it the delivery to Balderson that he bowled? There was a real snorter that Balderson had to fend off his nose earlier on today, and that is another one that Anderson, he's not the quickest by any stretch, and he's dug it in and he's got something out of the surface. So I wonder how much Lancashire will have taken note of that, and if maybe the fella walking to the crease is the person to exploit it.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit, haven't we, from both ends. Luke Wells' dismissal last night, that was one that kind of leapt up off a good length, and the previous ball kept a little short, a little low on Wells. We've seen a little bit from both ends, but in particular Derbyshire have used that ploy from the Anderson end. And that hurried Hartley up, and it's broken up the partnership, which was worth 61 runs between the 2 Toms.
So Morley's going to start a new over. Bowling to Bailey with a slip in place, and Bailey just prods forward in defence out to the man at short cover. Morley's marathon spell continues. This is now the 22nd over that he's bowled on the bounce today. He's in round the wicket, and Bailey's down the pitch. That's a brilliant catch at short cover. Bailey has nailed one at Caleb Jewell, who has stuck out a left hand I think he was trying to get out of the way as much as anything, and the hand went up in the air almost as an afterthought. And he's clung on, and Bailey's gone for 29. Derbyshire have taken Lancashire's 9th wicket, 454 for 9. And as we said, little was happening. Well, now we've had a calamitous dismissal from Tom Hartley, caught and bowled when he was sitting on his backside, and now an absolute screamer from Caleb Jewell.
That was astonishing. Just watching a replay of it now, and I hope they've caught it. Now, they haven't on that one. We might do on the next one, because it was struck pretty fiercely, it has to be said, by Tom Bailey. But as Stefan described, he just thrust up his left hand. There it is. Blimey, it's almost behind him when he catches it. He just gets back to his feet as though nothing's happened. Yeah, I do that all the time. He is left-handed, but that still doesn't make it any less of an effort. And now we've got the last pair, and we might not have to worry about a declaration. Well, we won't have to worry about a declaration, will we? Remarkable. Will you? Here he comes. Sir James Anderson walks out to bat at Old Trafford and gets a hero's welcome on his way to the wicket.
It was the 12th of July last year that James Anderson walked off the field at Lord's, ending his England career. The greatest fast bowler England have ever produced. And now he makes his return for Lancashire. 17 minutes past 3 on day 2 of this game between Lancashire and Derbyshire. Not played here at Old Trafford since the 4th Ashes Test of 2023. Not played here at Old Trafford for Lancashire for 2 years, I think. It was against Somerset earlier that season. And now he's out at number 11. He'll be 43 in July. And he signed this 1-year contract to play for Lancashire. He says he could play longer. Return delayed by a calf injury.
Wants to play T20 as well, doesn't he, for them?
And he's facing up to Jack Morley. He got a lovely reception, actually. And Anderson defends his first delivery. I wonder if that was going to be the reverse sweep. That'll come soon, I bet. That's one of his favourite shots. Listen to that applause.
Applause for the defensive shot. That's bizarre. Before those 2 wickets fell and Jimmy came out to the middle, I've been fed a line by a colleague saying from the Anderson end, Brian Ricks, it was almost farcical enough for that, wasn't it, really? But suddenly it's livened up. And it's moved on, perhaps more importantly.
Derbyshire have just changed the field, actually, for that reverse sweep. Man comes from square leg to backward point. Morley bowls. Anderson goes back and defends. Jabs down on the ball. Trickles out towards that man at backward point, and there's no run. He might be the most famous number 11 in English cricket in history, mightn't he? Not because he's a rabbit. Yeah. He knows how to all about. It's just he's done it so often. There's the reverse. It was heading down the leg side, and it's hit, I don't know, a bit of pad or something. It's just trickled and dropped at his feet. He knew it wouldn't be long before Anderson tried the reverse sweep.
Still didn't smile.
Morley's got 2 for 79. Anderson's faced 3 deliveries. Mid-on is asked to just drop back a couple of paces. He's looking for the paddle now. What's that come off? There's definitely a cheer because Anderson's got something. Runs or leg byes. Let's see the signal. It's 4 runs. There you go. 4th ball he's faced. Just helps it around the corner over his shoulder. Gets a boundary. That might be the biggest cheer of the day. 458 for 9. Jimmy Anderson off the mark.
You were right to be hesitant. Jack Morley had a really long conversation with that has never been anywhere near Jimmy Anderson's bat, by the way, looking at that replay. So, but the umpire didn't want to be the party pooper, did he? So he gave it as 4 runs, and even Blair Tickner's gone across and said, no, put the hands across the chest to change your decision. Come on.
I don't think...
that wouldn't have gone down well, would it?
Well, he's a knight of the realm. You can't be taking runs off him.
Yeah, well, he'd be driving his sheep across the ground later, I'd imagine. So we've got Anderson bowling to Anderson Phillip with James Anderson at the other end at the non-strike.
Work that out.
It's going to be horrific. You'll be able to hear when it's the Derbyshire Anderson, though, because you can hear that extra S. Sometimes it's silent. Sometimes you can hear it. He's going to be bowling to Anderson Phillip eventually, because at the moment he's just in conversation. Is Martin Anderson with Tickner, who leads the Derbyshire bowling group. Nice for Morley to pick up a second wicket, I think, for all his hard work. 37 overs, 2 for 83. Phillip waits as Anderson bowls to, and he whips this, or tries to flick this away down the leg side. Well, it's been given out. So he's been caught down the leg side. There was barely an appeal. In fact, the loudest appeal came from the man at extra cover. There was nothing really from Brooke Guest behind the stumps. And Anderson Phillip goes first ball, the first ball that he faced, and Lancashire from 454 for 7 have slumped to 458 all out, leaving poor old Sir James Anderson high and dry on 4. Now the game can move on, because the Derbyshire openers, by my reckoning, have got, take 2 off that, 3 overs to face, might even be 2 overs to face before the tea interval, and that will be very unpleasant indeed, I imagine. We're going to get the heavy roller on, which is terrific news, just to kill the pitch a bit more. I would gather all the heavy rollers in the world and just put a large bomb there and destroy them, because they are killing this game. Just leave the pitches as they are. Let them just... Anyway. Yeah. Rant over. Lancashire all out for 458. We're going to take a short break, because quite frankly, Stefan's been on for about 4 hours, it seems, hasn't he? It will have felt like 4 hours to you, because nothing happened for the first 45 to 50 minutes of that hour.
It feels longer to the listeners.
And we will be back inside 10 minutes to see how many wickets Lancashire can pick up before tea. Lancashire having been bowled out for 458.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so
I stood out. I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Bartons and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Good enough, Tom Hartley. Good enough, Lancashire.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for the evening session. We've had tea. Lancashire bowled out on the stroke of tea for 458. So we're going to have, how many? 36 overs in this final session of the day. Lancashire, in the end, losing their last couple of wickets after the fall of Hartley. Bailey followed shortly after, and then Anderson Phillip. The final wicket to fall, leaving James Anderson 4 not out. But that middle order all contributing, which looks a little healthier for Lancashire on the scorecard. Big score from Luke Wells at the top, but then 45 to Harris, 51 to Hurst, 57 to Bell, 73 to Balderson, 42 to Hartley. It's a pretty decent effort. 3 wickets for Ben Aitchison, 2 for Blair Tickner, 1 for David Lloyd, 2 for Jack Morley, 2 for Martin Anderson. The cheer is because Sir James Anderson will open up the bowling from the Sir James Anderson end.
Spooky.
Got a great reception, didn't he, as he came out to bat?
Yes. Got 4 very fortuitous runs in his innings.
Yes. David Lloyd is on strike. Lancashire start with 4 slips in place for the first time this summer. Here is Jimmy Anderson in bowling a terrific delivery first up. She's left alone by Lloyd and through to the keeper, and there's no run. It was drifting a bit this afternoon, but we've got a bit of something to talk about.
Yeah, no, it livened up, didn't it? It absolutely livened up with 3 bizarre dismissals. The caught and bowled was almost farcical. The catch by Caleb Jewell was sensational.
Yes.
And Anderson Phillip didn't hit it.
Here is James Anderson in and bowls to David Lloyd off the back foot and plays that nicely away through the offside. Through backward point for 4 runs, and Derbyshire's first innings is up and running with a nice shot by Lloyd off the back foot for 4.
Expect both batsmen to attack.
Oh, exciting.
That is the way they have been. That's what they've been asked to do.
Oh, okay. Right.
And they've been put together specifically to do that. Caleb Jewell is a naturally attacking left-hander anyway.
Here comes James Anderson in and bowls, and Lloyd defends. There's no run. Well, yeah, I think you were suggesting yesterday, weren't you, that it's kind of the way that Derbyshire have gone about it this season.
Yeah, I mean, Harry Kame, who will come in at 3, is a bit more solid, if you like. Wayne Madsen likes to play shots. Brooke Guest, solid, but Martin Anderson, Anuj Dal. There's a long tail, by the way, there, looking at that batting lineup. Aitchison, Chappell, Tickner, Morley. Aitchison can hold a bat, but...
Here is James Anderson in and bowls, and David Lloyd shifting across and working the ball away to the leg side, where Anderson Phillip fields, and there is no run. 4 without loss.
And we at least got one delivery, didn't we, where Martin Anderson was bowling to Anderson Phillip with Jimmy Anderson at the other end. So that
was it from the Anderson end?
From the Anderson end as
excellent.
well, yes. So I was quite pleased with all that.
Very good.
Yeah.
That all settled in quite nicely then.
I had no idea what was happening.
No. Me neither.
Neither did the listener.
James Anderson in and balls, left by Lloyd, and through to Hurst. Slip fielders like that. Anderson having originally kind of pinpointed the Gloucestershire game here as maybe his comeback match a couple of weeks ago, but still wasn't quite ready, and then missed last week at Northamptonshire, this calf injury which ruled him out for the first 5 games of the season.
Can't be too careful.
In to complete his first over, and Lloyd gets on the front foot and defends, and pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. So 4 without loss, Derbyshire in their first innings, replying to that score of 458. And they've got some work to do here with the bat, Derbyshire, to make sure that they don't get themselves into some trouble, and potentially, I guess, the main thing is to avoid that follow-on target, isn't it?
Are we talking 309, are we?
I'll believe you.
I'm not very good at the follow-on. I'm not really sure what the.
Within 150, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's 149. I always take 149 away. Anyway, it's about that. If they go at the same rate as Tom Bailey's going to open the bowling from the Statham end, if they go at the same rate that Lancashire went at, I reckon it'll be sometime after tea tomorrow when they get to 300. And once they get there, there won't be enough time in the game for a positive result, will there? So this is really all about the bonus points, unless at the moment it's 2-1 to Lancashire. Here is Bailey then. He's going to be bowling to Caleb Jewell with 3 slips, a gully and a point, and he leaves the first ball alone outside the off stump. Gets a good stride in there, the Australian left-hander. There's also a man down at deep backward square leg. There's a man at mid-wicket, and there's a mid-on and a mid-off. It's a very attacking field. Looks like Jimmy Anderson it is at gully. There's 3 slips, the gully and the slightly backward point was Tom Hartley. Matty Hurst, the wicketkeeper's got plenty of company as Bailey's in again, and that one is driven by Caleb Jewell. A very full delivery, goes up to Luke Wells at mid-on. Wells, who was the star of day 1 with his 141 off 270 deliveries. Interview up on the BBC Lancashire Cricket X feed. Well worth a view. Let us know what you think. Jewell waits. Bailey is in, and that one is defended out into the offside. Solidly, middle of the bat, despite what you heard in the background. Goes out to mid-off. 1 or 2 clouds just started to drift in. Actually, no, they've gone past, haven't they? So they're sort of building. They're not threatening, by the way, but they are just building a little bit away to the west. Wind coming from the east, away to the city. Those high-rise buildings, glorious sunshine. As Bailey's in again, and Jewell defends straight back to the bowler. Going to have to be patient, these two, along with Kame and Madsen, Guest, Anderson. No Lewis Rees weakens the batting lineup considerably. I know they were without him for the 2nd innings at Glamorgan. He did come in low down at 10 to see out the draw, but he was severely hampered by that hamstring injury as Bailey bowls and Jewell defends out into the offside, where it's fielded by Josh Bohannon. Gives the ball a bit of a polish. "36 overs in this session, so 1 more ball, we'll be down to 34 until the close of play. 4 without loss, Derbyshire, in reply to Lancashire's 458 all out. And Anderson Phillip has been sent to the mid-wicket boundary as Bailey is on his way in, and Jewell lets that one go outside the off stump through to the keeper. So a maiden over first up for Tom Bailey, and it remains 4 without loss. How many overs will Anderson have in his legs? Will he be able to come back for a second spell later on, I wonder? All will be revealed over the course of the next, what, 2 and a bit hours. The slips. First slip is George Bell. Keaton Jennings at second slip. Marcus Harris at third. Standing next to Hurst as Anderson is in. That's down the leg side. Tries to flick it away there. Does David Lloyd. It was a good piece of keeping by Hurst, diving away to his left-hand side to prevent the ball from racing to the fine leg boundary. Lloyd and Jewell, both compact batters, both powerful batters, and both like to get on with it. Difficult against somebody like Anderson, and that one is defended by Lloyd up towards mid-on. It's fielded by Bailey. Man at point applauding. The gully is quite deep, Tom Hartley. Sort of position that Derbyshire supporters will have seen Martin Anderson take up. It's a sort of new position, really. He's sort of twice the distance from the slips as Anderson is in, and that's driven straight to Bailey at mid-on by Lloyd. This is what the majority of the people inside the ground have come for, though. Those who were here yesterday will have been slightly disappointed to have been here yesterday, even though the weather was glorious.
For David Lloyd's batting?
Yeah, no, yes, very good. At the end of his first over, in which he conceded 4, he almost got a standing ovation. He's in again. Bowls to Lloyd, and that one is clipped away, and that'll be 4 runs as well out to the square leg boundary. So he's going at 4s here, Jimmy Anderson. Overall match has only been 3. Needs to up his game. No wicket in the first over has ruined Stefan Schemmelt's piece for the website, I'm sure.
At least he's made it worthwhile in making the trip down.
He's not coming tomorrow now, is he?
No,
he's
he
not
doesn't
here
need
tomorrow. He'll be at Toddler's Gymnastics first thing. He was this morning. He has toddlers, incidentally. As Anderson is in, bowls to Lloyd, who defends this one straight back to Anderson. Tries to pick it up with his left hand, doesn't quite manage it, and then walks away from the ball, leaving it for Bohannon to pick up. Good old Boltonian, Josh Bohannon. I think
he is.
Yes,
yep.
I thought he was. Thank goodness for that. I've been telling everybody every time I see it. I like Josh Bohannon to succeed.
Just for his Bolton roots.
Because he's from Bolton. Yeah. Here comes Anderson then. Final ball of his second over. Bowls to Lloyd, who pushes it up to Bohannon. And there is no run. 3 overs gone. Derbyshire 8 without loss. I hesitate to say it, but the ball is yet to go past the edge of the bat. Derbyshire, well, they trail by a mere 450 runs now. Just 1 run to get below the psychological 450 run barrier.
Yes, Lancashire 4-5-8 in their first innings. Not got beyond 400 too many times this season. In fact, the last game here against Gloucestershire, that 450, I think was the first time they've got 450 in the first innings here at Old Trafford since there's Bailey's in, and that's a lovely shot. Caleb Jewell, watch that back on replay. Wow, that's a beautiful way to get off the mark. Struck handsomely away through extra cover for 4 runs. Maybe a little over pitch from Bailey, but boy, did he put that away beautifully. 12 without loss. Yeah, 450 against Gloucestershire. Dale Benkinson said it in the interview. That's the first time they've scored 450 at home since he's been head coach. Bailey's in again. Oh, it's just as good, if not better. What a gorgeous straight drive by Caleb Jewell. Well, he's hit 2 beautiful shots. One through cover and the other straight down the ground for 4. Crisply timed. Oh, 16 without loss. 2 terrific shots.
Yeah, the boy can bat.
Deathly silence those shots were greeted to, I must admit. But
I like that. I don't mind that at all. And I'm sure he won't.
Bailey over the wicket to Jewell. That's left. And taken by Matty Hurst.
I think the rivalries in Australia between the states are fairly intense, aren't they, as well? I don't think he'd get a huge ovation if he was playing for Tasmania in Melbourne or Sydney, Brisbane.
Yeah, I know, but you can still appreciate a good shot, can't you?
Oh, yeah, you can, but what have all these people come to see?
Caleb Jewell batting and hitting some lovely shots.
I wish.
16 without loss. Bailey balls again, and that's full. And he turns it up towards mid-on where Luke Wells fields. And there's no runner. Running by Wells isn't in the slips, but of course Jimmy's here, so he's in the slips, isn't he? Yeah, Bell's at first slip, Jennings at second, Anderson at third slip, and Harris, who was previously in the slips, but obviously now as captain wants to be clearly nearer his bowlers. He's at mid-off. Bohannon at cover, Hartley at backward point, Wells mid-on, Anderson Phillip at mid-wicket. Hoover missed out. George Balderson down on the long leg boundary.
But he's just got a shoe issue here. His laces tight enough before.
.16 without loss, Derbyshire. Jewell on strike. Here is Bailey from the Brian Statham end. Indian balls. Driven away again. Harris is chasing after it. Ball skipping across a pretty firm and quick outfield. And beyond the reach of Harris, running out to his right from mid-off. And a third 4 of the over. Caleb Jewell moves to 12.
Bumble said yesterday, you're going to get value for shots, aren't you, on these, the outfields this May. I mean, in previous seasons, that probably would have stopped halfway back and ended up in a puddle. But not this year.
No sign of that. Bailey balls again, left again by Jewell, and through to Hurst. It's the end of the over, a productive one for Caleb Jewell. 12 not out, 20 without loss. Derbyshire 4 overs into their first innings. 32 left now in the session, so we had 36 overs when we got the final session underway.
So far, so good. Look at that, Paul Baldwin. Umpires wait, don't they, for the players to bring their sweaters and caps. Not Sir James Anderson. He's gone up to him while he's having a discussion with his captain about field placings. I said, excuse me, Sir James, could I just take your sweater and cap? And he's done just that. Remarkable. The benefits of being a Knight of the Realm. The services to podcasting. Thank you. He's still going. I thought you'd gone for a minute then.
Sorry, I was being distracted with a message. Sorry.
England's greatest fast bowler. And would almost certainly still be playing for England if he had his way, but there we go. That's probably a discussion for another day. One when Stephen's with us.
Yes.
Chuck him under the bus. So 2 slips and a leg slip. Interesting. Luke Wells has gone in at leg slip. Anderson in to bowl to Lloyd, and he just pushes that up to mid-on where Bailey fields. Hartley, designated clapper. Umpire's decided square leg's not good enough for him, so he's gone to point for no apparent reason, because he'll be looking straight into the sun now. Well, umpire with it, but there we go. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. So short is that boundary. He's closer to the boundary than he is to the pitch. Anderson in, bowls, and that one's dabbed down to the vacant third man area by Lloyd for 4 runs. So a boundary off each of Anderson's overs so far. Lloyd moves on to 12, joins Jewell there, and Derbyshire 24 without loss in the 5th. to look up the definition of a flying start. Whether if they lose a wicket now, it sort of negates it, doesn't it? Really, the flying start. But how many do they have to get without losing a wicket to get off to a flyer? 24 without loss. As Anderson is in again. Lloyd, he takes this one on and top edges it, gets fortunate, and it goes down straight over the wicketkeeper's head for 4 more. And he will take it on, David Lloyd. It's a little bit shorter than Jewell, but there's not much in it. They're both stocky. Lloyd is certainly stocky, but he got away with one there. He moves to 16-28 without loss. Look at the time. Never stops on a Saturday, does it?
Your work is never done, is it?
No.
A man in demand. Here is Anderson. Lloyd on 16. Leg slip in place. Oh, he's bowled a short ball. That balloons off Lloyd over leg slip where Wells was fielding down towards the fine leg boundary. And it's gone for. Well, he's given it as a run, so it's come off maybe his glove or the back of his bat. Back on the replay here. And short there, James Anderson. Oh yeah, it's just flicked the bat. And it loops high over Wells, who's at leg slip, and down towards the fine leg boundary. And he ran through for 1, but he went short. Lloyd went to duck underneath it, but with his bat still just ever so slightly kind of poking upwards, it's just kissed the top of the bat. So he gets a run, moves to 17, and now James Anderson has Caleb Jewell on strike. Welcoming listeners on Sports Extra 3 to this game here from Emirates Old Trafford as well, on the BBC Sport website and app, and live on Lancs TV from Emirates Old Trafford. And we've got Sir James Anderson bowling, Caleb Jewell batting. Both batters clearly like to be positive, and that's the way they've played this season, so we could be in for a bit of fun. Jewell's hit already 3 boundaries, 2 of which were probably shots of the match. Around the wicket comes Anderson to Jewell, driven square, 4 more. Up towards the point boundary. The score moves on to 33 without loss. And Jewell, little step back and then works the ball along the ground through point. It's a big boundary that towards where the temporary stand will be at some stage, the party stand. And 4 runs for Jewell. So 4, 4, 1 and a 4 so far in this over. Anderson with 1 ball left of his 3rd of this opening spell, his first of the summer. Got a standing ovation when he came out to bat a little earlier on, and then again when he hit 4. Got a big standing ovation too when he was introduced. And there he is, striking early on. Caleb Jewell's gone, and Jimmy Anderson gets his first wicket of the summer, clipping the top of off stump. How many times have we seen that down the years? And the smile on Anderson's face. 3 4s in the over. The last ball, Anderson strikes back. Jewell departs for 16. Derbyshire 33 for 1. And from around the wicket, angled in, top of off, right arm up in celebration. Sir James Anderson picks up his first of the summer. Derbyshire 33 for 1. And smiles all around Emirates Old Trafford as he takes a well-earned drink. He's got a bit of a working over a little bit in that over, but he's returned with a beauty. Kind of so many times have we seen that type of dismissal from James Anderson. Clipping top of off. 33 for 1. And Caleb Jewell, well, it was fun while it lasted from Derbyshire's point of view. He did strike a couple of beautiful drives for 4. One through cover, one straight down the ground. And then he had the sheer cheek to slice one square off Anderson's bowling for 4. But didn't last very longer. In fact, the very next delivery, that all too familiar sound for James Anderson. Sound of ball on stump and bails being dislodged. End of the over. 33 for 1. Harry Kane is the new batter. David Lloyd is the man that's on strike for Tom Bailey from the Brian Statham end. 3 slips in the gully. In comes Bailey over the wicket and bowls, and it's pushed away into the onside. It's a sharp single. In the end, the throw didn't come in from Anderson Phillip, and I think maybe a little hesitation as to who was best placed to pick it up. Either Luke Wells coming up from cover or Phillip from mid-arm. Scampered through for 1. Lloyd moves to 18. 34 for 1. That brings Harry Kane on strike for the first time. Bailey sets off Kane with a little twirl of the bat and then waits for Bailey, who's over the wicket and bowling. It's worked in front of square on the leg side. Wells will track back and catch up with the ball, but Harry Kane has added 2 to the total. His first runs of the game. For our new listeners who may have joined us from the IPL game, Lancashire making 458 in their first innings, kind of underpinned by Luke Wells making 141. But pretty good contributions all the way through for Lancashire. As Bailey bowls, forward goes Kane and defends. And there's no run. Yeah, 45 to Harris, 51 to Hurst, 57 to Bell, 73 to Balderson, 42 for Tom Hartley. Wicket shared around for Derbyshire, a couple for the spinners. Morley and 1 for Lloyd, 2 for Anderson, 2 for Tickner and 3 for Aitchison. So 4, 5, 8 all out Lancashire. Bailey in and bowls. It's a lovely shot by Harry Kane. He's angled that way away through straight mid-wicket for 4. He moves on to 6 and Derbyshire to 40 for 1. Kane with a lovely shot worked through the leg side. So 4:58 all out, and then Lancashire picking up the opening batter Caleb Jewell. 40 for 1. Bailey in and bowls forward. Goes Harry Kane in defence. And there's no run. It's been a bright and breezy start by Derbyshire's openers, which is not too much as a surprise for Derbyshire fans. It's the way that they've tried to play for most of the season. So they got 40 on the board inside 5 overs, but they've lost their first wicket. Bailey in, bowls, defended out towards the leg side, where Sir James Anderson fields, and there is no run. Removes his cap and pulls off his sweater. I think he fancies another go, does James Anderson. He's waited some time. He's waited a long time since Lord's, and his first appearance for Lancashire since he picked up 7 in the match at Southport last season. Our viewers on Lancs TV seeing a very familiar sight. Anderson dislodging the off stump and then peeling away in celebration. And the first 5 games ruled out through injury, so a rather frustrating start to the summer in which he committed to playing for Lancashire. He's had to wait a little while, but he's in the wickets.
Little baby pied wagtail right next to the effects microphone, which is pointing straight into the sky now. Not the bird, the microphone. Just heard it tweet. Here's Anderson in to bowl to Lloyd. Short delivery, ducks underneath it. Yeah, nice delivery to get rid of Caleb Jewell. Disappointing for Jewell, obviously. But then Harry Kane comes out and strikes a boundary, and all is, there he goes, all is well with the world. Beautiful little thing it is. Might be looking for its mum. It looks reasonably fledged to me. I'm no expert. Thank you very much. Everyone's a critic. If you are following along on the BBC Sport website with the live text, as in comes Jimmy Anderson, that one's turned away into the leg side. There is a man there. It's well stopped by Luke Wells, just moving to his left. David Lloyd hasn't changed his first name to Colin. Anderson to Colin Lloyd. I think Colin's his brother. Taps his bat, David Lloyd, and waits for Anderson to come in from his own end with a short ball. Crowd got vaguely excited by that, but it was relatively innocuous. Don't forget, we've had the heavy roller.
Yeah, you're not a fan of the heavy roller, are you?
No, I don't like the heavy roller at all. Had the heavy roll, it's killing the game. It's killing the pitches, it's killing the game. No rollers. Just get on with it. Or a light roller if you want, but pointless. They are. The heavy roller just, yeah. Here's Anderson. In again, balls to Lloyd, ducks underneath. Another short delivery. He feels he's got enough energy to bang the ball in short and just watch David Lloyd crouch down underneath it and let it go past. The next one's going to be on his toes. I guarantee. My cast iron guarantee. Stand on me, Gov. If he doesn't do it, I'll give it away for free. There's going to be a full delivery that will splatter his stumps to all parts. Now that I've just vaguely suggested he's bowling too short. And he comes again and bowls. That's a better length. It's a big appeal for leg before wicket. He likes it. Umpire Baldwin doesn't like it. And they go through for a leg by. It was certainly more pitched up. Went down to the third man area. Hartley's. Thank you. Tom Hartley's down there at third man. The score moves on to 41 for 1. The wagtail is getting quite agitated now.
It's got a good view of Jimmy bowling, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. It's probably got as good a view as we have, certainly. It moves 15, 20 yards to his right. A, we won't be able to hear him, or her, and B, he'll have an even better view. Anderson to Kame. He's got 6 from 5 deliveries, and he defends the first ball he gets from Jimmy Anderson out into the offside, and the over comes to an end. Just the one leg by from that one. Jimmy Anderson's now bowled 4 overs for 21. Derbyshire 41 for 1 after 7. Lloyd has 18. Kame has 6. Does Anderson Phillip not open? Has he opened the bowling when Jimmy's not been around, or?
Don't think he's opened the bowling this season.
Okay.
No, he hasn't. Nope.
I mean, Tickner didn't open the bowling early on in the campaign. It was Chappell and Rees, so I mean, it's not unusual for the overseas not to open the bowling. Some bowlers like bowling, prefer bowling with a slightly older ball, don't they?
It's Tom Bailey in and balls and edge down to third man by Lloyd. He'll get 4 for it, running up towards the boundary below the pavilion. Moves on to 22, 45 for 1. A slightly nervous glance over his shoulder as it came off the thickish edge of the bat. It went quickly and it went down into the ground.
Sad to say, David Lloyd's almost up to his season average now. Averaging just 25 with the bat, 1/2 century.
Waits for Bailey. He sets off again, balls down the leg side to him. Taken by Hurst. You know, of the opening pair, it's been Jewell, hasn't it? That's
yes.
Had the more success this season.
Yeah, yeah.
5 50s, averaging just under 50 for Caleb Jewell.
He had a remarkable start to the season where he scored 4 successive half-centuries. So in the first 4 innings he batted, and then there was a gap, and then another one after that. So it's been a little bit leaner in recent times, 34 and 44 down in Glamorgan.
Bailey to Lloyd, carefully, cautiously in behind it, defends to mid-wicket where James Anderson fields, no run.
His mother just came down, then the wagtail. It's now flown off across the field. I bet it comes back with some bugs for it. You keep an eye. Well, I'll keep an eye on it. Obviously, I think it's fascinating. It's very young. Got the long tail though, with the white stripes down the outside.
Yes, it's just perched on the edge of the
Still got some
TV.
real baby feathers there.
Hit a great spot, right by the effects mic. Watching Bailey, who's in and bowling. Slower ball, whipped away through the onside by Lloyd, out through deep mid-wicket for 4 more. Certainly rattling along, Derbyshire, 49 for 1.
It does worry me, that. everything about this game now is a major worry, I'm afraid.
Quick inspection of the ball from the umpire as it went hurtling in towards the stand. All good. Back with Bailey. Yeah, Lloyd 26 from 26. Bailey right arm over the wicket, in, bowls, worked away off the hip, down towards fine leg by David Lloyd just for a single, where Tom Hartley is fielding in front of the hotel. Moves to 27, 50 for 1, brings Harry Kane on strike.
It's been like that for Lloyd. Glamorgan 42 off 46, Middlesex 93, well that was a bit slower, 23 off 27 against Northampton. He's been getting starts and not quite capitalising. 16 off 20 in the first innings. He likes to go really hard.
Final ball of the over. Bailey into Harry came off the back foot and nudged away to mid-wicket. No run. 50 for 1, 8 overs gone. Lloyd 27 and Harry came on 6.
And in a funny kind of way, it sort of suits Harry Kane to a degree, because he's not the flamboyant run-scoring machine that Caleb Jewell is, or the hard-hitting batter like Jewell and David Lloyd. Got 83 in the first game of the season, 73 against Middlesex in the only innings, a couple of failures against Glamorgan, but he's a sort of steady batter, is Harry Kane. Promoted, well no, he's relegated really, because he's in at 3 now. He opened the batting last season with Lewis Rees, but entirely new batting partnership for Derbyshire this season, Jewell and Lloyd. Jewell will get another chance, I'm sure. As Anderson is in to Lloyd, who goes up on his toes and pushes it back to the former England man. Tosses the ball away to Bailey to do some polishing. The wagtail, here we go, here's Mum. No, can't land. Right next to the effects microphone, there's a baby wagtail. And a couple have attempted to, I don't know if it's, it can't be stuck. Where could it have come from? Beautiful little thing. As Anderson is in, and that one's just hit David Lloyd, and it's caught his gloves, and it's been caught behind, and that is a very unfortunate way for David Lloyd to get out. Not Anderson's best delivery ever, certainly not his best delivery of this innings, I would suggest, but he's now picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 21 in the 5th over. He's bowled James Anderson, and David Lloyd goes for 27 off 29, and Derbyshire are 50 for 2.
Well, Anderson certainly discomforted Lloyd with balls back of a length and shorter deliveries. A couple of overs ago, he had one that Lloyd top-edged over the slips. Then there's another one that came off the back of the bat. Now he's dug another one in. Lloyd's not happy. He said that didn't hit anything. It's just that he said it's just come off his chest. I couldn't tell from that replay whether it did or it didn't.
I couldn't.
But what you would say about James Anderson, far be it from me to criticise England's greatest ever seamer, as you would expect from a man who'd not bowled for 11 months at the age of nearly 43, it took him a little while just to get the radar right.
Absolutely.
The ball that he bowled to Caleb Jewell was a trimmer that took the off stump. It was the first one that was really Anderson-esque. But as you would expect from Jimmy Anderson, and someone who took 704 Test wickets, he finds a way, doesn't he? And straight away he'd worked out Lloyd was discomforted. We know that Anderson's not express pace, but his accuracy is always pinpoint. And when he's dragged that length back, when he's bowled, they're not bouncers, they're they're back of a length, sort of chest high. He discomforted Lloyd, and that's how he's got him out. Old dog's new tricks?
Yeah,
I
would never even consider offering Sir James Anderson any advice on how to bowl. I thought some of the short pitch stuff earlier on against Lloyd was too short, and Lloyd could just very comfortably duck underneath it. But once he, as you say, Stefan, once he found the radar, once the radar was working properly, and he's bound to be, we discussed it at length. It's 11 months. Be fascinating to know, and I'm sure you'll be bursting to try to speak to him later. If he felt any nerves. Everybody's here to see him. You could tell from the roar he got when he went out to bat that everybody's here to see him.
I thought was interesting, during tea, when all the spectators came out onto the field, everyone congregated in the corner below us just to see Jimmy Anderson go through his warm-ups with the resistance band and kicking his heels high and trotting through the ladders.
Well, this is interesting now. Jimmy Anderson against Wayne Madsen, the Derbyshire skipper, combined age 127, and he's driven that one away as Madsen out towards the extra cover boundary. He's going to come back for a second. They're thinking of a third. Madsen would not make a third, and they stick at 2. It's a good piece of fielding out there in the deep, actually. Yeah, so Wayne Madsen's 41. It's what county cricket's all about, isn't it? 43-year-old bowling to a 41-year-old.
Short leg in place, leg gully. Talked all day about the lift that's been found from the Anderson end. Notice the end's been knighted as well.
Has it?
Yeah, it's the Sir James Anderson end. It's been given an uplift along with the man himself.
It's only right. And here comes Anderson, bowls to Madsen, turns that one into the leg side, just to the left of the man at short leg, and he goes through for another single as Anderson Phillip does the fielding out there towards the boundary. Madsen moves on to 3. 53 for 2. 309 Derbyshire's first target. Seems a long way off at the moment, but they are going along at 6 and over at the minute. Twice what Lancashire's overall run rate was, as Anderson is in again, bowls to Kane, who gets up on his toes and defends it out into the offside. Just about gets to Marcus Harris. Picks up, polishes, has a word with Anderson. Hartley going through his bowling action down to our right at a wide third man. Derbyshire still 405 runs behind. Scoreboard does strange things to batters' minds. As Anderson is in again, it's a short delivery, and Kane just sways out of the way, but dealt with that really nicely, actually, Harry Kane. That could have ended up being unpleasant. There are now fielding pads and more helmets being brought out. Anderson's bowled 5 overs and taken 2 for 24. Madsen has 3, Kane has 6, and Derbyshire 53 for 2.
And he's got it through as well, hasn't he, Jimmy Anderson?
Yeah, oh yeah. The first ball he bowled was really sharp. I mean, clearly adrenaline coursing through his veins. And we are going to see some spin early. Madsen, a good player of spin, loves a reverse sweep. I mean, loves barely describes it. All the runs he's scored, he's got 40 centuries. He's never scored a century against Lancashire. In fact, none of the current Derbyshire team have scored a century against Lancashire.
I think Sir Jimmy's got left 2 overs, bowl 5, 3 maybe.
3 tops, I would say. Yeah, I mean, it depends if they want to say, right. I mean, he clearly isn't going to say no. I'll take a blow now. But if he says, right, we're going to keep you, let Anderson Phillip have a go, and then we'll bring you back.
There's certainly enough time for him to have another spell.
Yeah, of course there is. We've still got 27 overs left, so I mean, there's lots of time left today. Hopefully Derbyshire will make him bowl again tomorrow. Well, they will, because if they're batting in their second innings. Spin early.
Hartley sent. Bowling his first delivery. It's turned into leg side to James Anderson, who's prowling at short mid-wicket. There's a leg slip under a helmet and a regulation slip. Hartley's got number 2 on his back. In fact, Anderson Phillips already getting loose at mid-on. Hartley bowls to Madsen, who pushes up towards Anderson Phillip. And this is the end that Morley operated from.
I was just going to say to you, this is the left arm spinner's end, isn't it?
Yeah. So you wonder if Hartley might be booking in for a lot of the rest of the day as he bowls to Madsen, who drives. It's Harris who gets around to his left to do the fielding at short cover. Not Harris, actually. Harris, the captain's at mid-off. Mid-off cover, deep point, and a backward point / short third man. Slip, drive again from Madsen out towards that deepish point across the practice pitches. Or old pitches, single taken, 54 for 2. Then the leg side, the leg slip I mentioned, a deep backward square that's 3/4 of the way back, mid-wicket and a mid-on. You wonder if Hartley's booked in for much of the rest of the day and Lancashire will rotate the seamers from the far end. Hartley in, left arm round, defended by Kame, and there's no run. 54 for 2 in response to 458. Hartley, behind the sunglasses, gives the ball a good old shine. He's in, casting shadows to his right. It's full, there's a bit of air. It's driven up to Harris at mid-off. Captain does the fielding, and there's no run. End of Hartley's first over. It costs him just a single. 10 overs gone then in this Derbyshire reply. 54 for 2. And that is indeed the end of James Anderson, because Anderson Phillip has removed his sweater and he's handing his cap to the umpire as well. And you wonder, actually, if you're bowling your first spell in 11 months at the age of almost 43, maybe there's a...
Going off for a rub down.
The other question is, has Hartley just bowled a changeover over?
Yes. Yeah, that's a good shout. There has to be an Anderson of some description bowling from the far end, though, of course. So Martin Anderson finishing off the Derbyshire bowling, and then Jimmy Anderson, and now Anderson Phillip. Can't have enough Andersons.
It could be that Jimmy Anderson's going to come to this end. We'll wait and see.
One thing is for certain, I'm going next door.
So the third in the trio of Andersons is getting loose, and Anderson Phillip's got gold stud in his ear, his shirt untucked, he's just jumping up and down on the spot. 2 slips in place and a deepish, wide-ish leg gully. Madsen on strike, and Anderson Phillip is tearing in, and that's clipped all along the ground. Leg stump delivery that comes down to the man at fine leg, Balderson. There's 1 added to the score, 55 for 2. Short legs are going to come back in place for Harry Kame, who has 6 off 11. Clouds have completely dispersed. Some fluffy white ones above us earlier on, but not now. Clear blue sky as Phillip is in. That's straight, and Kame is jumping and pushing the ball up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Two slips and a wide-ish third man for Harry Kame, and then no one between Hartley at third man and Harris at mid-off. Little shuffle about in the field. Anderson's gone to first slip. Bahanan to leg gully. Short leg still in place. Anderson Phillips tearing into Kame down the leg side. They're shouting for something. I don't know if they thought it may have just flicked the bat, but it didn't carry through to Matty Hurst, the wicket keeper. So that half a shout for LBW? Can't have been. It wasn't hitting a second set. But Jennings and Anderson, the slips, were interested. It's Bell that's gone in at short leg, so just a little shuffling around of the personnel. 55 for 2, Derbyshire. Both wickets to who else? James Anderson. Anderson in. Short delivery. Kane rides the bounce and guides it down towards third man. Hartley does the fielding. Single taken. 56 for 2. I notice that Hartley's trousers are still revealing those yellow socks. Philip will get another look at Madsen. 2 deliveries left in the over. It's coming in towards us, and Madsen crabbing across his stumps, nudging the ball out again to Tom Hartley at wide-ish third man. 1 added to the score, 57 for 2. Scott Reed, what's going to happen down here? Tom Hartley carrying on, or James Anderson switching ends?
Ooh. What did he bowl?
Bowled 5 overs, 1 made and 2 for 24.
Have a go, yeah. Might have a go from this end.
He's currently at first slip, James Anderson, with 9 on his back. He's got his hands on his knees, casting a shadow to his right. As Philip tears in like his life depends on it. Short down the leg side, and Hurst skips across to gather the wicket-keeper. Let's keep an eye on Jimmy Anderson. He's picked up the 2 helmets. He's given them to Keaton Jennings, the slip fielder, who's now running towards the striker's end. And it indeed looks like it'll be Tom Hartley to continue. He's taken his cap off, so that is the end of Jimmy Anderson for a little while.
It's worth the wait, wasn't it?
It was. It was. He was frustrated, wasn't he? Just at the beginning of his spell.
Yeah.
Just while he tried to get that radar right, and the delivery in the same over that he bowled Caleb Jewell. There's the replay of that. He was frustrated when Jewell drove him through the covers for 4.
Hartley in. Pushed away into the offside by Madsen, no run.
And there's a couple of deliveries to Lloyd, wide of the off stump, and again on the hips. Lloyd took boundaries on both sides of the wicket. He got that trimmer to Jewell, and he discomforted Lloyd with the shorter stuff.
Forward because Madsen worked up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, it was worth the wait for the supporters inside the ground. Who I'll come today because Jimmy's going to bowl. As Hartley's in, forward again goes Madsen. And defends, and there's no run.
With the promise of much more to come. Tomorrow, possibly into Monday. Well, very probably into Monday. You think he's going to have to bowl tomorrow and Monday if Lancashire are going to win this game?
Yeah, well, and because you're hoping there's more to come this season. Hartley balls again, driven back towards him by Madsen, and there's no addition to the score. He's missed the first 5. I think he had Gloucestershire in mind as his comeback game, and I think he possibly could have bowled last week at Northamptonshire, or played at Northamptonshire. Hartley in, whipped away towards mid-on by Madsen, no run, but they've held him back to make sure he's 100%.
What's to come before the blast?
1 more at Leicestershire next week. So, yeah, I think... I mean, he's available for the T20, of course.
But what's the makeup of the Lancashire T20 attack?
There's Tom Hartley from around the wicket, in and bowls, and Madsen drives. And stopped by Bohannon at cover, and there's no run. End of the over, 57 for 2. Well, I suppose the only bowler that they wouldn't have is I lose track of where everybody is. Luke Wood, is he in the IPL?
Luke Wood is in the England T20
right,
squad.
So is he not available then? Presume not. I don't really know, to be perfectly honest with you. But yeah, there's Wood.
No Saqib Mahmood.
So he's in the squad,
He's in the England.
So does that rule them out of the T20 Blast to begin with, then, if they're in the England squad?
That's a great question. I'd have to check the dates.
Yeah, I don't know.
But it's a good... Those white ball matches against West Indies will take a good 2 weeks to complete. So the Blast, a month long, so... Anderson Phillips starting a new over, and Harry Kane just defends on the walk, up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, if there's no Wood and no Mahmood for the T20 Blast, and I don't know if that's the case or not, I don't know when does the first international game start?
You're going to ask me to check these dates.
I'm going to ask you to. I actually thought this would be on the tip of your tongue. I thought you'd have all these dates.
The first one day against the West Indies is Thursday the 28th of May.
Well, that's the T20 Blast.
So Saqib Mahmood's definitely in the one-day international squad. I think he's in the T20 squad as well.
Right.
Philip Bowles, short delivery that Kane watches go past. So
this slot's opening up here, isn't it, for Lancashire's number 9?
Indeed.
If there's no Mahmood and there's no Wood, who have they got? Well, they've got Chris Green, Ashton Turner. They've signed Ashton Turner for the Blast again, but I'm not entirely certain as to when these guys are available for.
10th of June is when the T20 series against West Indies finishes.
Right. T20 starts a week Thursday. T20 Blast.
Okay.
I think.
Philip Bowles bounce away over Harry Kane's head.
Yeah, I think it's a week on Thursday, the first T20 Blast fixture. So, I don't know. We establish if that rules Wood or Mahmood out. We don't know, do we?
There are 2 Blast games after England have finished that Lancashire will play before they play in the Championship again.
Right.
And then their the first Championship match after the Blast is at Blackpool.
Oh, lovely.
Philip Bowles nudges into the offside. Now they want a single, and it's Wells getting round from mid-on. But Madsen safely home. 58 for 2 in response to 458. I think basically what we've just gleaned from that is that there is the potential for Anderson to be busy throughout the Blast.
Playing some Blast cricket.
Playing some Blast cricket, yeah. I guess it will depend on workload management. My guess is that Lancashire would, if they were given the choice, they'd want him to be fit and raring to go for that game at Blackpool. Anderson's into Madsen's on the back foot, right back on his stumps actually, and punching up towards mid-on. This is what's fascinating about James Anderson coming back to play for Lancashire. And if you think about the greats of sport, all-time greats, because that's where Jimmy Anderson sits. You know, to see the opportunity for Roger Federer to play a backhand once more, or for Usain Bolt to run 100 metres once more. For those things to happen, you would expect them to be on the very grandest, biggest stages. It's Philip Bowles, pull shot past the man at leg gully. There's a man down at fine leg, just for a single. 59 for 2 at the end of the 13th. Madsen has 7 and Kane has 8. But the beauty of county cricket is that it's not always at the biggest grounds it's played. And after James Anderson plays the next game at Grace Road in Leicester, his next 2 championship matches could be at Blackpool and Chesterfield.
It's good for Blackpool. Blackpool last year had Ben Stokes and Nathan Lyon playing in the game. I like that. Blackpool Cricket Club's a pretty happy cricket club at the minute with the prospect of that happening. This single here for Madsen, he just tickled that away through mid-wicket. In fact, he'll come back for 2. And moves on to 9. 61 for 2. So yes, we've got Leicestershire next week at Grace Road. And then the T20 starts. We'll see if Jimmy plays any T20 games. And then those back-to-back championship matches with the Kookaburra Ball as well at Blackpool and at Chesterfield. Short leg and a slip as Hartley with his left arm spin from around the wicket balls. And Madsen going back, working the ball through square leg. Just for one, he moves to 10, 62 for 2.
I've just scouted through the Lancashire fixtures and found out that actually they've got 3 consecutive championship matches at our grounds, because they then play Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. In July. So yeah, what a chance to get up close and personal to the greatest fast bowler England have ever produced.
I was looking at the scorecard actually, last time Lancashire played at Cheltenham, and he was in that team, was Jimmy. It was a bit of a rain-effective match. And Hartley's in and bowling. Oh, that's a quicker delivery to Harry Kane. He's done well to keep that out.
If you're talking about occasions that Anderson could play in as well, so you've got championship matches at outgrounds. What about Friday the 11th of July, Lancashire versus Yorkshire in the Blast here?
Hartley in, bowls. It's chipped away to mid-on, there's no run.
And then the following Thursday, the return fixture at Headingley.
Yeah. Well, he's available for selection. He signed a T20 contract as well. Hartley in, bowls, came, punches the ball down the ground, but for no run. His last T20 appearance for Lancashire came at finals day, 2014.
Was that the Flintoff?
It was the Flintoff. Yep.
Tough game.
In comes Hartley, bowls, forward goes Harry Kane. That's the end of the over, 62 for 2. Well, it could be a very exciting summer of white ball cricket and championship cricket, couldn't it, for Jimmy Anderson? As Stefan said there, that's wonderful, that, isn't it? When you look at the following 3 fixtures of Blackpool, Chesterfield and Cheltenham. Wonderful. It'll be a pretty popular game at the seaside if Jimmy's in the squad, and likewise at Chesterfield and at Cheltenham. 5 over spell for Anderson, and picked up 2, or the 2 wickets that have fallen so far, the only 2.
What is this finals day of which you speak? I'm not sure I'm familiar with that. Once Derbyshire have been there. Anderson Phillip bowling to Wayne Madsen from the James Anderson end, and he just pulls that one around the corner straight to the man on the square leg boundary. Oh, I was going to guess it was Tom Bailey. Might not be.
It is.
Oh, love it. Love it. So we're all getting very excited back at Radio Derby about these updates now. Any more wickets fallen? Yeah, but that's a bad thing. Really? They'll get there. Phillip in again, balls to Kamin. He takes it on, and it's gone up in the air, but it's hit the ground before it gets to Bailey. I wasn't sure where that had gone, actually. He wasn't entirely in control of that, Harry Kane. And it's a no ball. So 3 to the total, 1 to Kamin, an extra couple. So Derbyshire move on to 66 for 2. Came on to 9. Very excitingly, if he gets to 10, that will be all 4 batters into double figures. Derbyshire have never had all 11 batters make double figures in one innings in their history. We look out for it every single match. It's never going to happen.
Wow, is that right? Okay.
Yeah. It's one of Griff's favourites.
I'm invested in this start as well now.
It's one of his favourites, that one. There'll be something to play for. Phillip in bowls and Madsen bails out of the shot on this occasion. But you see, it could be going horribly, horribly wrong, but there's always something to play for.
Yeah, there is.
He did send out a tweet, which I particularly, an ex, a post, whatever, which I particularly liked, with a shot of Jimmy Anderson's reverse sweep for 4 that didn't hit the bat. He didn't mention that. First time he'd batted for Lancashire against Derbyshire in a first-class match at Old Trafford since the 8th of May 2005, which is 7,314 days ago. That is peak David Griffin. Phillips in again. I just want to say Anderson. Phillips in again. That was a short delivery, and Madsen has nothing to do with it. Another no ball. Is that for height? No, it can't, because they're wides, aren't they, nowadays? So he's overstepping, and he's wasted a short delivery in the process. I thought you were a bit harsh on the pied wagtail, by the way.
I tried. Did you not see how gently I went
You
up?
were very gentle. It was marvellous to watch.
Really wanted to very slowly, kind of gently.
But it
move
flew
the
off, so
mic
it can
away.
fly. It didn't just
Yeah.
plummet to its.
No,
No, it was all right.
I had a pigeon incident this morning.
Did you?
I did.
They're not very bright, are they?
This one wasn't. I was trying to help it.
You tried to help
I was
it?
trying to help this particular pigeon. It was trapped. It's obviously injured, I think. It was in the garden this morning.
Here comes Philip again, balls to Madsen, who tucks that one into the leg side. Bailey getting plenty of work down there at square leg. Madsen gets another single, moves to 12, 69 for 2.
So I saw it last night, and
I'll leave it overnight.
well,
It'll be all right.
there wasn't much I could do about it. I thought,
Betsy's shot.
If he's still there in the morning, we'll see what condition. It was still in the same, pretty much the same spot this morning, and so I went to try and kind of put it into a bucket and cover it with a towel and then put it out in the wild, beyond the garden boundary.
To be eaten by a fox, yeah, yeah.
We'd better my dog eating it.
Well, that's true. It's Philip bowls to Kane, who dabs this into the offside back of the square.
Which, frankly, was the one thing I was worried about, was letting the dog out, because that wouldn't end well. So anyway, this pigeon kind of was popping its way into a position where I couldn't get hold of it, and I was had to come to the cricket. I just had to leave it. So
could be feathers everywhere when you get back.
Feathers everywhere when I get back.
Oh no. That's it, wildlife. They just don't. They don't appreciate it, do they? They don't appreciate the help that we're trying to give it. Anderson Phillip from the Sir James Anderson end. In and bowls to Kane, who goes back and forces the ball up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Marcus Harris, the Lancashire skipper. And there's no run. This over is going on for a long time, with 2 no balls in it. Derbyshire 69 for 2. We're in the 15th over, so the run rate is still a healthy 4 3/4. But they have lost those wickets of Caleb Jewell and David Lloyd, both to James Anderson. Jewell for 16, Lloyd for 27. Anderson 2 for 24 in his first 5 overs. Philip bowls, Kane defends. Harris fields, and that is the end of a fairly lengthy over, an 8-ball over. And Derbyshire are 69 for 2. Let's have a look at the, I'm sure it's been done recently, but I'm going to do it again. The IPL has started again, of course. Coverage on the BBC. Royal Challengers Bengaluru, Kolkata Knight Riders playing each other at the moment, and it's raining in Bengaluru, so no play there. It's raining. Unbelievable. Match delayed. There's a game going on the PSL as well in Karachi, but no rain there. I make no further comment, as that one is played off the back foot by Madsen out into the offside. And there's no run. Start of a new Tom Hartley over. Gloucestershire 179 for 4, trailing Kent by 245 as Hartley comes in. He tries to cut it and misses. Keaton Jennings got excited at slip. Nobody else did particularly. Leicestershire 203 for 7, still trailing Middlesex by 29, so that one very much in the balance down at Lord's. Not so much in the balance at Sophia Gardens, as Hartley is in, and that one is defended by Madsen, who points his bat straight at Harry Kane. No run. Glamorgan, after 100 overs, 402 for 8, leading Northamptonshire by 217 down in the Welsh capital. So Glamorgan, after that thrilling finish against Derbyshire, gone on to beat Kent and are now on top against Northamptonshire as Hartley is in, and that one is punched off the back foot out towards Bailey for a single by Madsen. He moves to 13, 70 for 2, and Derbyshire just, that's a 20-run partnership so far, but they just need to put together a couple of very big partnerships. And once they avoid the follow-on, then it's game on, I suppose, but might also be game over. 309 is the follow-on target. Hartley around the wicket to Kane, who defends that one into the offside. It's picked up by Josh Bohannon, and there's no run. hasn't returned, you know. Hartley bowls. Oh, and now Harry Kane plays that nicely out towards the mid-wicket boundaries. It got the legs to get all the way. Yes, it has. And Harry Kane picks up his third boundary and moves on to. Well, they'd already put it on. How?
Yeah, they're very quick.
It didn't even look like he was going to make it.
They know these things.
And he picks up his second boundary and he moves on to 13. So he has got double figures, so it's very exciting. And it's 74 for 2 at the end of the over. I was just telling the listener there, as I read out some of the scores, that the IPL's restarted in Bengaluru.
Right.
It's raining. You can hear the rain over on Sports Extra 3, I believe.
I think. Well, I don't know whether they're still with us on Sports Extra 3, but they did come.
Oh, did they come?
Yeah, because well, I think because Jimmy was bowling and things like that. So we could be on Sports Extra 3.
No, I could have said something inappropriate.
Well, that wouldn't really stop you, would it, particularly?
No, not really.
I don't think so. We've got a bowling change from the James Anderson end. So Anderson Phillips, too many Anderson. Anderson Phillips 3-over spell.
We are on it.
Okay. 3 overs for 12 comes to an end, and George Balderson replaces him from the Anderson end.
Tom Bailey's just chasing pigeons here.
Well,
he didn't catch any, but he gave it a good go.
Come to my garden and chase that one off from
I don't think that's as quick as the ones we've got here. They've gone on the concrete.
Madsen on 13, 74 for 2, and Balderson with a ring field is in to Madsen, but down the leg side. So there's 3 close catches on the leg side. There's a short square leg, 2 short mid wickets, mid on, and then a mid off cover, backward point, and 1 slip.
Did that hit any part of Madsen?
Sure.
Because if it didn't bounce, and it basically rolled along the floor. Oh dear.
74 for 2. Here's Balderson. Shuffling into to Madsen, flashed away to the leg side. There's one of those 3 fielders close in, which is Keaton Jennings. It's short square leg, and there's no run.
This umbrella in front of the bat usually suggests that they think that the pitch has died. It's a bit early for that, isn't it? 20th over?
Yeah.
No, not the 20th over, the 17th over. You get that little umbrella field.
Balderson to Madsen off the back foot, punched away to the left of mid-off for a single. Takes him to 14. Marcus Harris, who's of course, the new Lancashire captain. For now. Yes. No one steps down mid-match at 75.
I didn't suggest he wasn't going to be the captain tomorrow. It was just that when he said it, for a few games.
Did, yeah.
And for a bit.
Looking forward to it for a couple of games.
Yeah.
75 for 2.
Might just be an Aussie thing.
Well, I suppose he means as Balderson's in 2 game again. That shoots through, doesn't it?
That's 2, I think, that haven't bounced in this over. That is concerning. Dear, oh dear. Unless he's got a bottom edge on it. No. Oh dear.
Skipped, horribly low. Yeah, I presume that Harris was referring to the fact that it's this game and the next game, and then it stops for T20, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Balderson to Kane. Defends.
Did you have a different T20 captain?
Keaton.
Okay.
Keaton's going to captain the T20 side.
I had no idea. I wouldn't have brought it up.
It's all right. It's very confusing. So it's all been very confusing this week. But unless I've misread that, which I think I did see that he's going to continue to captain the T20 side.
Right.
1 ball left of the over. Balderson to Kane. That's defended. And it's George Bell, who is at one of the 2 short mid-wickets fielding. And there's no runs. So Balderson's first over complete. Just a single coming off it. 75 for 2. Madsen 14. And Kane on 13.
Just so everybody's completely informed, Jimmy Anderson's leaving the field. I thought you all ought to know.
No, it's the right thing to do.
He's been replaced. You're going to have to help me here.
Will Williams.
Will Williams, yes, and he is actually on the scorecard there, so I should have just looked at the scorecard, number 30 on his back. So good they named him twice. Well, it's a great name, that, by the way. A great name. Tom Hartley's going to continue. We've got all the Andersons. Now we've got Will Williams. It was the same name twice. Hartley bowls, and back goes Madsen to cut, and he's caught behind. Straightforward catch for Matty Hurst. And Madsen walks, and that is a very, very damaging blow to Derbyshire, and a big, big wicket for Lancashire. Derbyshire with Madsen going a 75 for 3.
It's a really positive mood, I think, to put Hartley in so early.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that ball's still pretty new, and he's benefited there from the harder ball, from the extra little bit of bounce that he's got from that. He's tried to cut it as Madsen, but because the ball's still pretty new, and that little extra bounce is a tall left-arm spinner, Tom Hartley, and that's helped him there. He's had a lot of bowling already this summer as Tom Hartley, especially here. So he'll feel he's kind of well into his season, a lot of overs under his belt already. And to get him early into the attack with that harder ball, I think it's worked beautifully there. 75 for 3. Madsen's dismissal feels like quite a significant one.
Never got a century against Lancashire. Ryan Madsen, for all the centuries that he's got, none of these, I've sent to Stefan before, none of these Derbyshire players have scored a century against Lancashire. And they don't play them every season, obviously, but for either Derbyshire or another team. And here comes the first of the former Lancashire players. Brooke Guest in at 5. Might be getting a bit of chirp. Ball's fair, etc.
Won't be too many, actually.
No, there won't be many who know him, will there?
I want to play with him here, I don't think. It's a while back, isn't it, now that he left Lancashire?
Yes, no, he's been in Derbyshire a decent while. Born in Manchester, but brought up in Perth, in Western Australia. Might even have played for the Aussie under-19s at one point. Has certainly been in the squad. Hartley around the wicket to him, and he pushes this first one out into the offside, off the middle of the bat. Lots of noise. Pressure on the Derbyshire batters building. We've got the two steadiest batters out there now. The two least flamboyant, certainly. As Anderson. Guest, I've got him on the brain. Guest defends that ball from Hartley back to the bowler. Anderson wasn't even on the pitch when the wicket was taken. Had no influence on that one at all.
Well, in this match, you're never that far away from an Anderson,
well,
are you?
You're not. Or a Will. A couple of Toms, 2 Georges. Dear, oh dear. Next delivery is defended again by Brooke Guest. So 75 for 3. They trail by 383, which is an awful lot. And they're still 230 away from avoiding the follow-on. As Hartley bowls. Oh, now Guest wanted a quick single there as it went straight to Marcus Harris. There wasn't a single on. It just shows you batters like to get off the mark, sometimes to the detriment of their own wicket. As Hartley's in again, and that one is defended once more by Guest, and it's a wicket maiden, at least the second of the game. As Ben Aitchison had one earlier. A wicket maiden for Tom Hartley, his first wicket of the match. 5 overs, 1 for 9. Game has 13. Guest is yet to get off the mark, and Derbyshire on the brink of trouble, I would say, at 75 for 3. On the brink of trouble.
Hartley's bowled 126 overs this season. There's only George Balderson in Lancashire's side that's bowled more than Tom Hartley this season. But and he's bowled the bulk of those overs here as well. And his economy rate is outstanding. And he's bowling a lot in the first innings of the game. As Balderson's in to Kane. Flash down towards fine leg. Very thin edged. Takes the ball to the rope for 4. Moves to 17, 79 for 3. But he's going at 3.2 and over, Tom Hartley. And most of those overs, 120 odd overs, will have been bowled in the first innings of the match.
No, it's a fantastic effort,
Great
isn't it?
effort, isn't it?
So today's stint from the other left armour in the game, Morley, 37 overs, the most overs he's bowled in a single innings this season.
It's Balderson over the wicket to Kane, who defends. Again, they've got this ring field, Lancashire, the 3 close catches on the leg side. Picked up by Bell, who's the straighter of the 3. And then he's got Bohannon to his right, and then the short square leg is Will Williams now, because Anderson's off the field, so Jennings has gone to first slip. 79 for 3, Balderson for Lancashire. Into Kane, who plays forward, the ball just coming back in towards him. He defends on the front foot, pushing up to mid-on, no run. Luke Wells fields.
The jeopardy of Guest being on naught, of course, means that we've still got 10 more runs until everybody's reached double figures.
You would like that to happen.
So would I.
Balderson into Kane. Getting forward and defending. Again, Bell's there to field. Again, there's no run. Good stuff from Balderson. Probing away. He's up pretty quickly, as he often does. Hits a pretty consistent line and length. And does enough to make it pretty challenging for the batters. Sets off again. Over the wicket. Kane playing forward and defends. Bell fields. And again, there's no addition to the score. Got a good hour of cricket to go, haven't we? We've got 17 overs left, so actually with spin at one end.
Yeah, might get a 6 o'clock-ish finish. Saturday night, 6 o'clock. So you've already you've already done the Springsteen thing. Is that who you went to see the other day?
Yeah, I went up on Wednesday. Yeah.
He's there tonight, isn't he?
He is. There's Balderson's in to Kane. That squirts away beyond the reach of Jennings at slip and down towards third man for 4. It's the end of the over. Harry Kane 21, Derbyshire 83 for 3.
I shouldn't have started that conversation
off,
really, because I'm going to go.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, I was looking to perhaps stay for one night with the boys in Manchester and perhaps have a drink. I looked at the hotels, and the one for last night was about 70 quid. I thought it was probably a bit pricey. The one tomorrow night, I can get one for 50, which isn't too bad. Tonight, 183. I thought, is there something going on in Manchester? The boss is in town. I don't think he's staying in the hotel that I was looking at, but he's in town.
No, well, Stefan said he's been spotted on his hotel balcony. I'm not sure which hotels in Manchester City Centre have balconies, but he's in one of those. There's Tom Hartley. And on balls, forward goes Brooke Guest in defence. And there is no run. 83 for 3. Hartley from the Brian Statham end. Off the back foot this time, can't find a way. Through the offside, Brooke Guest. He's hit it straight to cover where Bohannon fields. And there's no run. It's Hartley, sunglasses on, into Guest, forward and defends, just dabs the ball back towards Hartley off his own bowling. And there's no run. They've been quite busy, Lancashire, as well. They've bowled pretty quickly here. Nice kind of tempo. Floated up that time and driven back towards him by Guest. And there's again, there's no run. He gives the ball a ferocious polish on the bottom of his Lancashire shirt. He clutches the ball towards his chest, swings his arms back and forth, in, flatter this time from Hartley. Guest going back to defend. Bohannon fields. And there's no run, there's plenty of noise around the batter. Some chatter from the Lancashire fielders. Into Guest, forward again, defending. And again, there's no addition to the score. A maiden over that for Tom Bailey, and you can tell Lancashire have got an extra spring in their step, and why not? They've not had a particularly enjoyable start to the season, but with runs on the board and a couple of wickets, and Anderson picking up 2 of the 3 and all the rest of it, it's amazing what a bit of positivity can do, isn't it? And they're bouncing around the ground here, trying to make the most of these final 16 overs. Can Brooke Guest and Harry Kane settle things down for Derbyshire? with Lloyd, Jewell and Madsen already back in the dressing room. Balderson will continue to keep going here. He sets off and then Harry Kane just pulls away. So he'll have to go back to his mark. Yeah, we've got 16 overs to go. You're just joining the coverage, following the live pictures on Lancs TV via the BBC Sport website and app, or Sports Extra 3 for this county championship fixture with Derbyshire 83 for 3. As Balderson's into Kane, plays forward and defends to mid-on, and there is no run. Lancashire making 458 in their first innings. And then Jimmy stole the show with 2 early wickets. The first was kind of classic Anderson, really. If you close your eyes and imagine a Jimmy Anderson wicket, you're probably thinking the one that dismissed Jewell. Kane gets forward and defends, and there's no run. He's bowling around the wicket, angled in towards Caleb Jewell. It's nipped away, and it rattled the top of off stump. And then it was a familiar right arm outstretched, finger pointing skywards as he peeled away in celebration. 83 for 3. In comes Balderson. Kane plays forward and defends. Again, there's no run. Lancashire have used Bailey plus Anderson Phillip. Seem to have settled nicely with left arm spin from the Brian Statham end. And maybe Captain Harris will look to keep things fresh from the Anderson end with his seamers. Here's Balderson to Kane, who's off the front foot, eager to try and get forward, almost in position on that front foot before he sent the ball down as he defends it back to Balderson. And again, there is no run. I've lost our short square leg. Where's he gone? Oh, he's gone to fine leg and deep square leg. So there's still the 2 short catching mid wickets, but short squares drop back to the boundary. It's short by Balderson and ignored by Harry Kane. Into the gloves of Lancashire's wicket keeper. There's no run.
A bit early to be playing, and they're not yet, but it's a bit early to be looking ahead to the close, isn't it, with 15 overs left? Can't go into survival mode this early.
No, it's a tricky little period, this, isn't it? Because there's nothing really here to hit from Balderson. He's instantly hit a really good groove into Kane. So raise him up a fraction, brings the bat down and defends to cover, and there's no run. And then you've got Hartley, who's picked up from where he's left off from the previous games here. So it's not too dissimilar to, I mean, last night Balderson and Bell faced batted for 10 overs and scored 5 runs, but they got through it, and then they put on 130 today in the morning session. So there's still 15 to go, but still it's a little bit like that, isn't it? In the minute, there's not a great deal there. Maybe just give the nod to the bowlers at the minute they're on top, and hope that it becomes a little easier either later on tonight.
You've seen the cup final score, unless you don't want to know it.
I do know the cup final score. Yeah.
Remarkable. Hartley begins a new over from the Statham end.
Is it finished that way?
No, it's not even half time now. That one is pushed into the offside by Brooke Guest, and then go through for a single. Yes. Sorry, I should concentrate. I don't really care about the cup final. I just think that's a quite interesting scoreline. Hartley around the wicket. Oh, gets through, the bails are whipped off by Hurst. He didn't move his back leg, and a good job he didn't. Nice piece of keeping though. Very quick hands. That one must have just gone on with the arm. Whatever that means. But they say it a lot, don't they? So I thought I'd try and look clever. Here's Hartley in bowls, full in length, and defended by Kane. He's got 21, Guest has 1. 14.5 overs to survive today, and umpire Widdop just giving Tom Hartley a little indication that he's slightly concerned about where his follow through feet are landing. He's in again now, and that one is defended again by Kane. So it tramples all over the red zone to pick the ball up.
David Lloyd was with us, Bumble. He'd be saying, "I've got no issue with that." He'd scrap that rule.
Yeah, I can't see it. Well, this pitch isn't got a mark on it anyway, has it? So
No, it's true.
Hartley bowls, Kane defends out into the offside. Bohannon. There's the man. I was going to say Fields, but he basically bends down and picks the ball up. Even I could have managed that.
There's not a blemish on the pitch, is there? Really?
No. It's remarkable. Truly remarkable. Hartley's next delivery is defended again by Kane. This time Hartley hops across the playing surface, tosses the ball away. 1 run from the over. That was off the first delivery when Brooke Guest got off the mark at Derbyshire. 84 for 3. Guest on 1, Kane on 21. They still trail by 374, so they need another 125. That can't be right. 225 to avoid the follow-on. 125 is quite manageable. 225, not so much. Jimmy Anderson is back out there. I'm sure you pointed that out. I saw him stretching as well, which concerned me from a Derbyshire perspective. I think we'll see him again before the end.
Sure we will, yeah.
I did wonder whether Bruce Springsteen might be here. That's why I brought it. I'm sure he's a sports fan. I haven't seen him now.
Balderson starts a fresh over. Brooke Guest defends back towards him, and there's no run.
The TV boys would pick him up, I would have thought, wouldn't
Yeah. I said to Stefan before, but wouldn't it be terrific had he stayed here and got one of the balcony rooms?
Yeah.
That would have been great.
Yeah, wouldn't it? This ground would have been full.
Dave on reception tells me downstairs he did perform here.
Oh,
so
right.
Apparently 20 years ago, Bruce Springsteen performed here.
When he was in his 60s.
Driven away by Brooke Guest through cover for a single.
50s.
85 for 3.
Did you say he was 75?
75.
Remarkable.
He was magnificent on Wednesday.
I haven't seen any of it. Of course, I'm sure people did record it, but I have seen some of the things that he said.
Yes, he was quite. He had a point to make.
He got quite political, didn't he, at one point?
Yeah. Well,
I think he is anyway. I mean, people play Born in the USA without realising what it's about.
Balderson to Kane. Let's go for inner half of the bat. It's disappeared behind square on the leg side. Barely comes up from long leg to field. Doesn't collect it cleanly, and as a result, they think about a third. Decide against it. Just 2 more.
I'm not sure a run out would be particularly welcome at this stage. It's not somebody I ever really got into, Bruce Springsteen. And I was at university in the Dancing in the Dark era. When he was huge, wasn't he, really, at that point? I mean, he couldn't move for Bruce Springsteen. The album with the jeans pocket.
In comes Balderson to Kane. That's defended to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I listened to his Desert Island discs, which he recorded a few years ago, and they asked him about that album cover. And he said, it's better looking than my face.
Oh, right. Okay. He seems like a really nice bloke. Clearly, I've never met him. But everything I read about him, I do like.
Balderson for Lancashire to Harry Kane, who defends. And the balls may have come back in towards him a fraction. He's played it slightly awkwardly. He's just having to defend. They both are really at the minute.
There are no freebies, are there?
No, I'm not. Nothing you can do to try and open up that leg side with those 3 fielders close in catching. Covers blocked, slip in place, backward point. Balderson in, came forward, defends once more. And up towards Wells, who's at mid-on. It's the end of the over. It's super stuff from Balderson. 4 overs, 1 maiden for 12. Instant kind of pressure on. Nothing really there to work with. And he's bowled beautifully here in tandem with Tom Hartley. 13 overs left. 87 for 3. Guest on 2. And Harry Kane 23 not out.
Had a message from Jed on X. Hopefully Sir Jimmy Anderson will still be fit enough to play on the pitch at Chesterfield, he says. Yes, that could be fascinating. I do think it's a Kookaburra ball, those two games in the middle of the T20, which are often bizarre games anyway. As Hartley begins a new over, back into his crease goes Guest and defends it straight back to the bowler, with batters intent on going out and smashing the ball to all parts. It can take one or two a little time to readjust to red ball cricket from the T20, can't it? But Hartley in again. Guest drives, Hartley half stops, moving down to his left, low, as you might expect. The nets to our left, again being watered, as they were yesterday, as Hartley bowls. That's driven very nicely by Brooke Guest, and he's going to get his first boundary out towards the wide, long off rope down below us. Nice shot from Brooke Guest. He moves on to 6. Game has 23. Derbyshire 91 for 3. Lancashire on day 1 yesterday, only yesterday. 11 for 2 and 114 for 3 before eventually going on to make 458. As Hartley is in on his sort of check drive kind of defensive shot by Guest. Hartley turns. 2 balls left in his 8th over. He's in and bowls. That one is driven, but straight to the skipper, Marcus Harris. Gives the ball a polish. Looked like Marcus Harris was gesturing at Bailey there. As Hartley's in again. That one's defended by Brooke Guest. Hartley picks up, tosses the ball to Bohannon, and the over comes to an end. A very loud helicopter. I think it's a helicopter. I can't see it. So that must be above us or behind. Above would be favourite. Goes off into the distance. And George Balderson is moving back to his mark, ready to bowl again. He's already bowled just the 4 overs, but he's only gone for 12 runs. Guest on 6, came on 23, 91 for 3. Came, twiddles his bat, flexes his knees, and Balderson is in, and that one is driven but not timed. It was a full-length delivery from Balderson that came, went for the drive, toe ended the bat really up to mid-off. Crowd starting to thin a little bit. People have seen Sir James Anderson. They may well get to see him again. He's standing at slip at the moment next to Matty Hurst. Balderson on his way in, bowls to Kame, who turns this into the leg side, but it's like a ring of steel out there. There are 3 fielders on the leg side. A square leg, a mid-wicket, and then a straight mid-wicket, as well as the mid-on. There's a man down at long leg as well. Jimmy Anderson's coming out of slip now. And going into a straightish cover. There's a regulation cover as well. That's Anderson Phillip. There's a man at backward point. And in comes Balderson again, and that one is defended by Kame up towards the mid-off. And there's no run. Mid-off to mid-off for the skipper, Marcus Harris, who wants to be close to his bowlers as he leads the side for the first time in this match at Old Trafford. Here comes Balderson again. Over the wicket, balls to Kane, down the leg side, and they're claiming a catch. Everybody liked it. I thought Harry Kame had started to walk then for a moment. Umpire Baldwin says no. Perhaps makes up for the one where David Lloyd didn't think he'd hit it. Accounts suggesting that it might have come off the back of his bat. Can't really tell from there. Balderson celebrated it was more of a celeb appeal than an appeal. So hard to tell from the television pictures. Matty Hurst is perplexed. As Balderson is in, and Kane defends this one up towards mid-on. And there's no run. Not a let-off if he didn't hit it. Difficult to tell if he did hit it. Leicester should have gone into a very small lead down at Lords. They're 244 for 7, leading by 12 runs. Peter Hanscom's still there. He's 81 not out. He's going to be important, you would have thought, for Leicestershire in that one, as Kane drives into the offside. It's missed by Anderson, and they're going to get a couple of runs for it here as Harris brings it in about 10 yards shy of the boundary rope. Harry Kane moves on to 25. Final ball of the over. Guest has 6. Derbyshire 93 for 3, still trailing by 365 runs. Anderson in conversation with Balderson. Harris joins in very briefly. Anderson given the polishing duties by the Lancashire outfit. Glamorgan have been bowled out for 424 in Cardiff. That means a lead of 239 over Northamptonshire. And at Gloucestershire are now 220 for 4. They trail Kent by 204 runs. Cameron Green, the Australian, has just gone to a half century. James Bracey is there alongside. It's First Division, there's wickets tumbling. 22 wickets have already fallen at New Road, where Worcestershire are 9 for 2 in their second innings. They lead by 210. As Hartley begins a new over from the Brian Statham end, and that is pulled into the leg side by Brooke Guest and straight to the fielder. Balderson, is it? It is. Fielding at mid-wicket. Hartley bowls again, and Guest defends this time. Into the offside. Durham 262 for 3, trailing Nottinghamshire by 145, so they've avoided the follow-on there. Sussex making a better fist of it second time around against Somerset, as Brooke Guest steps back and clouts the ball out to the boundary and moves to 10. That's the 5th batter into double figures. Out towards the extra cover boundary. Yeah, Sussex were all out for 152 in their first innings, and following on their 90 without loss against Somerset. They still trail by 96, but clearly making a better fist of it. Surrey 306 for 5, leading Yorkshire by 51, and Hampshire 95 for 3 at Edgbaston. That's a lead of 201 runs for them. Here, 97 for 3 Derbyshire, trailing by 361. Hartley is in, bowls to Guest, who fiddles the ball into the offside, immediately holds up his bat to make sure that Harry Kane isn't coming for a run. Difficult choice for the boys back in Derby as to who will be the end of day's play victim today. That's for the interview, that is. As Guest pushes this next delivery up to Marcus Harris at a deepish mid-off. Jack Morley might be nice. As in comes Hartley, and Brooke Guest defends it back to the bowler. It's the end of the over, just 4 runs from it, that one boundary. Derbyshire after 26 overs and 97 for 3. 10 overs left today, and they still trail by 361. 309 is the follow-on target, so a lot of work for Derbyshire to do to reach that particular milestone. If indeed it is a milestone. It probably isn't, actually. It's the wrong word altogether. Somebody walking around with Ben, I think it's Ben Smith, who's wandering around the boundaries edge, if I can just work out who it is. I think it's Blair Tickner. As Balderson begins a new over, the ball is turned into the leg side by Harry Kane. It is Blair Tickner and Ben Smith, the batting coach, doing a lap. Smith was on the coaching staff of the Central Stags in the Super Smash in New Zealand, and Blair Tickner was a member of the winning side in that competition, as Guest pushes this next delivery up towards George Bell. In the onside, there's no run. Bell with the fielding pads on. Matty Hurst has decided he's going to stand up to George Balderson. Smith was the coach of the Stags, and Tickner played for the Stags to avoid any confusion. Here comes Balderson again. Bowls to Kame, who defends this one. Back to the bowler and gets a little bit of a left hand on it, and it's eventually picked up by Marcus Harris. And there's no run. No change at half-time in the FA Cup final. Still a surprising scoreline. Never won a trophy, Crystal Palace. Derbyshire haven't won one for a while. Here comes Balderson and bowls. That one's carved away. Backward of square on the offside by Kame for 4 runs. Down to the wide third-man boundary. It bounces off the rope and into the seats, and then off a seat and back onto the playing surface. Kame moves on to 29, and by that reaction you will know that Derbyshire have brought up their 100 of 160 balls. There can't be any Derbyshire supporters out there. And if they are, they're keeping very quiet. Perhaps they'll get a bit louder by the time that 309 is neared, if indeed it is. Still 208 to go. As Balderson is in, Kame pushes into the leg side. Fielded by Keaton Jennings. He walks across for a chat with a couple of teammates. Tom Bailey stretching down below us. Balderson back to the top of his mark. And that's Josh Bohannon, who's immediately to Keaton Jennings' left. As Balderson is in, bowls. That would have defended again into the onside by Harry Kane. The over comes to an end. This time fielded by George Bell. So we've got 9 to go. 101 for 3. We've got 9 overs to go and 32 minutes in which to bowl them, and it's absolutely remarkable. George Bailey's just been given the nod. George Bailey. Tom Bailey. George Bailey was the head of selectors in Australia. Tom Bailey's just been given the nod. Little flock of pigeons on one of the old wicket ends where there's been some reseeding going on. There's a lot of dust out there. It's been a feature of this season so far. The amount of dust that comes up. We'll nearly kick the commentator cam over there. Guest will be on strike. Still to come batting wise. It'll be Martin Anderson next, then Anuj Dal. Might be the other way around. Ben Aitchison, Zach Chappell, Blair Tickner and Jack Morley. So these two pivotal. Harry Kame, specialist bat. Brooke Guest, wicketkeeper bat. Vital. These get some runs. In comes Hartley and bowls to Guest, who goes back and pushes it up towards a very straight mid-on, where Will Williams does the fielding. So again, there's somebody off the field. Jimmy Anderson's out there. He's at backward point. Just the one slip now. Keaton Jennings. Hartley's in. Defended off the back foot again by Brooke Guest. We're going to be very close to the situation in a moment where I have to go, and we don't have any commentators. This one is dug out by Brooke Guest. 101 for 3 it remains. Hartley halfway through his 10th over. Bowls up and short, and it's cracked away by Brooke Guest. There is cover out there. It's Bailey. And Guest moves on to 11. 2 balls left of the over. Wheeling his arms. Who's that at sort of leg, deep leg gully? Hartley is in and bowls back into his crease. Goes Guest. No, he doesn't. It's Harry Kane.
Luke Wells, that is.
That's Luke Wells, thank you. He's just giving his arms a little twirl, wasn't he? Just threatening or reminding his captain that he's had a pretty good game so far. As in comes Hartley to complete the over. It's clipped into the leg side. It will be fielded by Williams. And we have 8 to go. Around about half an hour's cricket left today. Can Derbyshire survive without any further damage? They're 102 for 3. Guest has 11. Kame has 29. They still trail by 356, which is a lot.
Yes, there's a bit of work to do, isn't there? No, in the next half an hour or so. There are 8 overs left today, and then plenty of batting to do tomorrow to try and make the game safe. I guess to do that, then they've got to be batting deep into, well, this time tomorrow, really. Certainly get past that follow-on target, which might make the game safe. But anyway, we're a long way off that. Hey, second guessing how games might unfold, because we've all seen enough to know it's so difficult to predict. But certainly batting to do for Derbyshire. We're going to see a change with Tom Bailey replacing George Balderson. 6 overs, 1 maiden for 18 for Balderson. And he is replaced by Tom Bailey, who bowled 4 overs from the Brian Statham end to get the innings underway. 4 overs for 28. And he's back in bowling, and that's worked away by Guest out to mid-wicket. There's no addition to the score. The bowlers at Lancashire have used James Anderson, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 24. Tom Bailey, 4 overs for 28. Tom Hartley, 10 overs, 1 for 19. Anderson Phillip, 3 overs for 12. George Balderson, 6 overs, 1 maiden for 18. Bailey to Guest. It's off the back foot and drives to Anderson Phillip at cover. And there is no addition to the score. The wickets of Caleb Jewell, bowled by Anderson for 16. David Lloyd caught by Hurst off Anderson for 27. Madsen caught by Hurst off Hartley for 14. 102 for 3. Tom Bailey, 2 short mid wickets, a deep backward square leg and a fine leg. In and bowls, short ball to Guest, who leans back, drops his hands and down on one knee, as he allows that to go pretty sharply into the gloves of Matty Hurst. No addition to the score. Conversation with the captain, Marcus Harris, as he wanders back to his bowling mark. In again to Guest. It's defended to Anderson Phillip. And there is no run. And it'd be a burst from Luke Wells. It would appear so. But then, at the same time, James Anderson just starting to twirl his hips. Will he come in for a second spell right at the back end of the day? Bailey moves in. Guest on 11. And Guest defends to mid-off. And there's no run. Good start by Bailey. He has been a little in and out this season. Most sides have looked to try and rotate their bowlers, certainly their seam bowlers, in this opening block of championship fixtures. So he's had his time where he's skipped a game or two into to Guest. It's just jabbed away towards mid-off. And there's no run, so Tom Bailey starts his second spell with a maiden over. 102 for 3. Guest on 11 and Game on 29. Will be Hartley to continue from the Brian Statham. Oh, there's a third bowler warming up here. So Anderson Phillip now, he's doing a few stretches. So maybe he's keeping everybody guessing Marcus Harris. He's told both James Anderson and Luke Wells and Anderson Phillip to limber up, keeping his options open here. But Wells certainly has been going through a few pretty noticeable stretching exercises and twirling his right arm over, and now Anderson Phillips doing something similar. It's Tom Hartley's left arm spin. It's off the back foot, and Harry Kane just works the ball out to mid-wicket where George Balderson fields, and there is no run on 29. Hartley in bowls, forward goes Kane, defends. Just gently rocking onto the front foot, smothering the ball away into the offside. And with that kind of gentle forward defensive push, Tom Hartley's decided that he wants a change of approach here. He's bowling his left arm spin from around the wicket. He's going to have a go bowling his left arm spin over the wicket this time. So he wants an extra catcher close in. So George Bell dons the helmet at forward short leg, and there's a slip in place as well. So left arm spin over the wicket to the right hander. So the back foot and just turned into the onside. There's Bell at forward short leg to field. There's no run. 102 for 3, Derbyshire. Hartley into his 11th from the Statham end. In and bowls. Forward again goes Kane, defends. Worked away to the leg side. Bohannon fields at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Hartley in past the umpire, bowls forward again to defend. Just nudges the ball out towards the leg side. Bohannon's at mid-wicket again. No addition to the score. So he's trying to round the wicket, he's going over the wicket. Trying different angles of attack here. Because you're trying to prize one more out before the close of play. Here is Hartley into Harry Kane. Forward off the inner half of the bat. The ball just tickles away down towards short, fine leg. And scamper through for a quick single. He's actually kept the strike as well. That's the end of the over. 103 for 3 with Brooke Guest on 11. Harry Kane on 30. We've got 6 overs remaining in the day's allocation.
When I mentioned before, I think you were just away for a moment, and Omar Mamouche had missed a penalty. I didn't realise that. We had a penalty saved by Dean Henderson.
Yeah, well, I was waiting for the update on Radio Manchester, and they were talking at length about this penalty save.
Oh, right. It's quite a good one, but, it's a penalty save, isn't it?
Well, I think he handled the ball. There's an opinion that he may have handled the ball outside the box, the goalkeeper, or something. There was some controversy surrounding it anyway, and there was a full debate. I wonder
if it'll be on television anytime soon. Martin Mason, I was talking about Tom Bailey, and I called him George, who of course is the Australian chairman of selectors and former player. There's Balderson in again, and that one is... Oh, no, it's Bailey who's back, I beg his pardon. Tom Bailey is back, beginning his 6th over. That first one is defended by Harry Kane, so it's apposite really, so please disregard it for it. I hadn't mentioned it, Martin. Mixing up my Baileys earlier. Sounds like a bad night on the tiles, that, doesn't it? I was thinking of Tom Bailey, who was one of the 3 Thompson twins. Of course, the Thompson twins, all 3 of them, from the 1980s. Now I remember them well. Alana, somebody or other. They're going through for a quick single here, I think. When they are going through for a quick single, I think it was Alana, somebody or other. And Harry Kane moves to 31, 104 for 3 now, Derbyshire, with 5 overs and 4 balls to you today.
I'm not familiar with their work.
Hold me now?
Certainly, yeah. There you go, mate.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Big hit in the 90s. Well, you were just a child, if indeed you were born. Here comes. You got a big birthday today. This one defended by Harry Kane.
It's not a big number.
Is it not a big number?
No, it's not a
well,
big
none
number.
of them are big, are they? I had one in January, but I'm unwilling to discuss it. Suffice to say, the 4-year contract the BBC has signed to do county cricket will see me through to my pension.
Works out pretty well for you.
Yeah, not bad. Thank you very much. Here's Bailey from the Anderson end, balls to Guess, who just turns this one into the leg side. It's fielded by Bell, and there's no run. It's an interesting gathering to our left. There's certainly a Lancashire player there with Ben Smith and Blair Tickner. I don't know my instant. No, I think it's a Lancashire player. It looks like a Lancashire player. One of the 12thers to me. His white's on, but a tracksuit top on as that ball is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest for a single out towards George Balderson.
Could be Will Williams. It is Will Williams.
Is that Will? Yeah, there he is. So Will Williams is a Kiwi. Blair Tickner's a Kiwi. Ben Smith coached the Central Stags in the Super Smash that Blair Tickner played in. I don't know if Will was in that same team, as it might be teammates down in Central Districts. Here comes Bailey, and that strikes the pad. It was going down leg side, surely. They're going to go through for a leg bye. Certainly Kane was trying to turn it into the leg side. Paul Baldwin, the umpire, signals as such. And the over ends with a leg bye. 106 for 3. Guest has 12. Kane has 31. 106 for 3 with 5 overs to go. No?
I don't know. So
okay. No. Nicely done.
No idea. I've got a clue. I don't know how these regulations work, because he's not an overseas player, Will Williams. So,
oh, okay.
I'm
yes.
not sure if he can play in New Zealand
I didn't think he could be, because he couldn't 12th man with 2 overseas already out there, could he? Such are the... he plays for Canterbury. When he played in New Zealand, but he hasn't been there for some time. Leading wicket taker in the Plunket Shield in 2017-18. I think that went to Tickner this year. Who's very much part of the domestic scene down in New Zealand. They will have come across each other clearly. And we said that Luke Wells was warming up. He was warming up with full justification.
Well, at one point there was 3 warming up. There was Luke Wells.
Jimmy's been stretching again, hasn't he?
Yeah, and Anderson Phillip, he was warming up as well at one point.
Well, it's good to have 2 Andersons warming up at the same time, just in case you need to bring somebody in at the Anderson end.
Not wrong there. Right, some leg spin then from Luke Wells. With Harry Kane on strike, short leg and a slip. There's Wells from the Statham end, in and bowling. Forward goes Kane, defends. Anderson jogs up from mid-on to field. 106 for 3. Wells, the Centurion in the first innings. And he's bowled. Kane, he's left it. Not offered a shot. And to his horror and to Wells's delight, the ball rattles in towards the stumps, and Lancashire pick up a wicket right at the back end of the day. 106 for 4. Harry Kane bowled by Luke Wells for 31.
Oh dear. Error of judgment from Harry Kane. And that's cost him and Derbyshire dearly. He might have top scored with 31, but he will be bitterly, bitterly disappointed with that. The Derbyshire batter, it has not turned at all. It's just gone straight on, hasn't it? He's left it, and it's hit the top of off stump. And Harry Kane walks back to the pavilion with Derbyshire in a whole heap of trouble now. 106 for 4, still trailing by 352.
Yep. Yeah, it's a real bonus for Lancashire. 4 overs to go tonight. They've got Derbyshire 4 down.
Let's see who comes out. Yeah, Jack Morley. It's funny, I just had a message. I said earlier it might be nice to speak to Jack Morley tonight. I got a message saying I've messaged him, but he might be padded up as a night watchman. Here he is, Jack Morley, ladies and gentlemen. Oh dear.
Well, partnership wasn't, in terms of runs, hugely significant, but in terms of time, was quite significant. 85 balls they batted together, so the fall of the Madsen wicket in the 17th over, and they took it to the 32nd over. So that was a partnership where Derbyshire were hoping just settle things down, get to the close of play, and then 2 batters who had been reasonably well set overnight are there tomorrow morning. But at best, they're going to have a night watchman tomorrow morning with Brooke Guest. There's still a bit of work to do here.
Yeah, still 4 overs and 4
Absolutely.
balls.
Yeah. 3 catches around the bat. Wells in. Full ball to Morley. He plays forward in defence, and there's no run.
I don't know how much of Morley you've seen. He's a fairly obdurate batter. He hasn't got many shots, which is what you want from a night watchman, really.
Is that his favourite type of shot there?
I think so.
Well, that'll do for Derbyshire, at least in the short term. Wells to Morley, getting right forward again and defending. Drops it away into the offside. Bohannon's at silly point to field, and there is no run.
He has to face the majority of these 28 deliveries as well, doesn't he, really? That's his longest innings for Derbyshire. He has got his high score this season.
Wells in. Oh, and I thought he's lunged onto the front foot there as Morley, and then doesn't play a shot, allows that to slide through towards Matty Hurst. Those two will know each other very well, certainly Morley and Hurst. They played a lot together coming through at Lancashire.
Looking for a single here. I don't think he is.
106 for 4. Final ball of the first over from Luke Wells. Around the wicket. Just thrown outside off stump, and he presses forward. He bounces to Bohannon. It's a wicket maiden to begin with. 4 to go tonight. 106 for 4.
His high score in first-class cricket, 19 not out against Leicestershire in the first innings. Was out there for 41 deliveries. 24 deliveries for his 17 against Gloucestershire. 28 deliveries for his 7 against Northamptonshire. Hasn't batted since the first innings against Middlesex. Didn't play at Glamorgan and got 0 not out off 6 balls, so you couldn't really tell whether he was going to go on. But I think obdurate covers it nicely. Jack Morley is a thoroughly decent human being, and hopefully he can stay out there for the remaining 4 overs along with Brooke Guest, on whom a lot rests now. Martin Anderson and Anuj Dal, the men being protected, as Bailey is in, and that one is driven back to him by Guest, fielded by the bowler. Ball on the bounce back to him. Blair Tickner's confident there isn't going to be a huge clatter of wickets because he's still wandering around the boundary's edge down below us with Ben Smith, batting coach. 106 for 4. Derbyshire in deep trouble here at Old Trafford. Lancashire firmly on top. As Bailey bowls, that one's turned into the leg side by Guest. He's looking for 2, but the whole point of a night watchman is that he only takes 1. There we go. Don't run yourself out, for goodness sake. And they do take a single, and Guest moves on to 13, which means that Morley will have to face 4 deliveries from Tom Bailey. 0 for 31, Bailey so far. He's just in conversation now with his skipper Marcus Harris. So Jimmy Anderson's got 2 for 24, Tom Hartley 1 for 20, Luke Wells 1 for none. Anderson Phillip just bowled 3 overs for 12. George Balderson bowled 6 overs for 18, nice and tidy, and Tom Bailey, as I mentioned, 0 for 31 off his 6 overs and 2 balls. He's got a couple of slips. Close catches in front of the bat on either side. Anderson Phillip just moving around to mid-on for the left-handed Morley. There's a short leg as well. Anderson at first slip, Keaton Jennings at second. Bailey's in, that's defended by Morley. Nicely done. Northamptonshire already 15 for 1. Still trailing Glamorgan by 224 runs. That's in their second innings, of course. Leicestershire now lead by 30, but they're 9 down at 262 for 9. Gloucestershire close to avoiding the follow-on as Bailey bowls a bouncer and he ducks out of the way of it, does Morley. Does well. Gloucestershire 263 for 4. So they ought to avoid the follow-on, target Kent having made 424. Worcestershire 29 for 3 now in the first division, leading Essex by 230. Hampshire's lead against Warwickshire is 228. They're at 122 for 5 in their second innings. As Bailey's in again, that's a full toss. A slower attempted Yorker that turned into a full toss, and kept his eyes on it there, Morley, and managed to just bunt it up to mid-on. And there's no run. Surrey 332 for 6, leading by 77. Durham 287 for 4, trailing by 120. In Nottinghamshire against Durham, everybody. You can find that on the BBC Sport website and app. And Sussex are 107 for 2, as Bailey is in again to bowl to Morley. A short of a length delivery that Morley gets up on his toes. He's still not that tall when he's on his toes. Managed to get the ball to ground quite quickly. And there's no run end of the over. 1 run from it, 107 for 4. Derbyshire with 3 overs to go. The Sussex score of 108 for 2 means they are following on, incidentally. They're 78 behind still at Taunton. He's going through those wickets that have fallen so far. There have been 4 of them, the first 2 to Anderson. Then Hartley picking up the wicket of Wayne Madsen. And most latterly, Luke Wells with one that didn't really turn, and it was left alone by Harry Kane. And it removed his off bail.
Yep, you can see Lancashire's reaction and what that meant to them at the back end of the day. 3 overs left. Here's Wells in, continuing. Forward goes Guest and defends. And there's no run. 107 for 4. It's turn to Luke Wells. He's maybe sometimes, I mean, he bowls a lot for Lancashire, so it's not unfamiliar certainly, but when you've got a century in the first innings, it's with the back foot this time by Guest, has turned into the onside, and there's no run. Maybe sometimes it's just kind of your day, isn't it, or maybe your game. And he's struck.
He's not had a bad one.
He's not, has he? No, and a wicket in his very first over. Could have had 2 there. There's Wells into Guest. Pigeons are flying as he plays it out towards point. Anderson Phillip catches up with it. Guest gets a single. Moves on to 14. It's 108 for 4.
Yeah, halfway through the anti-penultimate over.
Well, Morley tasked with trying to negotiate 3 more deliveries, but he's going to have an extra catcher around the bat here. He's already got 3. He's got the short leg, the silly point, the slip, and now Harris in at leg slip, which means Balderson goes from mid-wicket to cover with a mid-off and mid-on. So 4 around the bat. Lancashire hunting for another one, trying to remove the night watchman. He's on naught. Here's Wells in to Morley. And again, he gets forward and defends. And there's no run. Bohannon at silly point, just reaching low to his left to scoop up that bouncing ball as it was played off the face of the bat by Morley. Hands it back to Wells. Skipped his way back in again. Again, just easily turned. Too much alarm by Morley out towards the leg side this time. And there's no run. One delivery to go. This Luke Wells over, then 2 left of the day. There's Wells. Short and wide, and Morley will cut that away for 4. Through deep backward point to end the over. 112 for 4.
Pulled that one out of nowhere. No, he has hit a couple of 4s this season, I'm sure. I'll tell you how many 4s he's hit this season, including that one. Jack Morley now has 4 4s. No, there is bowling averages. Jack Morley now has 6 4s and a 6. He hit a 6. Where did he hit the 6?
Maybe it's when you were at Charlton.
Wow. Good effort. They're all getting ready now. Some people are keen to get home and prepare for tomorrow. Is Jimmy coming back for one?
That's Bailey, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Oh, that's, thank goodness for that. Yeah, Jimmy Anderson's at mid-wicket. Beg your pardon. I just saw one. No, I didn't see any. There aren't any sweatbands on his wrist at all. Here he is then. Bailey's in and bowls to Guest, who defends the first ball. If he gets through these 6, Derbyshire can be no worse than 5 down at the close. I've thought like this a lot over the years. Haven't done it this season. And we still haven't given up hope that there'll be some late resistance. They've been rescued, as I said, I think I said it yesterday, they've been rescued a few times. Martin Anderson with a couple of centuries and a half century. They have been rescued by the lower order on a couple of occasions, but no Lewis Rees in this match as Guest defends the next ball from Bailey into the onside. Anderson picks up. They're going to have to be rescued again by the lower order batters, it would seem. Of course, defeat in this game would leave them with 1 point, which is not very good at all. Long way to go. Long way to go. We haven't even got halfway yet. Here's Bailey. Bowls to Guest, who pushes it into the onside. There is no run. There is no point in running from here on in, I don't think, with 3 balls of the over to go.
No.
Just stay where you are.
Yeah, you want Morley to face the...
Well, Morley has to be on strike for the start of the final over, doesn't he? That's the whole point of him being there. I don't usually like speaking to not-out batters, but...
I think Morley will be all right.
I'll make an exception in Jack's case. It's Bailey, bowls to Guest, who keeps... turns one that keeps a little bit low into the leg side. Bohannon, who is the middle of the 3 men on the leg side close in. There's a sort of shortish leg. He's not really short. Well, he is, but he's not standing very close to the bat. It's George Bell. Then it's Bohannon, then it's Anderson on the leg side. Anderson just sort of wandering around trying to get into Guest's eye line. Now he settles as Bailey is in, bowls a short delivery that Guest ducks out of the way of. 1 ball to go in this over, then 1 more over after this. 7 deliveries to survive, but in reality, with all due respect to the trying to think of a cricketer with the name R. Help me out, batter.
With the name R?
Yeah, surname R. It'll come to me in a minute. Probably. It might not. There's a leg slip.
What country thing?
Going. No, any country. Doesn't have to be anybody. Yeah, just a batter with a surname beginning with R. As this next one is short. That's a bit of a waste, in all honesty, from Bailey, because Guest was easily able to duck out of the way of it. We're into the final over now, and it will be Jack Morley on strike. At the must be some cricketers whose name begins with an R, for goodness sake.
And what's the reason why you're thinking of this?
Because I was going to call him the Rochdale.
Ah, got you. Right.
But
yeah.
The moment's passed,
Right.
really.
Oh, yeah, well, it's a long day. I can't bring anybody to mind.
No, I can't. I can't. It's ridiculous.
Who are we overlooking?
There's only 26 letters in the alphabet.
Viv Richards.
That would have done it, the Rochdale Richards.
The Rochdale Richards.
Oh dear, that's called the Rochdale Richards. We're not going to speak to Jack. We're hoping to speak to Ben Smith. I think that makes more sense. Thank you, Henry. Although Ben does like a chat, and quite frankly, I'm not interested in a long chat because I only need 20 seconds out of him. I'll just tell him that. I said, look, Ben, we only need 20 seconds.
It's Tom Hartley in and bowling. Forward goes the Rochdale Richards.
Thank you.
That's all right.
You're very kind.
And, there is no run. Oh, dear.
If I said call him that to Ben Smith, do you think it might catch on?
So Wells out and Hartley returns for the final over. He's players switching positions there. Bailey's gone to mid-off now. Harris is at short, straight mid-on. Hartley in. Quicker to Morley. Defends to Harris. There's still 4 catches around the bat. There's the leg slip, silly point, short leg. 4 balls to go. 112 for 4. In comes Hartley, forward goes Morley, and defends once again. And there's no addition to the score. Tom Bailey comes across to offer some words of advice. Maybe just to ask Tom Hartley what he's doing tonight. Forward again goes Morley, defending.
So we're setting off with the Springsteen game.
Yeah, we never established, did we, if anyone's...
There must be somebody.
There must be somebody inside the ground.
Yeah.
Let's go into the Bruce Springsteen gig. Second slip catcher in. 2 slips, leg slip, silly point, short leg. 2 to go today. Defended by Morley, but I think maybe caught between 2 minds whether to go forward or to go back, and in the end he's kind of done both, yeah. But he's kept it out.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
Can he do this for the final ball? Hartley into Morley. He gets right forward, no hesitation this time, and defends. That's the close of play. The Rochdale Richards is there tomorrow to continue. He's unbeaten on 4. Brooke Guest on 14. And Derbyshire 112 for 4. But they are still 346 runs behind. And James Anderson on his first appearance since Lord's last year when he called it time with England. Has picked up 2 of the 4 wickets to fall today. And Lancashire get to the close of play. They'll be feeling pretty chipper about things. And there's work, plenty of it, to do tomorrow day for Derbyshire.
There is still another 197 by my reckoning to avoid the follow-on. It's a lot anyway. They're going to need the thick end of 200 to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow on with the Lancashire bowlers, none of whom have been particularly overworked in this innings so far. Tom Hartley's bowled 12 overs, but as Scott was saying earlier, he's used to bowling lots of overs here at Old Trafford. 5 for Anderson, 8 for Bailey, 3 for Phillip, 6 for Balderson, a couple for Wells. So if they can get through Derbyshire quickly tomorrow, I don't think they'll have any hesitation in putting them back in and trying to force victory on day 3. A lot depends on Brooke Guest. And then the next 2 batters, it's Martin Anderson and Anuj Dal, not necessarily in that order. Then they're down to Chappell, Tickner. And I was going to say Morley, but he's already out there. So then they're down to Chappell and Tickner. Yes, not a huge amount to come. Not a huge amount to come. But Martin Anderson has been playing very well this season. A couple of centuries to his name. Anuj Dal, we know, is a very decent bat as well. And Zach Chappell can tonk a few. Blair Tickner will enjoy his time out there no matter what the situation, I'm sure. But Derbyshire, as Scott says, with a mountain to climb here at Old Trafford.
2 wickets for Anderson, 1 for Hartley, 1 for Wells. For Lancashire's bowling unit. And there was 36 overs that Derbyshire had to face following Lancashire's dismissal for 458. And we have reached the close of play then on this second day, with Derbyshire having plenty to do tomorrow morning, but a memorable day certainly, and those that came here to witness Jimmy Anderson bowling, saw him bat and then saw him pick up 2 wickets as well, so I'm sure it's been a good day for those in particular searching for some Anderson cricket today. We'll leave you with the highlights for viewers on Lancs TV, and for everybody else with us via a BBC Sport website and app or Sports Extra 3, we'll catch you tomorrow.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Bye.